It's the Monday after the Aragon Grand Prix, which means it's time for 8 hours of hopefully uninterrupted in-season testing. This is critical for the teams to get an understanding of their bikes and where the development has come from previous seasons. So let's get ready to go into the action for 8 hours here today. We're underway. The bikes are heading out onto the circuit as well. Fabio Quartararo set the yearly benchmark time at a 150.774. Marco Bezzecchi is second, with Pedro Costa third, Brad Binder fourth, Alex Rins is fifth, Manuel Gonzalez sixth, Johan Zarco is in seventh place as well. We have more riders in this session than we did in the previous days as well. A few more coming out to do some testing, including that of Manuel Gonzalez gets his opportunity to ride a MotoGP bike. So this is going to be very exciting to see. 2 sessions then, one until 12:20 UK time, and then we'll go again straight away for the next session. That'll take us all the way until 5 o'clock British Summer Time and 6 o'clock over there in Spain. We'll have at the end of the day a wrap-up of all the action, and throughout the day we'll leave the timings on for you, and we'll have a commentary throughout the weekend. All the MotoGP sessions plus the Moto3 and Moto2 Grand Prix. You'll be able to catch up on the whole weekend. If you want to listen to our commentary, it'll be available. But if you want to just watch it, you can do that as well. It's the Aragon test then. Let's throw it all the way back to free practice 1 on Friday morning. Silverstone 2 weeks ago was a dramatic and classic race. Now we head back over to our second of 4 visits to Spain. Welcome to Aragon. Back on the calendar once more, and we love this venue. Been racing here for over a decade, and it is still so much fun. Welcome to the opening practice session on a very hot morning of racing. Green light, and away we go then for the opening 45 minutes of practice for the Aragon Grand Prix. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to JB Motorsports' coverage of this amazing event. It is round 8 of the 2025 calendar, and we come here with a confusion in the championship as well. After an unpredictable race, Marc Marquez still leads the championship, but this time just by 24 points to Alex Marquez. Both of them having a crash at the British Grand Prix. Pecco Bagnaia finishing in 3rd, Franco Morbidelli going in 4th, Zarco 5th, Antonio in 6th in the standings. Fabio Quartararo in 8th. He could have won the British Grand Prix if not for a ride height failure. When are they going to ban those devices? But our eventual winner now moves up the championship. Marco Bezzecchi, what a race for him. He's now on 69 points for Aprilia Racing. And it's Aprilia that have dominated the headlines, with Jorge Martin announcing, with the rumours going before the British Grand Prix, that he was exercising his right to leave at the end of the season. Aprilia have now put out a statement saying that they will honour that contract until the end of the 2026 season. Jorge Martin has then put out a statement saying that he is relieving himself from the 2026 contract with Aprilia. So it's all up in the air, exactly who goes where. Aprilia arguing that the contract is valid and it shouldn't really apply, considering that Jorge Martin has not been on the bike for a successful number of races. In fact, he's only done half a Grand Prix this year. The only race he's actually finished is the Tissot Sprint from Qatar before his secondary injury. Jorge Martin saying that even with that development, that is not really a factor and I should be able to leave. He may stay with Aprilia, that's an option on the table, but he's not going to go back to KTM, he's not going to go back to Ducati, and he certainly won't go to Aprilia. So the only 2 left, Honda and Yamaha. Now, what team showed support to Jorge Martin after his initial injury in pre-season testing and his subsequent one at the Qatar Grand Prix going to Spain? Oh yeah, Prima Pramac, who last year were running the Ducatis, this year running a Yamaha, a factory Yamaha bike. I put it to you, good people viewing this, that I reckon Jorge Martin will go for 1 more year on the Prima Pramac with the factory Yamaha bike before moving up to the main factory team at Yamaha alongside Fabio Quartararo and replacing Alex Rins. Now, all that means is who leaves the Prima Pramac team? Will it be Jack Miller, who has been performing really, really strongly, or Miguel Oliveira, who's had injury after injury? Well, Jack Miller has just a one-year contract, and it could be an option that he also leaves the team. So, it's all up in the air. Silly season has very, very much begun, and nobody knows what is going to happen next. Let's check in quickly then with TNT Sports.
Is right through the ranks, the way he got there, the way he delivered those Moto2 titles, coming into Tech 3 as a rookie in MotoGP, gelling so well with the French team, delivering those results for Yamaha, then heading off to the factory contract, finally getting paid at KTM, walked away from it. Got rescued by LCR initially, then ended up at home with under Gino Borsoi, this man in shot. Led him to finally win a MotoGP race in Pramac colours, then moved back to LCR, and you think, yeah, this is the last sort of roll of the dice for Johan. He's going to go there, develop a bike. We're not going to see him win races again, and all of a sudden, career resurgence or what? He's found a niche there. He's found a bike team, a factory that listens to his feedback. He's in the sweet spot right now. It's so good to witness.
It's brilliant to witness. This is good to witness as well. Miguel Oliveira back on track, having been injured again. He's been dogged by injury now for the past few years.
Through no fault of his own.
Yeah.
That's the underlining bit. Like, riders have injuries, but to have so many injuries through no fault of your own, there's not been a rider in their history that's had that much bad luck.
It's incredible, and we know the talent that he has that's bubbling underneath, and we never seem to quite get to see it again, do we? Because there'll be another injury, so hopefully he can get a free run now. Yeah,
because he needs to sort of start building some momentum, but this is like his second race. It's his second opportunity of like, now it's almost like his season's just started at round 8, and that's so difficult because I'm sure we're going to talk about it, what is bubbling around Yamaha with Top Rank potentially coming into this championship next year, taking a Pramac ride, it looks like. We know that Jack Miller's on a one-year contract, but then there's also rumours that Miguel Oliveira's got a clause in his contract, a performance-related clause, which he won't have met due to injury, I will underline. So, yeah, all of a sudden, for Miguel Oliveira, there's a lot of pressure on him.
Sounds familiar, that story, in another team as well, doesn't it, really, with the performance clause and different grey areas. But it's an interesting situation at Yamaha. I think we can talk about Top Rank. I mean, obviously, before we get stuck into the Aprilia story, let's just, talk about this situation here, because there will be people on the outside thinking, well, thought Top Rank only wanted full factory, but actually, Pramac Yamaha, it really essentially is full factory now.
Yeah. Latest bikes, it's the current team that won the World Championship last year with Jorge Martin. So you know the calibre of the Pramac racing squad in general, and they've got the latest bikes. We know where Yamaha have made huge steps this year, and also you'll know lots going on behind the scenes, developing a V4, and there's lots going on at Yamaha. Put it this way, Yamaha are not getting beaten like lying down. They've come back fighting, so yeah, it's a really good opportunity for Top Rank. It's as good as a factory bike as you're ever going to get, really. So, I mean, the argument is, should he have waited? Should Top Rank? By man, it's not a done deal, but all the people that normally get it right when when these stories break are saying that Top Rank can sign for Pramac. So it looks like Top Rank's coming in next year.
So if that is the case, what happened with the Honda scenario that we were talking about a few rounds ago, Michael?
It's a difficult one to know the ins and outs of it all, but obviously Top Rank is an exciting individual, has a history with Yamaha in World Superbike, and as does his management. Keenan Sofoglu, even though he spent most of his career at Kawasaki, seemed to have a real affinity with Yamaha. And obviously, if Top Rank isn't part of that Honda equation now, who is in the lead running to step up? Is it Zarco to the factory team? Would he be better placed? I know Lucio Cecchinello really wants to keep him in LCR and give him a factory contract, keep him developing the bike. There are Moto2 contenders possibly been tipped for Honda. It's an interesting one to see what direction they go in, whether it is a Jorge Martin. Obviously we know what's happened in Aprilia. Is he is he the lead candidate? You've got to say he most likely is for the factory on the spot. So yeah, there's a lot going on behind the doors at the moment at both HRC and Yamaha, no doubt.
We were just looking.
Yeah, well, that's the case. That is actually the big problem at the moment, is exactly knowing who's going where, because one, Toprak says he might go back with Honda, but does that mean he goes back to Honda for a year in the World Superbikes, then moves over to their factory team in MotoGP? Is he happy? He's not really happy with BMW, is he, in the World Superbikes? Constantly getting here, there, and everywhere treatment. So there's that to contend with as well. It's not a mess. It's just unnecessary clutter, I would say. So there's a lot to go on. There's a lot that still is in the air. Where would you like to see Jorge Martin go? Get your answers in the chat. And where would you like to see Toprak go? So there's two different questions there for you to get into it. Sean says, would really love to see Toprak in MotoGP. Jorge Martin is about to create a mess in the riders market. When doesn't he? In all honesty, when doesn't Jorge Martin create some form of mess in the championship? It is unbelievable. Just a reminder, I've only got 21 on my timing screen, but then on the other I've got 23, so who's being repeated? I only know there's 21 in this event, but I've got 20. Yeah, Nakagami's not here, and neither is Ayagura. Ayagura's been ruled out of this event, by the way, for injury. And Nakagami is the wild card, so don't know why they're appearing on that timing screen, but not your timing screen. So my timing screen's wrong, but yours is correct. So I'll have to look at this one here, which shows Marc Marquez fastest on a 147.665. Alex Marquez second, 148.457. Then it's Marco Bezzecchi, Pedro Costa, Juan Mir, Johan Zarco, Fabio Di Giannantonio, Jack Miller, Brad Binder, Fermin Ardegui in the top 10. Miguel Oliveira, Anea Bashini, Alex Reynolds, Fabio Quartararo, Pecco Bagnaia, Augusto Fernandez, Franco Morbidelli, Raul Fernandez, Maverick Vinales, Somkat Chatra, and Lorenzo Salvadori. This is Marc Marquez coming into turn 12, past the wall and running wide off the circuit as well. And he's the man, isn't he, to blame? He is the man to blame for all of this rider market mess, because when Marc left Honda to join Ducati, he created this mess because now you can get out of contracts. You can buy yourself out of the contracts. Michael asks, isn't there a Yamaha wild card? I'm seeing two Monster Energy Yamahas and no third, so no wild card. I've only got 21 riders on this event. Problem is, we don't get our official documents for MotoGP until after this first session as to who's going where over the weekend. And actually, the MotoGP website has there we go. I thought it crashed for a second, but now it's back up and running. Right, let me take a look to see if it's actually working. Aha, lovely. We've got the entry bibliography now as well. Wild card for Yamaha is Augusto Fernandez for Yamaha. So there you are. Where's he? Yeah, there he is. Yamaha Factory Racing down in 16th position. So there you are. Yeah. Chantra, I go rookies. Yeah, that's good. So there was supposed to be 23, but there's actually only one. Lorenzo Salvadori on the R1. Where's the Aprilia? Yeah, he's down 21st position as well. But yeah, there we go. So the wild card for this event is Augusto Fernandez. There you are. Other riders have done it before. Mark Zarco did it with KTM. That's true. Yeah, when Zarco left KTM, he gave it all up. As Neil was actually saying just a moment ago on the broadcast, gave up the factory KTM he'd waited so long for. Went over to Honda. And everyone thought, oh, well, that's a stupid maneuver. And he's going to won a race. And Honda are coming back. Yamaha are coming back. And Ducati's engine sort of freeze that they've put on themselves as well, actually, by sticking with last year's engine, has really put it good. I think he's on the V4 Yamaha. I think so too, actually. We have got the Aragon test on Monday. And we are showing the Aragon test, by the way. We are showing it live on JBMotorsports 2. So on this very channel that you're watching the live coverage of this race, we will be broadcasting the Aragon test on Monday in full. So yeah, we know we're not trackside this weekend, so we know it's coming, and we've got all the data for it. So from 9 AM British Summer Time to 5 PM British Summer Time. That's 10 till 6 over there. 8 hours of uninterrupted Aragon test with all the timing data you need, and we'll be playing back our commentaries from this weekend. So if you're listening to us back there, hello everybody. Hopefully you're enjoying it as well. And it was a good weekend. And if you're listening back on Monday during our broadcast, hopefully you enjoyed a great weekend of action and you're enjoying this commentary again. Fabio Quartararo then, still circulating. He's now got into 10th position. Got it. I know why my timing screen's showing 23, because I'm on the timing page for the live standings. So it's Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez. There we go. They're all in now. 21 riders just this weekend, one of the shortest we have on the calendar. Usually we have 23, but just 21 now. Fabio Quartararo, I believe, was moonlighting last weekend at the Spanish Grand Prix. I think he was in McLaren's garage, I want to say. Looked a bit happy, of course. What time Monday? 9 till 5 British Summer Time, 10 till 6 Central European Time. That's for the Monday test. The stream will be going up later on today, Michael, so check in on JBMotorsports 2 and set your reminder. That's where the testing coverage will be. And we'll be broadcasting the whole day. So all the timing screens just like this. And we'll bring you some updates throughout the day as well, with myself popping in live commentary bits. So that we are all good. So join us for that, it's going to be fun. Marc Marquez at 147.665. Alex Marquez second, all looking good. Just a reminder, this weekend, I believe it is GB3 also on JB Motorsports 2 and on JB Motorsports. Obviously, by the way, the Grand Prix will be on JB Motorsports, the main channel. So all the practice sessions are here. The races are over on JB Motorsports. All bar, I think, Moto 2, which is back on the channel because we have to, again, leave it to the commentary. And we've got the British Touring Car Championship this weekend. It's all going to be fun. NASCAR as well. Michigan, the Trucks and Cup Series. So Marc Marquez, still fastest, 147.665. Alex is P2. As things are currently going. Also, Kobayashi back in the F1 car to test with Haas Pro Car yesterday. I thought it was a week ago, but yeah, it was nice to see him back in the car. Kamui Kobayashi, wonderful bloke. Joker as well when I spoke to him. Jack is doing Suzuka 6 Hour. Will you be doing that? No. I don't know. When is the Suzuka 6 Hour? I don't know. It's difficult for us to get coverage in the UK. Sky Wi-Fi. Oh, they've got their own mic covers now for advertisement when the teams are talking to each other. That's quite clever. We don't usually do the endurance bike racing. We've got the World Endurance Championship for all the 4 wheels, but the Motorcycle World Endurance Championship. It's hard enough to get the team together for this. Oh, and Alex is not happy with sitting on the bike coming down into turn 11. What's going on here? He's just sitting on the front of the ride height, not happy there. Which riders do you think could be on the move to another team at the end of the season? Well, definitely Martin. I think Martin's going back to Prima Pramac. I then also think Jack Miller's not going to be there as a result of that. I don't think Vinales is happy at KTM. I think he could be moving. If I was Vinales, I'd take back the Aprilia scene. I'd go back to Aprilia, personally. So I think Vinales might go back to Aprilia. Luca Marini's under suspicion, isn't he? About where he's off to. Who is also not racing this weekend. I don't know. It's hard to see. I think Oliveira will stay with Prima Pramac and partner Martin. That's a good lineup. Yeah, Morbidelli's contract with VR46 also at the end of the season. I think Morbidelli, there isn't really much room for him to move. I'd say Morbidelli stays where it stays put, to be fair. Okay, let's head back over to Tim.
Okay, I know we had that in the contract and we had a date where we to make a decision, but this is unforeseen circumstances. No one expected, but at this point in the season, for Jorge not to have seen a checkered flag. So because of that fact, the reason that clause was put in the contract was a safety net for Jorge Martin, but he can't evaluate the bike because he's not even finished the race, so he's asking for more time. Allegedly, we don't know the absolute fine details, and no one does. And that's what's interesting when you hear some journalists go extreme one way or the other. You think, come on, you've not read the contract. The compromise for me, sitting here in the commentary box with all the information that I've heard, is if Aprilia could extend that time to let's we don't know when we still haven't got a date when he's coming back to race.
No, because the latest was that he was evaluated and they would have another look in a month's time.
Oh, right. Wow. The problem is you're going to run out of time anyway, aren't you? As in, so let's say if evaluating in a month's time.
That's just before the summer break.
Yeah,
actually,
I was going to say, and then he's going to need a minimum of 3 races on the bike to have a rough idea where he's at. The problem is by the time you get to there, if he then says, I want to leave, well,
You say yes or no?
every door will be closed. Oh, it's messy. It gets messier for everyone concerned, doesn't it?
Oh, it is a real mess. What do you think, Michael? Do you think we'll see him back out on the Aprilia this year?
Yeah, I think so. As a racer, he'd want to be out there and keeping himself sharp, proving that he's capable of winning races in MotoGP. And obviously, when you've sat at home and watched the Silverstone race and seen how good the bike was in Marco Bezzecchi's hands, you think, actually, I do want a piece of that. I want to see how competitive I could be on it. And actually, the relationship could be repaired. It could be a possible that he gets on it. He is fast. It all works. And somehow they managed to execute a deal for next season. I think that's a tough ask at this stage, but you never know.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you not think it's too late? Because there's history that if you cross Jorge, as Ducati did, I think that's fair to say, because he wanted that factory ride, he was promised it, it never happened. He doesn't like that. He takes another move, like he did. He moved to Aprilia. Is it too late to pick up the pieces?
I don't think it's too late, but the time's running out so fast. Like if there are discussions this weekend, just talk us through this, Michael, because.
Is this a new ride height?
Well, we saw these. We saw that aero at Silverstone, but I don't know anything about it. Do you know anything?
No, and it looks like they've added a little another tier to the actual aero effect.
Hang on, did you say you didn't know? What, Michael? Have I taught you nothing?
Just lie.
Obviously.
To be fair, where it's positioned, you think the rider's going to block a lot of any airflow to it on the back of the seat. But obviously there must be, whenever you look at the fluid dynamics of how the air flows around the bike, where it gets to, even how it comes through the fairing, how it's exhausted from the back of the radiator, there will be some effect on the seat unit. If they can provide a little bit of push into the rear tyre, helps with traction. They do say a lot on corner entry with these seat add-ons. It does help rear contact, and it helps stabilise the bike in the fast corners. But we typically see them on the top of the seat rather than down to the side where Aprilia have added them, but they seem to work to great effect at Silverstone at least.
I said to you
That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Yeah, I said to you it was something to do with the fluid dynamics.
That's exactly what you said to me.
In the high call yesterday, remember?
Yeah, I do. Are you doing a tech piece this week with Aprilia?
Yeah, we're down with Aprilia this afternoon.
So could you have a little look?
We will do. That's the plan.
Because there has been some talk about a new rear ride height device for Aprilia, but obviously no information's been given. So if you could have a snoop around that as well. Yeah,
usually they're quite good down there with the Aprilia with Paolo and the boys. They like to obviously show off their latest technology, and it is such a beautiful little motorcycle when you go and see all the details. So looking forward to getting my teeth into that this afternoon.
So some good interviews, some good tech stuff across the weekend, across our programming, as we look at
You're doing that and I'm off to the pub.
Well, we're happy that you are. It's fine with us. It's not a problem. The Marquez brothers leading the way. No
surprise there.
No surprise there, particularly Mark. And Alex has said, even if you ride at 100%, it's not enough to beat Mark around here. So that's a pretty bold thing to say. Just want to pick up on Joran Mir, who's looking pretty racy this weekend, sitting in the 6th, and sort of the rise and the return of Joran Mir, who's actually pretty good around here.
Yeah, always liked this track. He needs, I mean, he's the second fastest Honda rider, but crashes too much.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I mean, he's crashed a lot in races in the past, I don't know what it is, let's say in the past 20 races, he's crashed in more than 50% of them. So, but then the argument is, Well, you need a rider who's not going to quit. You need a rider who's going to push. A la Marquez-esque, but you've sort of got to finish more. Because it's funny, you need a rider in between Marini and Mir. So Marini's, he has finished every race this year. I know he's injured, so he's racing this weekend, but because he crashed at the Suzuka test. But so it's like Marini's not pushing hard enough. He's working on developing the bike and getting feedback, and Mia's going, look, I'll do whatever it takes and I'll push this bike to its absolute limit. You need to wear him in the middle, and you have got it in a way, haven't you? Because that's Zarco.
But prior to Honda, Mir wasn't a crasher. It's not.
No. His last year on the Suzuki went a bit wrong, weirdly, and he crashed quite a bit. Up to that point, he's never been a crasher in his career through Moto3 when he won the World Championship, Moto2. And then he got on the Suzuki, won the MotoGP World Championship, COVID year. And then, yeah, the last year on the Suzuki wasn't great, but funny one, isn't it? I think the dream team, I was thinking about it yesterday when we were on that lovely Ryanair flight, Susie.
Oh, it was great, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Anyway, the least said about that.
There were no chimps coming out at all.
Not at all. It was a lovely flight. I was thinking, the dream team for the Honda dream team is factory team is now Jorge Martin, because he's on the market, and Zarco. Put Zarco in that team beside him, and everyone's going, oh no, he wants him. He likes the satellite feel. No, stick him in that factory team for me. And then in LCR, keep Marini, because he's part of the development of helping improve this bike, and Mir. So the two factory riders, they've been demoted down to the LCR, and you've got Jorge Martin coming in, and you've got Zarco, who's been rewarded for 2 fantastic years.
That's your dream team.
Yeah, that's been.
What about Pedro Acosta?
Yeah, I know Pedro Acosta. Obviously, I'd pick Pedro over Marini or Mir. And yeah, but he's got a contract, Susie.
I know. The point is, I suppose, really, a lot of this, it depends very much on what happens with Jorge Martin, because it will cause a massive domino effect.
And KTM with, obviously, Acosta.
Yeah.
You know, if Acosta's management want to buy him out of his KTM contract, if KTM continue next year, which I'm 9% sure they are.
They've said they will continue. They've got a contract with Tech 3 as well to the end of next season. But there is, obviously, Honda have deeper pockets than KTM right now. KTM in financial crisis have received funding from Bajaj, more to prop up the company prospects rather than the race team side. But obviously, if there was a bid for Pedro Acosta's services from HRC to buy him out, you got to listen to that. It would be a few million on offer, you would imagine.
Staying with the scenario of Tech 3, with KTM, Tech 3 rumours about Gunther Steiner being involved.
That could be interesting, yeah.
What do you make of those rumours?
Well, essentially, if you look at all the independent teams now, people are looking at MotoGP with Liberty Media taking over, and there's more interest of people wanting to get involved in MotoGP. So the independent teams, almost their stock value's gone up. The value of owning a team, of owning grid slots, has gone up. There's more interest. So someone like Hervé, it sounds like he's got a few options, hasn't he? I mean, Hervé strikes me as a man, as we know Hervé really well. You feel like he wants to do a half a step back, but he doesn't want to let go, and you can't blame him, because this has been his life. Obviously, his daughter and is involved in the team. So you can imagine Hervé doesn't want to sell out completely, but for someone to let's say, invest in Tech 3 would be probably an exciting prospect for him, because it'd be a financial gain, and then share the workload.
And we saw him obviously step back from IRTA last time out, with Lucio Cecchinato taking his place after 20 years of being president of IRTA. But so do you see the scenario the same way? Obviously, Gunther Steiner's been to loads of MotoGP races. We always wondered what he was doing here, but maybe this is why.
I wasn't sure if he was just purely a fan, but he's obviously a speculator as well, wanting to get involved financially to invest in the championship with the team. And we've heard rumours of Lewis Hamilton also expressing an interest. The Liberty Media takeover, when it finally concludes, it will bring interest from other parties.
It's going to boom
the
the
way
sport back into where
built
it needs to
Formula
be.
1. Everyone hopes they'll do similar for MotoGP. So Gunther would be a big character for our sport. For Hervé, KTM have already told him they will support him beyond his current contract, but it'll be financially reduced. So he has to protect his bottom line. He's got to make sure, as he said, he keeps it in the green. So he's got to look at other avenues of income, whether that's investment, sponsors. He's got a few proposals on the table, and he's a shrewd operator at Hervé. He will do the best thing for his team, for himself. And as you mentioned, stepping back from the president of Hervé means he wants to take a step back in life, do a bit of reading, enjoy the pleasant things in life. He doesn't want to travel to 22 GPs, and he wants to maybe take a few flyaways off, and someone like Gunther maybe help him take the reins of the team could allow Hervé that luxury.
Can you imagine the characters?
Imagine.
Them two together. I mean, that is massive, isn't it?
It's, yeah. Well, that's part of Liberty taking over, Liberty Media taking over. They will exploit those characters. Shall we just flip back to the lap times?
Yeah, because Colorado just go wide down at the braking zone as well, and he was like, "Oh, I can't believe I've done that." Every single person I've ever spoken to in both the World Superbike and the MotoGP paddock have all said the same thing. They cannot wait for Liberty Media to come into MotoGP, because MotoGP needs to be dragged, kicking and screaming, into the 21st century, because they're stuck. They are so stuck. The social media output is poor. You're not allowed to do things, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that. Whereas with Formula One, they've welcomed the fan in-break. They've embraced the fans with open arms. I have to rephrase that. But with MotoGP, they shoot you. Every opportunity they can, they will shoot you. They may as well have a firing squad inside the paddock for fans who want to get involved with MotoGP, and like we do right here. They hate it. And Liberty Media love it because it's exposure, and that's what it needs to be. Dorna have forgotten that MotoGP is a sport owned by fans. They think that they've got complete control and they own it completely, blah, 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 blah. They're forgetting that it's a sport. And its sport is owned by the fans. And Liberty Media remember that, and they've opened up they've opened up Formula One so much now. Honestly, the changes is unbelievable. And now we're really hoping that when Dorna are sold to Liberty Media, yes, Dorna will still be in control, but Liberty Media are going to be revolutionising this sport. Right, what have we got here? Well, for Jorge Martin last season, you know you are not going to get the factory Ducati ride when Mark is also in the conversation as he was riding out in the GP23. Maybe not entirely like he's not going to get that spot, but if Mark is in the mix, it lowers Jorge's chances. And now Mark is making Pecco look like wingman of the Nova Ducati factory team. So just what's your opinions of the take above? I agree. I think, if anything, I could see Bagnaia leaving. And if Martin then wants to go to the factory ride, he's got the seat there. But, I don't know, once bitten, twice shy from both Ducati and Martin's point of view. Ducati blindsided Martin by saying, we're actually going with Marc Marquez. And Martin blindsided Ducati by saying, OK, well, now off to Aprilia after the Mugello test. This time last year. So, yeah, it was weird. Let's have a look. From Rainy Jakarta, say hello. Well, actually, Formula E will be in Jakarta in 2 weeks' time. So that's going to be fun. Hello. And yeah, I'm commentating that one from my hotel room. I don't know if I get to do qualifying, but I know I'll definitely get to do the race, fingers crossed. I'm there for that one. If not, then we need to find a new commentary because we're at Alton Park that weekend for the British Touring Car Championship trackside in 2 weeks. So yeah, we're going trackside in 2 weeks. Will Martin race the next race? Says Garage 43. Up and up at the moment. He was at the Aprilia Legends Day, so he was there, and he's cycling at the moment. But if I was Jorge Martin, I'd just take a couple more out. I don't see Martin coming back until after the summer break. That's my opinion. After the Saxony. Because you're not going to come back to the Saxony and have a big injury there, are you? I reckon Red Bull Ring would be the first time we see him back. Maybe Brno at the Czech Republic, that could be an option. I can't remember what the calendar looks like at the moment. They change it so much, I can't remember what the calendar is. Where are we? So we've got Italy next. He won't come back to Mugello. Netherlands, that's an option. Won't come back to Germany. Czech Republic could be it, but it's actually the Grand Prix of Tunisia. I reckon Austria. Austria is the likely one for me. And then Hungary is a wild card, isn't it? As they come into it. Catalonia, San Marino, Japan, Indonesia, Australia, Malaysia, Portugal, and Portugal and Nancy being something like you've seen. That's so confusing still. Yes, broadcast. Hello. Yes, we come into it. MotoGP needs to be free broadcast. I agree. It needs to be free to air, and that's the one thing that it's not all the way throughout. 10 minutes to go then. Alex Marquez is on the lap time. Let's send it back to TNT.
Right, and that's fueled the rumour that Pecco could end up at Yamaha,
Yeah,
Michael.
Exactly as I was saying.
I just don't see it. I don't see Pecco Bagnaia leaving Ducati, going to Yamaha, but stranger things have happened. He's not happy currently with the GP25. Gigi Dall'Igna's told all hands on deck they need to do better for Pecco. They need to find an answer for him. It seemed like he was their chosen son 2 years ago, and everything that Pecco needed was delivered for him. But right now, it's difficult for the factory to give him what he's after. And yeah, they're trying. But the problem is the Marc Marquez effect. And Neil's said about it, the other side of the garage, you look across, you're Pecco Bagnaia right now. Someone with the exact same tools as you is that 1.5 seconds a lap faster. Wow, where is that time out there? And I'm a double MotoGP world champion. If I'm Pecco Bagnaia looking at the timesheets and questioning myself, it's tough times.
So if you're Pecco Bagnaia, what are you going to do?
Oof, yeah, try and get rid of Marc Marquez somehow, but that's not going to happen in a hurry.
Anywhere.
He's not going anywhere. But yeah, his world's changed when Marc Marquez signed that factory contract.
It's a no-brainer what you
Which
do.
was a year ago here.
I'll answer your question. You get on the Yamaha.
Yeah.
No point in continuing. What are you going to do? Obviously, he's going to ride with Mark next year, and it's going to be more of the same on the 2026 bike, which won't work for Pecco, work for Mark. So he's going to have a miserable season. So what's he going to do? He's going to speak to his management and say, get me the best factory opportunity. I want to enjoy my racing again, and just maybe, like last year, I'll be on a better bike than Mark, so Yamaha might make a step. But this will be for 27, and just maybe I can beat him. But if I'm riding the same bike as him, I'm not going to be able to beat him. So that's the reality of it.
Yeah, I'm thinking too much with Italian, thinking they're partisan, they want to keep the rider, but you think of Pecco's management, the VR46 team, they've got a relationship with Yamaha. They know that what Yamaha can do for the Italian rider to give him the feeling, and arguably Pecco's super smooth riding style, the way he can use the front tyre, could work for Yamaha, so maybe he is looking. Not everything's as rosy as you would think inside the Ducati garage. Perhaps he is looking at pastures new.
And it's fair to say that there is going to be a lot of gambling going on during the negotiations.
Do you know what? That is the line, Susie. There's going to be a lot of gambling because there's a lot of unknown. We have got the biggest unknown coming, not next year, but the year after that. Someone can throw a dart and it goes straight into the bullseye, and that could be Honda, that could be Yamaha. They've got the finances, the resources, the experience. They could do. Ducati could continue to dominate and they hit a bullseye. Aprilia might just hit the sweet spot. KTM, you know, like almost like the forgotten about manufacturer, could hit the sweet spot. So you just don't know. But there's one thing you do know, Susie. If you line up on the grid on the same bike as Marc Marquez,
Oh, lost signal. There we go.
Because tests have shown he's beaten every one of his teammates and he's destroying his two-time MotoGP teammate right now.
You know, if you're Marc Marquez, I'm sorry I'm asking you to be everybody today. I quite like this role play scenario.
Hang on, this is one of my dreams. You asked me to be Jorge Martin, I was enjoying that. Can I be Mark now?
You can be Marc. Right, so you left Honda because times were bad times. Sachsenring, going back a couple of years ago, disaster, 5 crashes, tears, awful. You leave, you get an opportunity to go to Gresini Ducati. You love riding again, you get your enjoyment back, you get a chance, you've got a plan, you execute it perfectly, you don't care about the collateral damage, it's nothing to do with you. You get on the factory bike, 2025, you win the World Championship this year. 2026, you win the World Championship. But have you got another plan? Have you got another plan at the moment? Would you like to go back to Honda and win it again for Honda because you didn't burn the bridge? What do you want to do?
I'd say, and it's a question I've thought about. I've never answered this before, but I have thought about it. I think you can only answer that question when we're halfway through next year.
That's too late though, because contracts will be done by then.
Not if you're Mark Marquez, he controls the contracts. So, and because he controls it, he can wait till halfway through the year. I think the best way I can answer this is Mark's addicted to winning. So he will, if he thinks Ducati's the way to go, he will stay in Ducati. It's nice to think, the romance of, I tell you what would be lovely, it'd be nice to complete the circle, go back to Honda, give him the first chance.
It'll also maybe have 10 victories at that point, which beats a certain record that's already there by Valentino, obviously. So does that give the luxury to take a gamble and go back to Honda, or are you like, nope?
No, he's addicted to winning.
Yeah, I think I agree with it. It is.
Good chat though, isn't it? This is the only time we can have these long-winded chats, so forgive us for procrastinating slightly. Let's get back to what's happening on track then. Maverick Vinales is popped up there, looking pretty racy.
Like he's
style it out for the whole weekend though.
The enigma that is Maverick Vinales, signed for Tech 3 KTM, Michael, and we all had the same chats. Well, on camera, off camera, going, I just can't see that working out. I think the KTM's tricky. I don't know. You know, Maverick, and he's been in all these factory teams that feel like it's the beginning of the end, and it's not. It's done the opposite, hasn't it?
Completely rejuvenated. He looks good on the bike. There's shots there on his attacking lap. So strong on the brakes, making the thing turn, getting off the corner really well. Oh, little twitch there from Pecco into the final corner. We've seen a few moments into there this weekend already. Definitely looks like the entry is a little bumpier than it's been previous. But yeah, I love watching Maverick at the moment, and I hope he can convert it to a victory. It'd be so nice to see Tech 3 get a win in Maverick in KTM colours as well.
And you wouldn't rule it out, would you, at some point?
No.
This year. I mean, he nearly won in Qatar. So I can't believe that happened.
Yeah, that was...
Like, it was only Mark's just dogged, tenacious, and no way I'm having this. I know, as it turned out, we've got a different tyre pressure issue, but yeah, incredible.
And Alex Rins up in 4th place. Alex had such a nightmare time with that last injury, and you get the feeling that it's only just about now where he's kind of coming back physically 100%.
Yeah, you feel for Rins. You see him walking around the paddock, and he's clearly not the rider he was before he crashed at Mugello a couple of years ago, and it's just been. It's also hard for him because then he's Quartararo's teammate.
Yeah.
So he's the equivalent of Mark on the Yamaha, isn't he? You know, it's like he's able to do things that no one else can do on this bike. And again, when you speak to Cali, when Cal Crutchlow talks about Quartararo, he says similar things. Going, oh yeah, he's incredible. So.
Okay, let's just quickly get back to the chat for a second and get some information. Let's have a look. Yeah. Wow. Woo said it's difficult to predict the sequence of third onwards. It really is. Vinales now shot up there, wins. I was just saying earlier how bad of a season he's having, and then all of a sudden, whoop, straight up he goes. Imagine Mark did what Rossi did, left his original team to join an ultimate powerhouse manufacturer team, then years later back to the manufacturer where he worked with throughout his career. Mark would never go back to Honda. That was an ugly divorce that spread out over a long time. Mark is rejuvenated with Ducati, and I don't think he'll ever go back to Honda because they didn't listen to him. If that ever happened, I'd be very surprised. Oh, and Pecco nearly dropping in at turn 1 as well on the inside. He's as puzzled as to why that happened as we would be. Brakes, front goes up, rear comes back down, turns in on the left, mid corner, bang! As soon as he pulls the throttle, just twitches. That would have. There's no reason that could be doing it. There's no cold front tyre. Track temperature's at 42 degrees, air temperature 26. The tyres are up to temperatures, not like Silverstone where we have a cold front. Soft fronts, medium rears. What's he on right now, actually, Pecco? Hard front, medium rear. Could be a hard that's causing it. It's a bit unlikely, isn't it? But still. So just a reminder to you, coverage details this weekend, practice and qualifying live on JBMotorsports 2, as well as warm-up and the Moto2 race, the Moto3 race, MotoGPs, Sprint and Grand Prix, all live on the main JB Motorsports channel. And then on Monday, we'll have the MotoGP Aragon test live from 9 AM. And this time I won't be doing it on my phone, trying to, on a bus back from Donington Park to the train station, desperately trying to get things sorted. Still milk on my too, actually. Yeah, and we can't wait, by the way, for what is going to be a great test day. Lots to do on that day. Yamaha V4 testing. And again, Mark now coming through the wall section, turn 12. Mark's was a bit unusual as to why the bike stepped out of the rear. So we've got Bagnaia stepping out the front, Mark's stepping out of the rear. Between them, they've got a good motorcycle, but yeah, checker flags out. Mark's topped the session, 146.974. Alex is second, 148.012. Just a strange end to the day for Mark Marquez, for FP1 at least. Practice this afternoon, 1 hour in length. That's going to be the critical hour to TNT.
If he rides like that, he'll end up in hospital. It will not work out at all. And he won his second ever Grand Prix and the World Championship in his first year. So I think Top Rack's freaky talented. He's an absolute alien to me. I watch him do things on a motorcycle that I can't believe. And I've been watching bike racing for a long time, so... Like, I'll talk to Cal Crutchlow and Cal's going, honestly, Neil, I think he'll really struggle. So that's what... And I'll use Cal as an example of somebody I really respect. But my opinion is that Top Rack's going to be outstanding. Not standing there, looks like Mark's going to his tyre. He must have had a strange moment or feeling and he was looking back at something.
Just to clarify the scenario there at Pramac Yamaha, obviously Jack Miller's on a 1-year deal and Miguel Oliveira is on a 2-year deal if you're just coming into this practice session. That's why we're talking about the scenario with contracts, but we've also discussed the fact that contracts can just get ripped up and thrown away depending on how much money's involved and how good your lawyer is.
The fact that there will be a performance clause in Miguel Oliveira's contract. He's been injured, but he won't have met those performances, and his seat could be precarious, as could Alex Rins, although he's jumped up to top 4 now as Bezecchi does best him there in his last fly lap. But good session for Alex Rins. He needs to perform, he needs to show a little bit of that old magic if he wants to keep his place in the factory Yamaha garage.
I think Mark might be disappointed in the end because Alex
less than a second
managed to just get inside a second. It's only 0.9. So
only, yeah. I was just looking at that. Let's just forget the fact that Mark is there and look at everybody else for a moment, because obviously, like you say, he's almost a second faster than everybody else on a different world. Yeah, Alex Marquez leading the best of the rest, with Bez bringing the momentum from Silverstone.
That's really good to see. Really, really good sign. And it didn't show him too much, but he's done a lot of laps, stayed out there, so they've put some mileage on the tyres. We know it's so abrasive round here on the left-hand side of the tyre. It's positive. One thing just quickly, I was thinking then, because people are saying that maybe there's a performance clause in Oliveira's contract. I would be surprised if that's the case. Now, I've looked at a lot of contracts. I manage Alex Law's. I've seen factory Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, Bramolta now contracts. I've dealt with some of my contracts. I've never to this day. Is that different to you? Is that slightly different?
Yeah, the channel in the back.
Yeah, the channel in the back. I've never seen one performance clause, Susie. So we're hearing people talk about it. This is not common at all. Not common. So people saying, oh, there'll definitely be a performance clause in Miguel Oliveira's contract. I'd be shocked if there was. I've never seen one.
Yeah, I know what you mean. There's never like you have to be inside the top 10 for the contract to continue, but there's always a subject to an agreement. Like both parties have to be happy to continue. Would you not think that they could lean on that? as a you haven't performed, so we're not happy to continue?
Not on a 2-year deal.
No, not really. Yeah, it's true.
On a 1+1, there is.
Yeah, that's true.
In the first 12 months.
On a 1+1, then there's always that.
Yeah.
On the 12th of June, we've got to. You've got like a 2-week window normally to go. We're all good to continue it, but on a 2-year deal.
You've got like a sort of breathing space to start with to see if it works out. That's like a gentleman's agreement kind of scenario.
Yeah. And Jorge Martin has a performance. He's had that added into his contract because he held all the cards. If you hold all the cards, if someone really wants you, you can go. Oh, also, just in case your bike's no good, I want a get-out clause.
Yeah.
So
fair enough.
And fair enough. And then if you're a Billy, you go. We're confident in our product. We know he's going to gel really good with our bike. Put it in, because I know that's never going to come into play.
It sounds like they put it in to get a 2-year deal over the line, a 1+1, because it sounded like Jorge only wanted to sign for 12 months. But this is all
speculation.
But we did see a quote come up from Bonera during that session saying that they are.
Busy talking.
Yeah. Someone's just said it's great listening to you. It's like mates chatting. Let me just pull you up on that.
We don't get on.
We do not get on here. Yeah, but Bonera said, if you did miss it, which I think you did, that they're working on the relationship and it can be fixed, which is, well, you are going to say that.
That's so true. But I still think it can. There is an opportunity.
Let's hope it can be, because essentially the bottom line of this, and I should have said it at the end of the extremely long chat that we had, is this championship is better with Jorge Martin in it.
Yeah, he's one of the superstars. He provides the action that, we need him back to see what he can do on the Aprilia. And I guess if you're Paulo Bonora, team manager down there, you've got to want to have him in your fold. You've got to want to see that #1 kit out there. You believe that you've developed a package that you can win on, and it's just a matter of time. Get him back, show what he's capable of, and we can repair this relationship. It's not too far gone.
I wonder what the relationship is at the moment in the factory Ducati team, because we do see body language of some kind of slight. It looks a bit disgruntled, Davide Tardozzi, quite often in there now. It's always been like a furnace of pressure and anxiety all the way around the relations, and we've talked about it in the past, but it feels bristly, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does feel it. You sense it. What will be going on is they'll be jumping through hoops to try and help Pecco. They really will. They won't be just going, look, Mark's doing this. They will be changing things. They want Pecco to obviously get results. They want Pecco to win races, so they won't just be saying, get on with
it. No, of course not. This is your favourite part of the weekend.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking that.
Right, let's have a look at these race starts then.
Yeah. Let's look down. It's a real short drag down to turn 1.
It's going to be spicy into turn 1.
Oh, it's always spicy. It's essentially like a hairpin corner if you look at it from above. It is really, really tricky. Really tricky. And we've seen shenanigans over the years. Literally, you let the clutch out of the GP bike, you hit second and grab the brake. Yeah, literally. You don't get into third.
They will put it back to first gear as you approach turn 1 on lap 1. You would imagine there's a bunches in there, unless you're the lead rider through.
Well, the only man who can beat this man this weekend is this man, I think.
Oh, that was very good.
Oh. Still spinning.
You know when you're confident, when you let the clutch out, it starts to spin, you take your hand off the handlebar and give it the old victory sign.
Davide's face.
Yeah.
You just remember in your conversation last year, Neil, about the lowered price. It doesn't make these bikes spin, remember?
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you explained that to us. So look, it's still spinning. It's spinning now.
Oh, that's awesome.
So now, right, you can see it smoking. This is where I feel like, this is where Mark, we've seen him make mistakes in the past. This is like it's an Austin weekend where he's got such an advantage.
Exactly. It's the weekend that he's got in his pocket where he's messed up.
Where he messes up. And that's what I'm feeling now. Even doing this is risky. Look, it's still spinning. It's smoking. Like, I wonder if
He's not had a win in 3 events.
yeah, and I feel like Tordots is a strong enough personality to go into his motorhome or when they're doing the debrief and go, can I have a quick chat? Whoa, remember Austin? Remember, where was the other one? I remember Jerez.
Yeah.
Like, that's...
Well, you've got it in the can and then you haven't.
Yeah, because it almost allows us.
Do you know, it's funny in this job. You want to create a bit of jeopardy when things are seemingly running away. But I just can't believe in any jeopardy. Mark,
Not around
beyond,
here.
not around here.
But we couldn't in Austin.
Yeah, true.
That's true.
He had a 2-second lead after about 4 laps in that when it obviously the mess of the start, and then he clipped the curve.
There's going to be no rain this weekend. There's no weather scenario.
There's no rain because Sylvan's not here. If Sylvan was here, he'd have his app out. Yeah, I've got to look at my app. It looks like it's
I think it's going to rain.
I think it's going to rain. So I've got a sock for you.
Well, he's got a long stint this weekend.
Yeah, it's only 8 hours, isn't it?
It's Spa.
It's Spa, though.
Yeah, one of the best tracks in the
What a
world.
track
No.
on a bike. Yeah, if you missed that, by the way, don't forget, we've got all the coverage live. Starts tomorrow at 11 o'clock on TNT, Sports 4 and Discovery Plus. So you can multi-screen and watch our Sylv
Did he
on
ride
track.
there? Did I see that?
He rode there on a GS.
Did he? He's such a corporate man, is Sylvan there. Did you see it on his Instagram?
Yeah.
We're spinning.
Hey, fair play to Jake Dixon.
That's a good point. Let's just, yes, the helmet, obviously, at Silverstone, that was designed by Sylvan's son, Luca, who's obviously suffering cancer at the moment, and the 2 charities that work with him. It was to raise money for those 2 charities, and he designed the helmet, which is beautiful, and it went in a raffle. Jake Dixon it was all his idea. He wanted to raffle off the helmet, and it raised over £60,000. So well done, everybody, if you bought a ticket for that. It's just gorgeous, our sport coming together for good, and really was fun.
Has it happened? Do we know the raffle?
I think it was.
It's ended, I know that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if the winner has been selected yet.
We might have just done the deadline. I'm not sure I've seen a winner announced, but I think everybody won in that situation.
Absolutely.
And it's always weird when Sylvan's not here, actually. It changes the whole dynamic of the team, doesn't it?
We all end up going to bed nice and early. There's no hangovers. I've got a headache this morning, actually. I can tell Sylvan's not around.
That's his training.
We know.
The best one was in Austin a couple of years ago when he went out and won the Le Mans 24 hours straight afterwards. That was extraordinary. He is a machine, isn't he?
Well, it wasn't just Austin because
it was back to back with Argentina.
And all I'm going to say is Sylvan trained hard on night stints and then literally absolutely destroyed him.
He's such a one-off. He is inimitable, really.
Yeah, he is.
You know what he brings, and the fact that he's still racing is just fantastic.
It's
isn't
still
it?
fast, really fast.
And he's so chilled about it.
Well, he's 6 children and he's chilled.
Yeah, good point. Let's talk about this man one more time and what he can do. Not Mark, Pecco this weekend.
Well, it's a track he got his first MotoGP victory on in a really good battle with Marc Marquez, if you remember that one. And it was from that moment on, I think Pecco's won about 30 races, MotoGP races. It's a track he goes well on. There's a test here on Monday, so you'd hope that they've got things to think about or try. I mean, he's 1.5 seconds off his teammate. We've mentioned that earlier, so it's not started well.
No, and the worrying thing was in Silverstone, he said he thought the solution was far away, which is intriguing. I don't really know what he meant by that.
Well, I think a lot of it was, you watched Silverstone was, I really felt sorry for him because he clearly didn't have the feeling for the bike. He was riding steady and then crashed. It wasn't like he was not pushing at all, which I felt so sorry for him. It was,
Such a confidence thing,
yeah,
isn't
he was
it?
doing what any rider would do. If you don't have the feeling, so you think, well, I'll just pick up some or try and work into a bit of feeling, and then he went down. So.
Well, it's Marc Marquez, his fastest from Alex Marquez, Marco Bezzecchi, Alex Rins, Maverick Vinales, Pedro Costa, Juan Mir, Ferdinand Aguirre, Franco Morbidelli, and Pecco Bagnaia, your top 10. Then it's Fabio Quartararo, Johan Zarco, Brad Binder, Jack Miller, Augusto Fernandez, Fabio Di Giannantonio, Ralph Fernandez, Enea Bastianini, Miguel Oliveira, Solcat Chancha, and Lorenzo Salvadori. That's it then for the first free practice session. We'll be back later for the practice hour, a very critical hour, when we'll decide the running order for Q1 and Q2. We'll see you then. And about 2 hours' time. Bye-bye. It's the afternoon session for MotoGP's 8th round of the 2025 World Championship. Welcome to Motorland Aragon as we get ready to decide the running order for both Q1 and Q2 in what is a turning point in the championship coming into this season. Who knows what's going to happen over the next hour? The green light is about to go on. Green light and away we go. And the final afternoon session here from Motorland Aragon is underway. Moto2 and Moto3 have had their practice sessions. Now it's time for MotoGP to head out onto the circuit. We're just watching Jack Miller venture out now. Johan Zarco. Conditions are superb. Air temperature at 30 degrees Celsius. Ground temperature at 48 Celsius. 10 km/h wind speed though, so there is going to be blowing just ever so slightly the overall circuit here, so there will need to be a few changes, but it's not as bad as what we could have witnessed or expected coming into this one as well. Still, it's going to be fun. Let's say good afternoon to Gavin Emmett and Stephen Hodgson in the comms box.
Moment, you're also trying to give Ducati a hurry up, aren't you? You're trying to just get across the frustrations that you're feeling.
Yeah, because he also, if he does have that reaction, then we know Saturday going, someone's a little bit grumpy. We would though, so,
it's true.
So you can't win, can you?
No, not from
That's why I love being a commentator.
Point of view. Yeah, because you can say, ooh, that's all you want to do. He did pick his hand back up as he said that at the same time as well.
That's Michael's bag.
Right, here we go then, as Marc Marquez leaves. Interesting, Fabio Di Giannantonio behind him, because let's not forget there's all this talk at the moment about who's going where. I thought it was great to see Susie and you guys early on talking about all the different chat that's going around the paddock. I didn't think that the rumour mill was going to click into gear really this year. I thought, you know, one factory seat up, Luca Marini probably stick with him. You know, Johan Zarco, yeah, he probably wanted him in the satellite, yada yada. Well, Jorge Martin didn't read that script, did he? He dropped his bombshell before Aprilia All-Stars last weekend. That wasn't an awkward time at Misano, was it, last weekend?
Yeah, I've seen some pictures and it just looked strained, didn't it? It was like Jorge Martin was having a conversation with Paolo Bonora. I thought, you know what, it's tough. After you make your statement, I've released myself from a contract, and then you have to go off TR duties for your manufacturer. Yeah, timing was not on Martin's side.
He had to have like an elastoplast around the back of his head to keep his smile open like that, because it just looked painted on.
Do you know, I looked at a lot of the images and I thought, surely it'd have been better for him not to go and just come out with an excuse to say he's seen a specialist. But it's such a big event for Aprilia.
Yeah. And look, he wants to heal the wounds. He wants to come back and ride for the rest of the season. He actually wants to give it another go. But you know, whether Aprilia give him that chance, I saw that Paolo Bonora had made some comments earlier today down in the pits that, look, we want to be able to work with Jorge, heal the wounds, hands across the ocean, perhaps from Aprilia. Let's see what happens. But there's no doubt about it. What it has done is got tongue wagging across the board, because, you know, there's talk about every single manufacturer has something going on, don't they? Yeah. All of them have got things on in the background, whether it be the GP25 for Ducati, whether it be Pedro Costa wanting to go there, whether it's KTM's ownership, whether it's Yamaha's V4, whether it's Honda situation with the factory bikes. Aprilia,
Martin potentially coming into
Martin and all
Honda.
that, and you know,
Costa could potentially be going to Honda.
or Johan Zarco, or you know, all these. Everyone now has something.
Yeah, you're so right. Well, we thought it was going to be. Well, we'll talk about the racing, but there'll be no other big chat about rider movements. But it's
even the top rack thing, which I think is brilliant for MotoGP if he were to come. None of it's been confirmed, but the rumour is that it'll go to Pramac Yamaha, and they actually today, Gino Borsoya said, yeah, Yamaha have spoken to Top Rack about
that came out of nowhere.
I think it'd be brilliant, but again, that's another level, isn't it, on top of things throwing into the mix.
And I was thinking about that. Surprised he's come a year earlier, and he said he only wanted to be in a factory team. Look, if they've given him a chance to sign for Pramac, it's a Yamaha, sign a Yamaha contract. You have a year in Pramac. You look who's in the factory team now. Rins is struggling. You can't imagine Rins getting another deal at the end of next year. You just can't. I mean, age-wise as well, everything's working against him. So then you're in the absolute perfect position to slot into the factory team with the rule change, with the Pirelli tyres. Boom.
Well, the one thing for Top Rack, from his point of view, is you see Augusto Fernandez out there as a wild card here this weekend for Yamaha, and actually went well earlier today. Was 1.6 seconds off, down in 15th place. But what, for Top Rack's point of view, is there's tracks to learn.
Yeah,
he's not been riding a lot of these racetracks throughout his career, so it just gives you that chance to settle in for a year, zero pressure, no one's expecting anything, and then suddenly you'll have the bonus of a tyre that you are fully familiar with.
A lot of tracks as well, Michael, when you think about it.
Yeah, when you think the 22-round calendar now, Top Rack did run in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, so a few of the circuits that remain he will have learned. But you think of the flyaway events, he's been to Indonesia, he won't have done Malaysia, I don't think. He may have been there at some point. Obviously, he raced the Asian Talent Cup, didn't he? I'm trying to remember if he did.
A long time, I think, a long time ago, though.
Yeah,
well, we're talking over 10 years ago, aren't we?
But yeah.
Oh, that was a
Big
moment.
snap from Mark.
Sorry.
Alex, yeah.
Through the final couple of corners there for Alex Marquez. He goes to the top with a 1:48.5.
So, just to confirm, this is what happened 3 hours ago. And we got the news that Top Rack Razgaliolu, Yamaha, so this is just after we came off air from this morning's show. Yamaha have confirmed that they have a contract in place for next year. So, it's quite... Yamaha have had some contact with Top Rack about next year, and there may be a contract on the line. So Top Rack Razgaliolu may move BMW in the World Superbikes over to a Yamaha bike. Now, is that Prima Pramac or is that factory Yamaha? Presumably to replace Alex Rins, who's had an injury this year, but we know has been nowhere near that of Fabio Carrara's. Bagnaia has done a 1:47.843 to go top Vinales, Mia. Alex Marquez bashing in Morbidelli, Acosta. Now we've got Marc Marquez, Aldeguer and Di Antonio jumping through that mix as well. So the top 10 that are highlighted for you on your screen to go through to the next session. Still finding some time. But yeah, right, get back to the... This is Alex Marquez quickly at the last corner that Neil spotted. Mid-corner, elbow down. And the front. Does it dip away from you on entry? He was a little jump, yeah. Front starts to curve upwards like he's going to go for a high side. Corrects it, but can't bring it back too low. So he's turning into the left. The tyre starts to go up to the right. Corrects it, almost counter slides the rear, and it's just a little bit of a wobble. And that, we're watching that at 25,000 frames per second. In reality, it would have been like, whoa, like we saw on the television, just a little straight. Okay, so Prima Pramac, Yamaha team director, confirmed that contact with World Superbike reigning champion, saying that rumours are rumours. Of course, Yamaha have had some contact with Top Rack. They are discussing. We are talking about next season, but we also need to think about our riders. Our riders have shown great potential at the moment. We have to understand if we want to keep the same lineup as this season. But as always, we're in discussion. Now, Top Rack has raced MotoGP machinery. He did the test at Jerez in 2023. Finished in World Superbike that year, though. Then last year got 13 in a row. Borsoli said, it depends on the agreement. We have 2 different agreements with our riders. We need to study deeper and talk with the managers about the future. We are still thinking about the lineup next year. I don't want to add anything more. As I said before, rumours are rumours. No contract has been signed already with Top Rack. We have just opened a window for discussions between here and summer. We need to understand where our riders are, and we need to take a decision. That's it. So we did the El Turco did the Red Bulls Rookie Cup, and he did do Moto 2 in 2011. His manager did that, going back forward there as well. So that's just breaking news I've come through. So Top Back might be coming with Yamaha. Let's get the floors of the boys.
The thing that Michelin was saying, what's Aldeguer running in terms of his front tyre there? Now I wondered if you gone with the hard. They were just saying, watch out through your turn 2s and 3s. Even in these temperatures with the hard front, you still have to activate it. It's got a modified casing here this weekend. It does mean if you early on in the laps, the sequence in there from turn 15 round to turn 1, long time where you're not on the right hand side of the tyre.
It sort of sounds crazy with these temperatures, but it can affect the grip levels.
How many crashes have we seen in turn 2?
Loads.
It's not exactly cold here, is it?
No, not at all. Well, it's been better in recent years. I mean, remember the Bridgestone era? That was like, it looked painful. Well, it was, but it looked so difficult for the riders.
Bezzecchi up into second place. This is a track where
all of a sudden it's really tight at the top.
Yeah.
Bear in mind this morning, Mark had got 0.9 of a second over the field, and as it stands, we've got 0.9 covering the top 15.
He's running medium tyre front and rear, as are the majority of the field at the moment. Mir didn't have a bad morning. He ran wide on a couple of occasions. 7th quickest. He was top Honda earlier today, and the talk is his seat might be under pressure. I know he's got a 2-year deal to the end of next year, but in terms of the moving people around, there's talk of that as well, isn't there?
Yeah, the factory seat is open, you would imagine, to, well, Johan Zarco. We know Lucio Cecchinello wants to keep Zarco in his fold, but that is a factory ride, essentially, in a private team. Could they move Mir aside into LCR, promote Zarco? Could it be that, actually, you suggested it this morning, they let both the riders in the factory garage get moved across to LCR? You just don't know what the bosses are thinking.
The fact is Marini's out of contract at the end of the year, which is where you think, okay, yeah, it's less of a sticking point there, is it? And I have the feel for Luca Marini. He's the only MotoGP rider, Neil, that has not crashed this year.
Yeah, finished. Oh, he crashed at all.
Not once has he crashed in MotoGP this year. Only rider not to have crashed this year. He goes for a test at Suzuka.
Yeah, that's...
And he's punctured a lung, dislocated hip.
Oh, I forgot about his hip.
He's had a lot happen.
Sternum. But, like...
You're not saying that, are you?
No,
So that's... when I heard it straight away, I'm like, well, obviously he's not flying back. He's still in... I think he's been moved to Tokyo now. He was in Suzuka. But, you know, if he can come back this week, he's going to be laid up a while.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be laid up. And timing's everything for what a horrible time to pick up an injury where he'd a chance to prove himself, but
that is always the risk.
That's the risk it takes.
Changing tyres, changing bike. He's on Bridgestones on a super bike. Obviously, it's a big part of HRC's season. The Suzuki are one of the priorities for Honda, for the Japanese, and unfortunately for Luca, it's a good stat though. No crashes all season.
I didn't realise that.
On a bike that has been crashed a lot when you look at his teammate, Joan Mir. It's got a lot more feeling this year, providing the riders with feedback, but that's a shame for Luca, obviously.
None for him, right? And 10 for
Mir.
Wow. No, sorry, 9. It's 10 for Morbidelli, and it's 9 for Mir.
Here's one thing then. I'm going to say a strange thing. Shock. So, Marini, 0 crashes. Get ready for what I'm going to say. This is a drum roller. That's not enough. Like, you have to crash more than 0. You have to. Otherwise, the team will be like, what? We expect you to push to the absolute limit. If you don't... And I know it sounds weird. You're going to think, I can't believe you're saying that.
No, but I also know, because I know what you're going to say.
And 9 crashes is too much.
Exactly.
It's like somewhere in between.
I think you said it earlier this morning in practice. I want Mir and Marini, you want the best of both.
Yeah. I want that articulate, sort of intelligent, good test rider with that fiery, I'm going to just ride the absolute wheels off this bike. And that in between riders is hardcore.
You know what we're seeing here with Marc Marquez?
He's not bothered that his teammates behind him.
But he's also just built into it.
Yeah, he's built into it, but also...
He's just took his time, hasn't he?
Yeah.
You know, we've been talking about how first 4 laps is his weak point. Weak point. We're laughing at each other because we're talking about the man who's 24 points clear of Alex Marquez and 72 clear of Pecco in 3rd.
It's quite a surprise, really.
He's gone top now, 147.3.
Yeah, Mark tops the board at the moment. So we've got Marc Marquez for Marco Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez, Pecco Bagnaia, Maverick Vinales, Pedro Costa, Jack Miller, Fermin Aldeguer, Brad Binder and Fabio Di Gianantonio. That is your top 10 and your ones automatically through to Q2 after the opening 15 minutes of this 1-hour practice session here at Motorland Aragon. Don't forget, we've also got the test on Monday. We're covering that here on JB Motorsports as well with the timings. We'll be on JB Motorsports 2 for that one. Mia 11th, Quartararo 12th, Rins 13th. Rins, a bit of an improvement there, 148.369 on tap with Fabio Quartararo by 53 thousandths of a second. There's Ayagura, missing out this event due to injury at the British Grand Prix. And now we've got to Maverick Vinales running in 5th position on the KTM. Let's see where he can go as well. We're halfway, 1/4 in to this race.
Technical check at the track yesterday. They say it's progressing well.
This is Ayagura.
Had surgery. It was the top of his tibia that he's cracked, just under the knee. Had surgery on it to try and get it together. They say it's a hairline fracture, but it isn't ready to come back. Not quite knitted properly. Right decision. You know what? Do you guys agree with me that I feel like in years gone by, whether it be Jorge Martin, whether it be Oliveira, whether it be Ogura, the riders aren't being rushed back as much?
No, you're right. I think a bit of that is now, it's so difficult, MotoGP. There are not obvious replacement riders. So you're better off looking after your asset and keeping him off the bike so he heals properly, so he can come back and get you results. There's no point in having an injured rider and prolonging that injury and you're doing nothing, riding round, because it's so fast, it's so close at the top. If you come back and you're injured, you're going to be battling for last, so there's no point. So just make sure you can heal up and come back and be ready to attack.
So Fabio Quartararo wasn't the most effusive about this circuit, but has taken 3 pole positions in a row.
I don't think it's going to be 4. It's a track that's, for whatever reason, I don't know why, it's not worked for him in the past. Had a horrible injury here, if you remember that, with that first lap crash with Marc Marquez.
Yeah.
Coming out of turn 3, where he lost the rear, didn't he? Mark ran into the back of him. It was messy.
Sort of felt like that was one of the turning points, wasn't it? Here is Quartararo down towards turn 1.
Really giving it hell,
Test
isn't
here after the weekend. Yamaha say they won't be bringing the V4, but they will be bringing new engines.
Sounds like Augusto's got 2 specs to test on track here during the race weekend as well.
I'm presuming that whatever he's testing now is what then Fabio and the rest will
try on Monday.
That's so good, isn't it, to be able to do that, to test those 2 engines in race scenarios, race situations, out on track with other bikes, see what's the slipstream feel or the power feels like down the straight, acceleration against the bikes. You've got so much quality information, and that gives Fernandez's feedback, makes it so much more accurate. Then it's like, right, that engine's a 1. That's what you want to test.
He's fast as well. 16th at the moment in this session, 1.3 down ahead of Bastianini. Raul Fernandez.
Oh, Fabio trying one-handed
this year. That's it.
Yeah, he's turned up in a few.
Is he really? Like, what a season he's having. Enea Bastianini. Think of some of them racers last year. Think of Misano. That last lap battle with Jorge Martin, where he duffed him up into turn 5. Incredible. And just is not gelled at all. He's currently 1.5 seconds off, and that's sort of where he's been all season. It's incredible, isn't it?
Could he be looking a way out of Tech 3?
Oh, now.
I haven't heard that, remember? I'm just thinking.
Let's start it.
Well, no, the talk is Aprilia, isn't there? That there might be a possibility of him. At the time, I remember thinking, because you remember it was sort of an availability, and he decided to go the KTM route. And
Yeah.
he hadn't already chosen to go. I think Bsky hadn't chosen to go the Aprilia route, and he knew he was already out before Martin and Marquez had to make their decisions. So yeah, it was interesting.
Change of management as well for Enea.
Has he got rid of Carlo?
Fernat, I believe, yeah, they've separated. I'm not sure who's taking care of him now, but yeah, it could be an interesting one for Enea if the Aprilia seat is open and they fancy giving him a shot on it, because he's a bit not quite a Maverick Vinales enigma, but sometimes it takes a little while to get him comfortable, get him happy, and when he's there, he's exceptional. So yeah, at the moment, it's not happening for him at KTM.
Yeah, when he's in that sweet spot window, he is just a pleasure to watch. Super talented, gets the most out of the package, but he has to have that bike in that working window, which he's not been able to achieve that at all with the KTM. Not helped by his teammate being so impressive, turning into, as we say that, Maverick Vinales sat in third and Bastianini 17th.
Sadly so, yeah.
Good to see, Bsky up in second again. Looked strong this morning, but keeping a bit of momentum after the victory at Silverstone. And look at this circuit, don't have it down as one of Aprilia's strong tracks. So yeah, a little bit of consistency across the board for Marco Bsky. Won't go unnoticed for Jorge Martin. Sat at home just seeing if Aprilia are fixing those little chinks in their armour.
Yeah, it's encouraging.
Especially this track, the track that's got a little bit of everything. If your bike works around here, like in Malaysia, if your bike works at Malaysia, you've got basically the base setting of that bike works.
Haven't seen too much of Miguel Oliveira, have we, in recent times? He's down in 19th.
I know it sounds harsh what I'm going to say, but you feel like Chantra doesn't really deserve another year. He's not been in the mix at any point. In fact, the first round in Thailand, he wasn't that far off. He probably
yeah, but I mean, I'm only going to be the devil's advocate. His arm pump surgery that he had, he only came back last round after arm pump surgery, missed out in France, and then came back for the first time since that. But you're right, you're absolutely right.
Just it's not as close as it is as we stand at the moment in a championship. And
I agree.
we understand why. Do you know, I was looking at the riders' results. Riders' performances at this track, and his best result here has been a 6th place in Moto 2. And as I read that, I thought, yeah, no wonder he's struggling in MotoGP. Really, we understand why he got the ride, and sometimes it can work out for a rider.
Hey, he's not bad Moto2 rider. He's a Grand Prix winner and podium finisher. But we all knew, but you understand, and we said it before. The championship has to broaden its horizons. We talk about it with Top Racket, it does. It hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. Whether they'll continue with the experiment next year, we'll just have to see.
Wait to say, yeah.
The politics of it, though, do Idemitsu demand an Asian rider?
I don't know, do they?
I don't know. Obviously, two separate
Obviously
sponsors.
they prefer it.
Yeah, you would imagine they would. They were happy with the Japanese rider for a lot of years. Now having a Thai rider, it's probably good for them in the Asian markets. But is it better to have let's say a Luca Marini or whoever ends up in the satellite Honda squad?
I don't know. I think it depends. We're not going to have a Thai Grand Prix by the sounds of things next year.
Really?
No, that's a disappointment.
Yeah, the talk was that they're putting all their efforts, all the eggs in the Formula One basket, and we might not get one in Thailand next year.
I've not heard that.
Yeah, when we were there, do you not remember when we were there opening round of the championship? How
I'll be happy about that.
About not going back to Buriram.
Yeah, just have a year off on Buriram.
It's a long way to go.
It's yeah.
Popular though, the Asian market, popular in Thailand. But anyway, we'll see what happens on that front. But again, it's one of these national heroes or everything. We know it only too well as Brits, don't we?
Yeah.
come see, come sa.
I'm just thinking in terms of having the sponsor like Idemitsu, they want an Asian rider on their bike. Tranmere needs a turnaround in fortunes. I don't think his pace is that far away. I think his luck has just deserted him a little bit here and there. He was caught up in France, unfortunately for him. Another one in Silverstone that just 10th place for him there when Johan Zarco's then up onto the podium. Questions are going to be asked, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Alberto Puig will not suffer fools gladly, and all do Honda in the factory. Currently running 11th. Santi's still plugging away behind the scenes there at Honda.
Working hard.
Well, hard they working.
And things are moving on, and the talk is about Honda and, you know, perhaps having a look at Jorge Martin, perhaps having a look at Pedro Acosta. Who can blame them? And who knows what's going to come out of the box for 2027?
Well, with the way this bike's improved, and with the people that they have employed, you know, Romano Albeziano from Aprilia, you know, like a proper, I'm going to call him a guru, he's sort of GGS level. They've got things in place, haven't they, at Honda, as they have at Yamaha. We always said we've criticised Yamaha, we've pointed the finger at the Japanese manufacturers over the past 3 seasons, but we have always said, oh, they'll come back, they will not take this line down.
2027 is the perfect chance, isn't it?
It
to
really
get
is.
all your ducks in a row.
And it's hard to call it. No one can say what is going to happen. Everyone can have a guess.
Maybe ducks in a row isn't the right thing when we're thinking what the Ducati might be. You don't want all the dukes at the start, do you? At the front.
Tell you what's worrying, talking about Ducati for World Superbikes, you look at the recent Superbike tests, and you've got Pirro there testing the new the Panigale V4 back in, and it's that you look at it now, and that's got ground effect fairing on it and all that lot. You just don't. Essentially, then what happens is then every manufacturer in World Superbikes has got to go down that road, and then
it gets messy.
But you can't blame Ducati. It's not their fault that they've got money into developing and putting their knowledge and experience down into their Superbike project. You can't blame them for that, but then they've already got the best bike on the grid, it looks like, doesn't it?
So Miguel Oliveira improves, as Jack Miller did just previously. Miller up to 6th, Oliveira up to 12th. Morbidelli just went into 13th place. It's Marc Marquez leading from Bezzecchi on the Aprilia. Maverick Vinales 3rd quickest. Alex Marquez 4th. Pecco Bagnaia in 5th place. And Alex Rins now up into 12th. In fact, Fabio Quartararo of the regular riders is the last.
Just had a message from one of my spies down in pit lane. It said, FYI, they're just having some problems with Fabio's ride height device again. They're messing around with the tail, trying to get it working. Thank you, David Emmett. Oh no, I've done it. That's Gav's father, by the way. It's another well-respected journalist.
Jose makes get about, you know.
Founder member of the Paddock Pass podcast. Co-owner, CEO.
All of Steve English and Adam Wheeler and all the rest of them will have something to say about that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
No, David told me he's a CEO.
Sounds about right. So Jack Miller's gone up into 5th place now. He's running the soft rear tyre. As I said at the start of the session, in his pre-match blurb, Piero Taramasso reckoned that soft could be, if you could look after it, could run race distance. Not if you're running this kind of pace, obviously. You're going to have to dose it out.
Did he say the soft offers more grip, less stability, and where the medium is less grip, more stability?
Absolutely.
We used to love Piero Taramassa's when he's
mainly when there's 3 tyres, basically.
Yeah, but it was always like the exact same thing. Don't tell me the soft tyre offers a bit more grip, but won't last as long, and the medium offers a bit less grip, but will last the full distance.
On board with Fabio Quartararo. They get the rear right height sorted. Oh, your heart bled for him, didn't it? Last time out.
It was done. He'd won it, hasn't he? Really?
Oh my word!
Just at the moment where you'd expect the rear to start. Well, do they actually get to put the rear right height down now? I don't think they do they?
Right at the final turn, I don't think they do, actually. It is a short run, the home straight.
Fabio didn't crash a lot as well. He's another one with a lot of feeling. Also been down twice.
4 times this year. 1 more than wins.
That's your sweet spot there, isn't it?
Sweet spot, I'm happy with that.
So you're going around the scorecards. Luca, need to try harder.
What are you doing? You're not crashing enough. You what?
Fabio, yeah, you're about right.
You are the parts manager's best friend.
Yeah. Would you agree with me though on it, Mike?
Yeah,
I know it's
100%, yeah.
Without sounding like I'm being really harsh.
I think if you're not crashing, you're not trying hard enough. Obviously, there are anomalies like a top-ranked Razgatlioglu who has an innate feel for his front tyre and doesn't have that many issues where it does let go on him. He can take it to the limit. But then you've got Marc Marquez, who's very similar, but actually in his heyday as a Honda rider, liked to throw it away 26 times a season. But he was
29 in 2023.
Was it? Wow.
But more and more and more.
He's
So what it was?
He's 14 in 2019, which was one of the highest.
29 in 2023. That was his last year on the Honda, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, he did 5 in a weekend.
Yeah, 24 last year.
Yeah. 24 last year's not bad goal.
Do you remember
Ducati?
that Saxon ring? I will never forget that weekend.
When he was stood on the barriers.
In morning warm, after the morning warm up.
Thinking.
It was 6 crashes that weekend.
Yeah,
Do you know what? I wanted to go around and I wanted
take the key out the bike and put it in your pocket.
I wanted to kidnap him. And it sounds bizarre. I wanted to just save him from himself. It was horrible to watch.
Stop.
It was, yeah. It was awful.
That was where the decision was made, you feel.
That was done.
There was acid and there, wasn't there? But it felt like
the decision was made.
Even I remember Jerez crashing into the fast left, was it turn 6? And just seeing
turn 7.
You turn 7, sorry, yeah, that entry, and seeing him reach the barrier and walk away, and that was the start of the lack of belief in Honda, and it just went downwards really quickly into that summer break.
On board we go with Frankie, who's been...
Yeah, and while we do that, let's do a quick time check with half an hour to go. Morbidelli runs wide at the last corner and breaks himself, similar to what we saw this morning. So time check then. Marc Marquez, fastest, 147.212. And before anybody yells at me, yes, I'm getting that up now on the monitor. There you go. So you can see all of the information for you back at home. I need to fix that actually. But basics, you can see the running order. So it's Marc Marquez, 147.212. Marco Bezzecchi, 147.642. Maverick Vinales third. Pecco Bagnaia just jumped up to fourth for his best lap time. Ferdinand Daguerre fifth. Alex Marquez sixth. Pedro Acosta is seventh. Jack Miller eighth. Franco Morbidelli ninth. And Juan Mir rounds out your top 10. As we just take a look at what happened to Morbidelli coming into the last corner. Just on entry, the front dipped away from him. He's a left-hander downhill. Front dipped, so he immediately sat the bike up. A little bit of wheel spin from the back of the bike as well, actually, on the rear tyre. You could see. It was just an acceleration. It's just an entry. As soon as you pull the throttle, it just dips away from you at the back. Brad Binder's 11th, Fabio Di Antonio 12th, Alex Rins is 13th, 14th, Fernando Bassini 15th, Miguel Oliveira 16th, Fabio Quartararo 17th, Johan Zarco 18th, Raul Fernandez 19th, Augusto Fernandez 20th, Lorenzo Salvadori. Solcat Chantra's gone into 21st, and Augusto Fernandez just improved up into 14th place on that last lap time by as well. So there's been some improvements out there. Send it back to TNT.
That means it's expensive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the bike's gone. Yeah, that's what happened to Morbidelli. Bike's gone. There's blue smoke coming out the back of it, and he's back in the pits.
Yeah, with that incident at Silverstone, obviously we don't know what was said. We saw the pictures. What we saw was Aleix Espargaro, was it lap 1, crashed, lost the front into the Vale chicane and wiped out his mate. Obviously I'm joking. Frankie Morbidelli. They don't get on. They've not got on for years. And then you could see them having words on their way back into pit lane.
He has got a crack in his ankle, hasn't he, Frankie?
Yeah.
He rode with, the race with. Brilliant ride in the end, battling with Mark, and then, yeah, racing with it this weekend. Fabio Quartararo every time through turn 1.
Can't get it stopped. No, can it?
Ready to punch the lights out of his M1.
He was just considering giving his dashing uppercut there, wasn't he? And he just thought better of it.
Well, it's, I mean,
About
it's
3 times we've seen it now.
What's annoying is that he's 17th fastest. The man who has been on pole position for the last 3 weekends.
So go on then. We talk about this bike. Well, you know, the old thing was not turning you know, as he would necessarily have liked. He seems to have had it sorted. So what do we reckon's different about Aragon?
Doesn't like the track.
Doesn't like it.
Unfortunately, it can be a case of a track that doesn't click for you, no matter what settings they throw at it. Alex Rins was up in the top 4, was it, this morning in the practice session? Jack Miller's looking good. Augusto Fernandez is strong. So Fabio is the anomaly at the moment. He'll find a way to get it up into the top 5, I'm pretty confident, but he's not going to be the pole hound he's been over the last 3 GPs.
Even then, through turn 1, just didn't look right. Soft rear tyre in. As he heads up through the fast kink of turn 6. Tightens for 7. Flattens out over the top of the hill here. And over a crest, down it plunges towards the corkscrew.
It's
again?
Yeah, by a mile. The problem is when you miss that, then the next part of that section's so tight, so you lose all your drive out of the
Always.
It's not happening at all, is it? It's weird. I don't know if he might be on getting close to mileage on a tyre as well, like he's not a lot of grip.
He's sat high or something, I don't know, something about it just doesn't look quite right.
Graphics saying he's out there with a new soft rear on, but yeah. Oh, no, sorry, that's Zarco looking at. Oh, no,
you're right,
I'm
you're right.
Sorry, with his Quartararo.
Used medium front, new soft rear tyre. Zarco's used that to go 11th. Go again here as he pulled out back down pit lane. Well, the rear ride-out device is working. Sat down there. It has popped up on this occasion.
Pedro's on a good lap. Marquez has currently got half a second on the field. He's sort of built that throughout this session.
On the medium tyre all the way through that speed.
Yeah. And his fastest laps were in the last laps. Done about 15 laps on that tyre.
This is interesting for Pedro. Hard front, medium rear. New, both of them.
Oh. That looked sketchy then.
Pedro Costa up into 2nd place. And there we are, frustration for Fabio Quartararo.
Well, in the last 15 minutes that we really get the go point in this session when everyone comes back out on the track to do their quali laps.
Sylvain Guintoli and his BMW team fastest in Q1.
At Spa.
Over at the qualifying for Spa.
Good.
Q2 coming up later on this afternoon. You can watch the coverage starting Saturday 11 AM on TNT Sports 4 and Discovery Plus. That's of course the second round of the FIM Endurance World Championship over in Belgium. That's why there's no Sylvain here this weekend.
Let's hope the weather's better than round 1 in Le Mans.
Or last year, I think it was in Spa, wasn't it? Back then as well, yeah. Yeah, I hope so for everyone concerned then, because that is one track through Eau Rouge, and I really wouldn't fancy that one when it's sketchy.
It's one of the few tracks I've not had the pleasure of racing round or riding round even, so I would love to. I believe it's one of the best. Patient says everybody. It's one of those places. So it's not like, I mean, I've not seen this animated for a while. Do you know why? And it's sort of refreshing to see, because the belief has come back. He now expects to be up there. We'd lost the flair of Fabio. If you think about it, we've lost him for 18 months, really, where
He'd accepted defeat.
Well, resignation.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the bike, and it's nothing I can do. And now he expects it to be better, and we're obviously trying some things, but nothing's working.
New spec, is that more of the current spec for Chantra with the Honda?
Definitely.
Looks
Look at the back of the bike.
It looks a lot more like what you'd expect to see, but he's been getting back down to that.
Yeah. Perhaps some parts that are in Luca Marini's garage have filtered down to the tyre rider. Obviously, it does happen when you get a rider sitting out for a weekend. There are a few parts that need to be tested, and they may utilise some Kiat's experience.
Certainly the rear of the bike looked more up to date. See, he had that weird bulbous sort of, looked like a bigger mass damper that we saw Honda test at the start of the year.
It was from Sepang, wasn't it?
Exactly.
Right,
And Chantra got stuck with it, didn't he?
So Mear's gone with the medium front and the soft rear tyre, and he's in touch here. He's currently in 10th place, Mir. The majority of the field are back in the pits. Only Mir, Di Gianantonio and Viñales currently out on the racetrack with just over 20 minutes remaining. If you are just joining us, we've had a fairly steady session. Marc Marquez has pushed the pace on at the front. Times tighter than they were earlier today as Mir goes up into 7th spot. Main story really has been Quartararo's frustration with his motorcycle. On board with Maverick. Was back to playing football last night. Hadn't played this year and decided to have a go last night.
Took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say you played football with him last night.
Yeah.
I believe he's quite handy on the pitch as well. What position does Maverick play in, Gav?
He plays where he likes, sort of thing. He plays like a motorcycle racer.
Selfish.
Yeah. But
Don't pass.
No.
Does not pass. And baby lines, basically.
He's talented. He's a sportsman who can lend his hand to anything by the looks of things.
Yeah, I spoke to a few people in the paddock about the game. I heard you had a mare.
I had an absolute stinker. I'm not going to deny it. Rubbish.
Also give away a goal, I believe. All you had to do was pass it back, and you just decided to. Yeah. Who was it that tackled it?
Manuel Poggiali.
Manuel Poggiali, you name dropper, you.
Shouldered him off the ball and then gave it back to him. You know, just thought, hey.
I mean, there's
for harmony.
There's a weight advantage. Poggiali must weigh 60 kilos wet through.
He's written. He's got Manuel. He always has.
I know.
Nick still, works as a rider coach for the Ducati. Hervé Poncharo's been in the news over the last couple of days. Interview he gave, first of all, to Tom Beaujard, French journalist. It's been discussed at length, and then I know a couple of people spoke to him yesterday about the possibility of future investment in his team, Neil.
Sounds really interesting, doesn't it? What's it called?
Gunther Steiner.
That's it, yeah.
Former Haas team principal.
Absolutely.
In Formula One.
Would I be correct in saying that Haas have done better after he's left?
Yes. Yes. Not at all.
Not saying that he wasn't an asset to them.
They were a new team.
But obviously he'd be a massive asset to our paddock. And he's such a character, Gunther, if anyone's watched Drive to Survive. And obviously taking a keen interest in our sport and our paddock with the Liberty Media acquisition, we think, imminently about to happen.
It is any time now, isn't it? Yeah, that's when the cut-off date is. And everyone I speak to in the paddock has it as a done deal. Hervé's saying as much himself, but that what it's led to is people looking to invest. Who knows what the situation is with KTM, but he has a deal with KTM until the end of next year, but maybe they can't support in the way they have with sponsor before. Like obviously there's Red Bull on the side, so maybe he has to find money on that side. And are they outwardly saying, I've got to look after the situation here, and that's where possibility of further investment. I know you were talking about it earlier, this American consortium, Lewis Hamilton, there are a lot of people looking at getting involved, trying to get in at, shall we say, with the lift at ground level.
Yeah, I think everyone is well aware of what limited media were able to do for Formula One. Now, if they could do half of what they managed to achieve for Formula One, it'd be incredible for our sport, and it would potentially probably triple, quadruple the value of every team in this paddock. So it would make sense that some people are interested in getting involved.
Absolutely. And if it is a bit of fresh investment, again, as I say, things like the Top Rack thing are just good for the sport as a whole, and you want fresh investment, fresh eyes on things. I know they've appointed a new fan engagement marketing company, Two Circles, I think it was, in the week, especially looking at the US and UK markets, which is great news for us.
Definitely areas of, I mean, we know the turnout at Silverstone was very disappointing for everyone, so.
And it will go back to August next year. That has been announced. It will be that weekend in August. Was the date, 7th to the 9th in 2026. That's already been decided for anyone who didn't fit in with them. I expect anyone
a lot of people
who's in that situation is perhaps over at the TT currently.
Just watching it, Gav. Hutchie was in a podium place up there in the first lap and just had to retire there. I'm not sure what's going on.
Right. Okay. Sorry to hear that.
Oh.
Yes, that is Michael commentating, managing teams, leading the commentary. Anything else you've got this weekend?
No, not this weekend.
No.
Yeah, just the standard.
Just a standard 12 balls in the air.
That was his lap gone there for Aldeguer. He touched the green paint. There's a lot of track limits here. Outside of turn 1, outside of turn 2, outside of turn 3, outside of turn 5, and then turns 12 and 13 you've got on the outside. And out of the final corner was another one to keep an eye on. Just have a see here where Pecco Bagnaia goes. If you go just too much on the outside there, you see where the curve came back in. So while there are some Misano curbs around this racetrack, there are other parts where you haven't transgressed. Pecco Bagnaia
Just forcing it a little bit too aggressive on the change of direction there, and he sort of just tied it up in knots.
That was close to being a big one.
Side of the bike there, up through turn 3. Pecco isn't an aggressive overrider, is he?
No.
When he's quick, he's smooth.
He so is. That was him just forcing it a little bit, but that's what you do when you're not quite feeling it. How many times have I said to you, Gav, the weirdest part of our sport is when it's not quite happening, what you end up doing is trying harder and going slower, and you've got to take that step back and let it come to you and let it flow and be natural. That's how Bagnaia rides.
Meanwhile, while Bagnaia and Morbidelli not improving, Fernandez behind them is picking up a little bit of time. But look at Marc Marquez, his first lap on the soft tyre this afternoon, and he's found 2/10 in the first sector alone.
Was it the second sector where he seemed strongest this morning?
He's just found another 3/10.
All right, I had spotted that actually.
Well, that is through Marc Marquez corner. It ends between turn 11, between 10 and 12 there. This is into the final sector for Bagnaia, who has found time as this lap has gone on. But then look where Marc Marquez is. 8/10 between them effectively in lap times.
Yeah, Bagnaia's first sector was super scrappy though, so he'll know that.
Marquez down into turn 16, a slight twitch as he tipped it in. Bagnaia up to third, Morbidelli up into 6th place. Raul Fernandez goes 14th, whereas Marc Marquez comes to the line now and goes top by 3/4 of a second. His nearest rival is Brad Binder in second,
just away.
One behind. Shall we go home, check out? Is that possible? Is our hotel? We can cancel the hotel, can't we?
I mean, it's just incredible, isn't it?
Well, a 146.397 is 3/10 outside of the best pole position lap and 5/10 outside, half a second outside of his all-time lap record.
It's some lap, isn't it? Just incredible. It's just Bagnaia on his fastest lap at the end of it. I've seen him do that a bit as well.
Turn one, again, the look down as well.
Yeah. Whatever the feeling is, because we can't see it, can we? Because the bike's not doing anything bizarre. It's not, let's say, backing in too much.
Carola, his sister, seems resigned. Domizia looks anguished. His wife, and Gigi Dall'Igna nonplussed. Down in the Ducati garage as Johan Zarco goes fourth. Pedro Acosta up into second. Acosta's going to have something here this weekend by the looks of things.
Doesn't it?
Have you seen what they're trying to do? Because they all went to Austria, didn't they, in the week? Pedro, Brad, all of the KTM riders were over in Austria and making demands effectively to the factory. But Brad Binder's comments were, I'm excited by what's coming.
Oh, that's good.
The team was saying, actually,
hopefully,
we are bringing parts, we are bringing things.
Payments for his first 3 invoices he's put in.
Allegedly, he's saying that.
So I'm making that as a joke. That's not been said. I'm going to have to back that up.
No, I think you probably do. Yeah, need to back that up. But
that's positive.
They are pushing on. They are trying things.
Was that including
Turning was what they're on about.
Maverick and Enea, or just the factory?
Yeah, well, my understanding was all of them. Wasn't clear. I know definitely Brad and Pedro talked about it.
Yeah.
Quartararo up to 15th, 1.4 off. You know, behind Marc Marquez, it's really tight.
Yeah, it isn't it?
Between Morbidelli in 4th and Enea Bastianini in 17th, half a second.
It's close between all of them, yeah.
One's being cut adrift a bit. Oliveira 19th, Savadori 20th, obviously you'd expect, and Chantra 21st. This is not waking up for Somkiat. As Vinales comes, you'd expect him to go up, and he does, into 3rd place. Looks like the KTMs have got a little bit of something. 3 of them, as it stands, going through, but there's still 10 minutes remaining. Alex Marquez, can he, again, day one, I don't feel like I've seen much of Alex Marquez out on the racetrack.
No, I haven't shown him much, has it? It's a track he goes really well on anyway, but I think they should put it up to 2nd.
To the line, and he does go. Half a second behind his brother, 146.9. Looks like you've got one flying lap to have a really good go at it. Everyone appears to just sit up as soon as they've done their lap.
Yeah,
it's hard work around here.
Hard on the tyres, hard on the left side, lots of long corners where you accelerate. So
Mir up to 6th there, same time as Frankie Morbidelli. It's a good lap from Mir if he can hold on. Still think you're probably going to need to go again with 9 minutes remaining. Pecco Bagnaia definitely is. He's in 10th as it stands.
yeah, like that we saw, it wasn't a good lap for him. It was pretty scrappy. Yeah, in 10th.
Jack Miller's back down the pits. He's out of the 10 as things stand. In fact, no Yamahas in that 10 at the moment. Miller is
This
top
is that
Yamaha.
little moment. It basically spun up out of the first corner as he was then trying to pick the bike up and change direction, so that's why it sort of snapped. Let's listen to it.
Tommaso on the left, who does his data. Christian Gabrini at the back, his crew chief. Oh, look at the frustration here for Quartararo.
You look at the Yamahas, 14th, 15th, 16th and 18th. And 19th.
Those hand signals there.
It's not turning, it's pushing me forward. If we're I'm going to see another foot off. If we do, it's like, how many times have we seen it? Like, how many times have we seen it?
Doesn't look fun at the moment.
No, it don't.
For Quartararo out there.
Hard work.
Yeah, how frustrating though when you come off a Silverstone weekend where you pretty much had a win in the bag, bike work, pole was in the bag, and then you turn up here and it's just not clicking, it's not easy, and it's utterly frustrating the man at the moment. You can see it's evident in his gestures and his face, but hopefully they can turn it around for him here.
So Bagnaia down towards the last couple of corners, 16 and 17. When he comes across the line, he'll set off on his next flyer.
And that squad are hoping he can get a nice clean lap, get some feeling, give some good feedback, try and get that gap down from, well, it's 1.2 at the moment.
Just see what's next, yeah.
He needs to be looking at Alex Marquez if he can get sort of within half a second of his teammate. Would be respectable.
Better start to the lap on this occasion. The problem here is
Bit
we've got
of traffic he has here, which it just takes your eye through that part of the track. Hard not to just look at them a little bit.
Miller and Bastianini, both former teammates that he comes through on.
And he's going to get Aldeguer. Oh, thankfully he got out of the way nicely.
Yeah, did well.
Yeah, that's better, much better.
Definitely an improvement here for Bagnaia. Can he keep it rolling? Down through the corkscrew.
See what happens next.
Through 9, then turn 10, Marquez corner. As you start to light it up, attacking down. This is where the second split comes up. Does he get the edge of the curb? He's lost a few tenths in there.
5 minutes to go.
Doesn't.
It looks nervous.
Yeah.
It really does. But do you know what you feel like what's probably happened? They're having to try things because he's requesting that, and then you end up. It's really common. You end up going down a dead end, a cul-de-sac, and then you lose the sweet spot.
He's found time in that third sector. Actually picked up time in comparison to Marc Marquez.
So
Third sector works in the slower part of the racetrack.
so there looks a lot of transfer on the bike as well.
To the line from Bagnaia up to 5th. Is that going to be enough?
147.292.
No, going again.
So it'll be tight. I don't think that would be enough if he was to back out a bit. But will he have another lap left on those tyres?
Well, Fernandez also. It's that second split where Marc Marquez is killing them, it feels like, yeah. Through 9 and 10, isn't it? Actually, the majority of that second sector are right-handers through 6, 7, 8, tight of 9. So Ralph Fernandez down the back straight.
Bagnaia's had a good first split, much better again.
Marco Bezzecchi in front. As he comes to the line now, goes to 4th place, the winner of the British Grand Prix. Looks like he may well go through to Q2. Ralph Fernandez up to 9th. Flying solo at Trackhouse this weekend. Right, third split. This is where Bagnaia was actually making time.
Yeah, he's fast through there.
Yeah.
You're all right. He's going to need this lap, I think.
Everyone is out on the racetrack now. Final ones to join Zarco, Vinales and Acosta. As Pecco Bagnaia comes to the line, that's him done for this session. You feel 147.1 should be okay, but with Aldeguer in 10th on a 47.4 and everyone pretty much to go again, you wouldn't guarantee it. Here is Fermin Aldeguer. He has just improved into that 10th spot. Jack Miller went 12th, Bastianini 13th.
Oh, big switch for Quartararo.
That's Quartararo again, same part of the racetrack. Exactly the same spot. Feet off the foot peg to the game. It's not going to work.
On a good lap to that point.
Really good lap.
Getting through the first sector quick. But yeah, it just keeps losing the rear in opportune moments.
You can't accuse him of not trying, can you?
snapping on him, isn't it?
Again.
You wonder whether this is electronics. They've got the way they've got it dialed in. We know that in theory they've rolled it back, the electronics.
Yeah, they wanted to put it a little bit more in the rider's hand, but sometimes you go to a lower grip track and could be a little bit, you could be onto something there, Gav.
Alex Marquez up to second place again, or regains the ground, 0.2 behind his brother. Brad Binder third. Excellent from Binder.
Really good. And rare that we see Brad, I don't mean that being critical, but Brad struggles on a one-lap charge, isn't he, always?
Only been in Q2 once this year, Brad Binder.
Just to underline it. Mia third now.
Impressive from
Excellent
Mia.
if he could make it
Well,
through
they're very
there.
happy at Honda.
Round of applause. I think whoever clapped his hands there, one of his colleagues said, hang about, there's a way to go yet.
There is, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's several riders that are improving, as you can see on the red sector time deltas as well, just coming up through and through the order. Marc Marquez, he's safe enough, fastest third sector of anybody so far, but they are coming through thick and fast. Aldeguer stays 9th. Bastianini just misses out by going into 11th position. Pedro Costa goes 4th, 147 exactly. Salvadori 19th, 148, 123. Maverick Vinales jumps up into 3rd position as well. Zarco jumps up to 5th, so already that's kicked out. Yeah, it's kicked out Franco Morbidelli. Zarco and Mia dragging in those Hondas is what is really, really good news. Bad news is Fabio Quartararo down in 18th position. Does not look like he'll have a 4th pole position in a row. He might have to go through Q1 at this stage. He's not looking like he's on a better lap time either, with 25 seconds to go. Last lap time for D'Antonio. He's coming to the... Well, it's registering him in the pits now, but I've just seen him go past the start-finish straight, so I don't know why Digi's being referenced in the pit lane. He is not in the pit lane, and he's not taking the checker flag either. So that's an unusual timing delta glitch. I literally just saw in my own two eyes across the corner. Here's Franco Morbidelli, though, into the last corner now. Checkered flag is out. Who is going to be the running order for this one? The top 10 will automatically go through to Q2. That's the rule. Over the line. Morbidelli's 12th goes into 9th. That kicks out his teammate, D'Antonio. He's officially out of that one now. No time set for him in the first sector. Morbidelli's not improving. Alex Marquez stays in 2nd. Of course Morbidelli's not improving, he's just got 9th. Ralph Fernandez in 14th. Quartararo is out. Quartararo is 18th. And as Plug points out, all of the Yamahas will have to go through Q1. Fermin Aldeguer goes 8th. That kicks out Marco Bezzecchi, winner for the Silverstone race 2 weeks ago. Miller, 8/10 down, might find something as the flag comes out. Nope, stays 16th. Vinales stays 3rd. I don't see anybody else improving. You can see the sector times, the same as me up here in the commentary box. No one else improving. So, your top 10, Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez, Maverick Vinales, Juan Mir, Pedro Acosta, Johan Zarco, Brad Binder, Fermin Aldeguer, Pecco Bagnaia and Franco Morbidelli. Having to go through Q1 is Marco Bezzecchi, Fabio D'Antonio, Enea Bastianini, Ralph Fernandez, Alex Rins, Jack Miller, Augusto Fernandez, Fabio Quartararo, Lorenzo Salvadori, Miguel Oliveira and Somkat Chantra. Quartararo's unhappiness with that bike several times in that session, glitching him off down at turn 12, and unfortunately that's where it comes to at the moment. What a bad end.
You could see the frustration was evident, and it escalated and he couldn't really settle the ship.
In the end, Marc Marquez didn't even need to use another tyre, did he? I'm not sure whether he went out on one or whether he just kept the same tyre. I didn't see him pushing on at the end there at all. I think he knew it was done. And so that gives him, you know, just an extra little bit of an extra tyre there to use as and when required. Marc Marquez fastest by 2/10 from his brother Alex. And then it's tasty, isn't it? Behind, Maverick Vinales 3rd, Juan Mir 4th, identical lap times for the two Spaniards. Pedro Acosta 5th, Zarco 6th, so 2 Hondas through. Brad Binder, I am pleased to see that. He said he was, you know, looking at this weekend from a confident mindset. 7th for him. Aldeguer, Bagnaia, Morbidelli 8th, 9th, 10th.
More start to spin up again a little bit.
It looked like it.
Sounded, I think if we were on board with him, it sounded like it.
He's doing what we normally see from this man. Never see Bagnaia for a few spin-ups. And then they seem to dial it down for the race.
It's a short run, isn't it, down to
So short.
turn 1.
Oh, that's good.
There we are. Yeah, right height device-wise, turn 1 and all that sort of thing, isn't it? Getting that dialed in.
Yeah, a lot going on.
Was it you who had the theory about the launch, that they turn it right up rather than these practice starts to work out how much you can have?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Essentially, they're giving you more power. So you've too much. Oh, just like that. And then they can just wind it down, just dial it down a little bit. That's my theory.
That's good news, isn't it, for all of us? Maverick Vinales back in the mix.
Yeah.
Especially the fact that it's not just him. Acosta and Binder are there too.
Really good news. It's a long season, isn't it? We're only at round 8, so if at this point now KTM could get a little bit of direction, we've got that test coming on Monday.
Well, all the news has just been negative. All the spin this year, the media for KTM has been negativity. Yes, there was the bright spark of Maverick early on in the year, what happened in Qatar, then that got taken away from him. But in general, the news hasn't been great from Austria, and this just paints a good picture around a track where you need a bike that turns well.
Herbert's like a schoolboy motocross dad. He's there like doing a good third in that session. That's his passion, isn't it? I mean, Herbert's had a team in this paddock since early 80s or mid 80s, and it's like it's his first season.
Quite hear what Maverick said there in the back. As Pecco Bagnaia comes in, less jubilation down in that side of the Ducati garage.
Not a bad Friday for him overall, though. Securing a Q2 spot and showing a little bit of promise, but it is frustrating. You look at the timesheets and you see you're almost 8/10 off your teammate. I'm trying to paint a good picture here somehow. There's a silver lining in there.
When you started, then I've got glasses on, but I had to have another look at the time, and I thought, well, it's 0.8 off his teammate. I don't know. Maybe he's had better Fridays.
He's had better Fridays, you're right.
Worse. It could have been worse.
That's exactly what Michael's saying, isn't it?
Could have been worse, yeah. There we are, shaking the hand for Romano and for Alberto Puig, having seen Joan Mir go joint third. There is no doubting this man's pace. He is a MotoGP world champion. There's no doubting it. It's just the fact that there have been far, far too many crashes this year. Last year, a lot of that last year he put down to the bike, but already he has only scored points in 2 races, 9th in Argentina and 10th in the UK.
I can't live.
Did someone turn his microphone off? Not exactly.
You always feel that whenever you see the microphone, you just think he's going to... I don't know why that song came. It'd be more... Go on, give us an Italian song, Gav. I gotta do...
Oh my God. Seriously, who's in charge of his microphone? Please take it out of everybody's
Whoever made
ears
the
back
decision
home.
to allow me to commentate on every session, I've had too many coffees now by this point.
Bring in the coffees for him in the interim. Wow.
Well, there we go. What a day. Final look through the entire running order on your screen there as well. It really has been bizarre. Tomorrow, bright and early as well, we've got action from British Touring Cars at 8:55, and that's on the main channel. Here on JBMotorsports 2, live coverage of practice 2. Then we switch back over to the main JBMotorsports channel for qualifying and the TSO sprint. Then we also got NASCAR. Here on JBMotorsports 2, we've got the GB3 from Spa-Francorchamps as well. Oh, we're in Zandvoort. Well, one of the two. I think we're in Zandvoort, actually. for that one. But either way, I'll be taking you through all of the action as well coming up shortly. Weird day. Mark's still fastest. Let's hope we can keep it. Thanks for your company. We'll see you again tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye. It's time for free practice 2 ahead of the qualifying 40 minutes here for the Aragon Grand Prix, the 8th round of the 2025 MotoGP World Championship. Welcome to one of the best circuits on the calendar here in Spain. Green light and away we go. And I hope you like our new redesigned timing tower. We've moved to a browser source, which means hopefully you should see the information A, a lot more clearer, and B, there's a lot more data on the screen. We've managed to move it to you from yesterday. So we're just testing it out, see how it looks. It doesn't look that much different to you back at home, but for us it means our systems are quicker. It means that they're not going to freeze, and hopefully it also means that we are able to move things around a lot more simpler going forward as well for when I'm not in the commentary box. We're thinking about this reality in 2 weeks' time when I'm not here for Italy and Megan is in control of the booth. So it all looks good. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. 30 minutes to go then. Let's quickly head over to TN.
Like I said to Susie, it's not always as simple as, oh, we just increase the traction control. Don't get me wrong, they've got incredibly experienced people. There's a lot of people poring over that data. But it sometimes takes a couple of exits to get it perfect. So, yeah, it's tricky. And as you know, it's a 30-minute session. But this 30-minute session, generally, I've said this before, it feels like it goes in about 5 minutes for a rider. By the time you've done an out lap, you've done one flying lap, you're then thinking about the bike. You come in, let's say, to make a change. You look, and there's 7 minutes to go. That was tight.
It's been a bit tight there, wasn't it? And everyone was saying the same, though, yesterday about, you know, your understeer, that was KTM thing. That, in fact, all the KTM riders, 3 of them through to Q2 for the first time this year, they were saying felt much better, including Enea Bastianini. Yeah. He said he kicked out his front end, which he really doesn't like to do normally, but it helped him.
It gave him the feeling.
Get the feeling he wanted.
Yeah, good from Brad Binder to see him through to Q2 directly and having confidence with the soft tyre to push on. Thinks he can pull a little bit more out of it today. Enea Bastianini, he's been completely invisible pretty much until this point. So, yeah, it was good to see him up there in 13th in the afternoon session. And sometimes, obviously, what Enea liked previously is always the front tyre under him, whatever bike he's ridden, but right now the KTM's not quite working, so pushing it away. The KTM typically likes a harder front tyre, perhaps taking some load off it and making the medium front work, or softer front options that are available work for the KTM runners could prove beneficial.
I just feel like this is a really important session for everyone.
Yeah,
you know,
it really is.
To get a handle on things of where are we really. Marc Marquez is out front. There's no doubt. All the riders said it across the board. Marcus comments himself, well, I need to keep a lid on myself and keep myself calm, which was so funny to hear. But yeah, just sliding front and rear through his corner, through that part of the racetrack is where he's making all the time. But everyone else, Miguel Oliveira, all have things to try this morning.
Yeah, it's such an important session. But like I mentioned with Susie, we've come from a couple of really high grip tracks. When you ride around Le Mans, you can't believe how grippy it is. Silverstone's exactly the same. It's sort of confusing sometimes. You're at Silverstone and it's really cold, but the grip level's really, really high, especially on the rear, that you've got so much grip. You come here and you almost feel like your rear tyre's flat, or that you're out on an intermediate tyre and it's overheating. That's the sensation you get. So it just throws you off. The really, really good riders, thinking of your box, obviously, he can go out in the first practice session, as he did yesterday, and he's got that ability to float the bike, hasn't he? He can float the rear, he can float the front. Not many riders can do that. So, yeah, and it's taken them to today, this session, and they'll close the gap on Mark. That's what will happen. We've seen this so many times. But like you said, it really makes this session really important.
Yeah, I asked Alex about Mark yesterday about where is it particularly. He said it's through 8, 9 and 10. He said he's turning tighter than us, he's quicker than us, he's sliding the front and the rear. How he does it, I don't know, you'll have to ask him. But that's where he is making a difference. Here, right now, this part.
Yeah, he was like 3/10 up in this sector yesterday on everyone. And you can see from the onboard, he just can naturally turn left better. Neil's explained it a few times about just how he's comfortable there with his rear brake control, his feeling with his body down off the inside of the bike, how he gets connection with the front tyre, can let it float, drifts the rear tyre in the middle of the corner. It's so impressive to watch, and he makes it look easy.
You see it just through there, then he turned tighter than his brother, which then meant the next corner he opened that out so he could attack through there, and he just hey up. Thought he was going to have a little lunge on his brother into there. What I loved about this, behind Mark is Fermin Aldeguer. On the outlap, Fermin Aldeguer was 1 millimetre off Mark's tyre because he knew that gap was going to grow. So he thought, what? Oh, what? Made me feel slightly nauseous. I thought he's down.
It was one of those like long saves. I was thinking, hang about. It was obviously the gyroscope. Just
made me feel slightly nauseous.
That worked. I've been on a boat.
And look what's happened. Mark's just gone quickest, and look who's gone second fastest. Fermin Aldeguer.
Yeah, you feel like Mark was held up.
Yeah, but to Aldeguer.
This is where Alex is quick.
Yeah,
through this section.
Through a fast right-hander, who'd have thought it? It's funny because that's where Mark loses to his brother.
Yeah. On board, climbing up the hill all the time through 6. This little kink, and then tightens up for 7. This is a tricky corner, top of the hill.
Catches so many people out. Alex was wide there. I hope we stay on board now, because through this part it should stay the same. Again, Alex missed that by quite a way. But
he did on the previous lap.
Yeah, he did on the previous lap. And then you can see how Mark then closed in on him. But now almost. I wonder if Mark will have a go at passing him down into 12. Now. Thought he might get a good run through here and have a lunge down into 12.
Mark's got a new soft rear tyre in. Alex on an older one.
That ain't going to work for Mark.
No, going to have to ride through.
And this is part of what we talked about. This is Mark beating Mark. This is what could happen in a race situation. It's so good. Remember Aragon? How dominant he was. Fastest all weekend, won the sprint, no stress at all, and then didn't get the start in the main race. And next thing you know, all of a sudden it didn't look amazing, and then he's down. It was like,
you know what really riled me yesterday, Neil?
My singing.
With that was, I've had a few complaints actually about
that. Low point of the season.
A lot of cats yesterday joined in. No, it was that Marc Marquez, when he spoke to the media last night, said, you know what happens? You have a tendency when you're fast in certain parts of the racetrack to try and get even quicker in those sectors of the racetrack, and you try and push that a little bit more, and that's sort of what happened to me earlier in the season. I was like, did you tell me Neil Hodgson was
did they actually get
talking
one right?
sense?
It was right after all.
What? It really well been.
Hey, we know, don't we, Michael, though? That's exactly what a motorcycle racer does. You feel comfortable on certain parts of the track, and it's hard not to then push that a little bit harder in those areas, and that's exactly why Mark crashed in Jerez. We saw it, didn't we? It was clear to see. We've all been guilty of that, I think, Michael, haven't we? That's why I was aware of it.
Our director, Richard Commentary, I'm going to put it in his mouth so I don't get in trouble, says the stop clock is right twice a day. It is true. It's so true.
Are you not bullying him at me again?
So our new director for the rest of the day.
What does a director do anyways? Easy job, like them producers. Why is my microphone not working?
On board with Marco Bezzecchi. Again, so many people were like, oh, you know what? Actually, on a medium tyre and race pace, I'm okay as he makes the move on Digi.
Let's have a drag race down here. Let's see who's got the fastest bike.
Aprilia holding its own, but Ducati just eking a little bit in the graph. Yeah, I was down there with Aprilia last night. Had a good chat with Paolo Bonora, and he was saying basically with the medium, everything feels good. You put the soft in, all of a sudden it becomes twitchy in the braking zones. You get the extra bit of grip, and it upsets the bike. They miss the apex, so they're not able to utilise that extra little bit of traction available to execute a strong lap time. It's something they need to work on in general. But yeah, he said they were a little frustrated not to be directly through to Q2.
now Marc Marquez has just got a clear lap. He's gone top, and Pedro Costa is second. Pecco Bagnaia is third. You know, I'm thinking of Marc is the favourite, Alex is the favourite for second, but, well, even behind that, I don't know. I could point at Bagnaia, obviously, Acosta,
Mir,
Vinales,
yeah.
Quartararo. You know, I actually do think there's a Bezzecchi. There's a lot of contenders.
What did they say about the new aero? Did he tell you?
Yeah, he said.
This is Paolo Pinora.
Yeah. Well, he's team manager now, but he is a technical guy himself. He designed the whole Aprilia APX software back in the day for the Superbike. But he was saying the seat aero that they've added on, it provides a little bit of increased turning. He said a bit of stability on brakes. It does provide a bit of downforce, even though it's behind the rider. He said it is very effective and good through the fast corners. Yeah, so overall they've added new aero onto the back of the tail unit of the seat and then the side wings as well. So yeah, he said they've modified it quite a bit. I'm really happy with the performance from it. Even improved a little bit of grip as well. So,
incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder which manufacturer will be the first to follow.
Yeah, exactly.
Aprilia have been impressive, haven't they? If you really think about it. Obviously, Ducati stole the march, and then the last 12 months, really, Aprilia have, I think, been slightly ahead of the curve.
Innovation.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, with the aero.
Well, even things like ride-out devices, semi-automatic systems, everyone talking about who's got what and when, how it's working. See the strakes down the side. The side fairing, Fabiano Sterlachini down, who's moved across first from Ducati to KTM.
That's
and then across to Aprilia.
Giving him some feedback, wasn't it? Someone wrote on social media the other day, and I laughed out loud when I read it. They put, did they not? I thought they banned on the wings years ago. It was quite funny because they did, didn't they? Remember when? But that was like almost the wording, wasn't it? Of how the sort of shot with
to be closed.
Having closed off.
That's it.
And part of the body essentially.
Almost made it worse.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, what a case of the rules having unintended consequences.
Yeah.
Marc Marquez done a half-decent first sector, and he's only got his favourite sector now that he's about to go through, as Fabio Quartararo comes up to the line, still languishing. Jack Miller is up in 8th place for Yamaha. Again, looked all right on the medium tyre yesterday. Just trying to see, Quartararo is running the soft, as he'd expect, trying to get feeling for it. They all just said, particularly in the corner entry phase and then the exit of the corner, just the front was being pushed by the rear. And the electronics not matching.
So it'd be nice to see Pedro back in action.
On the podium here a year ago, in both the sprint and the main race.
Yeah, he's certainly a personality, a talent, someone we need at the front of the races.
Went over to Austria in the week, did Pedro Costa along with Brad Binder and co. To push on. Excuse me. To push on the factory to try and give everyone a little bit of a... Go on, let's get together, let's get on to this. He's been very vocal recently as Acosta. I mean, it really has been a PR nightmare, hasn't it, really? If you're the PR person down there, obviously everything going on behind the scenes, Acosta with some really, really strong comments. But almost comments where he's just saying it like it.
Yeah, and that is sort of Pedro's personality. Problem is, like for Pedro, he's contracted to the end of 2026. So he wants to. He's sick of waiting, isn't he? All of a sudden, you blink, and 5 years of your career has gone by, and it's the golden years for someone as talented as Pedro.
They don't want to be waiting around
for the rule change in 2027, and then let's say he jumps ship, and like we talked about it yesterday, who's going to build the best bike in 2027? Can anyone tell me? Because no one's got a clue. That's the reality. Of course, just stating the obvious, these will start as favourites, kind of start as favourites, but you don't know, do you? There's no one can say, oh no, definitely they'll just get it right. What, with the Pirelli tyres, different engine, different aero, no rear ride height device, it's huge changes.
Marc Marquez is now 0.6 quicker than anyone. He is on the soft rear tyre, but he is looking, he was very steady at the start. Sprint distance, again, 11 laps, he's done 8.
Again, the good news for everyone else is it takes Marc a few laps. It does. We saw it yesterday as well. Those first 3 laps, he's back in the pack. He's with his similar speed. Once he gets, it's almost like, once he gets that sensation from the front, and it takes him 3 laps, then he's got half a second plus in his pocket.
That soft tyre is looking more and more like it's raceable sprint. A couple of people, they were saying, is it raceable in the main race? Everyone was talking about the medium, they loved it, and it was, but if you can make the soft work.
Do what I've noticed, actually, that shot then, that's as comfortable as I've seen Marc in a right-hand corner. He looks off the bike more, lower, like he's, do you know, as we after post injury, like if you look at him,
it's here now.
Do you remember how uncomfortable he looked through rides?
Well, he still said he referred back to that, didn't he, at Silverstone? Said I've never been the same, and I won't be. So that's the injury. 16 laps.
16 laps.
Oh, it's close past what I'm thinking.
It's all on the exit.
And he's coming into pit lane.
Just about to go over the line, and it'd have been 0.7 quicker than anyone.
Still set a lap time coming into the pits there, quicker than Chantra and Savadori. But Marc Marquez looks like it's another one of those, Michael, we're going to say he's his own main rival.
Yeah, without a doubt, this weekend.
And he said it. He said it yesterday.
I do think it was clever to go and ride behind Alex and see those potential mistakes in the draft, and he got sucked into turn 12, and those things could catch him out. Whereas he's learned from this morning how the aero does provide the turbulence, and you can't get the braking onto, or the downforce onto the front tyre to stop the bike downhill into the bus stop section. So yeah, I think he's in control this weekend. He's ready for those attacks in the early laps, and just keeping his composure. He's got so much in his pocket over the rest of the field. So yeah, I agree completely. Marc Marquez is his own biggest rival here this weekend.
What could happen is if he doesn't get the start, if he doesn't have to ride behind riders for a few laps, we don't know about pressures and temperatures, and that changes the field. Marc makes his time by rushing the left-hand corners, carrying more corner speed, essentially taking more risk. All of a sudden, if your front tyre pressure goes up and it's hotter than you would expect, we know the temperatures this afternoon are going to be the hottest it's been all weekend. Let's say only compared it to yesterday. So I'm trying to create some sort of...
I can see you scrabbling for it. But it's right, though. We've seen it already. His favourite racetrack in the USA. Yes, he was dominant. Did he win?
No, he crashed out.
Jerez looked like... OK, I think Alex Marquez had something to take it to him, but he was there or thereabouts, wasn't he, in the race? He was quicker, definitely, than Bagnaia ahead of him. Did he win?
Little mass damper canister back on again this morning, so still vibrations an issue this weekend.
Yesterday, didn't we, a little bit? Those vibrations still there. Yeah, he's... Obviously, we've had now 2 quirky races in Le Mans and Silverstone. Did he win? No, he was lucky as well at Silverstone.
Wow,
so, you know, having started the season as we all were, and he's going to wipe the floor, he's won 3 out of 7. We've had 5 different winners in the last 5 races.
Yeah, the team not won 2 races.
Yeah, when they've won the previous 22.
Yeah. And if Fermin Aldeguer wins on Sunday, he will be the 2nd youngest ever winner by 1 day. Marc is 1 day older than what Marc was when he won his first race in 2013 in Austin.
Frankie Morbidelli riding with a broken bone in his foot. He's having a good look behind to make sure.
I was just thinking, what are you doing? Get off the racing line, but luckily there's no one behind him.
I think he's because he was fastest in the first sector. I'm just thinking he may have made a mistake. Run off. Here we go.
Nothing to see there. Oh, this is where he made a mistake. Turn 9.
Got KTM in his way.
I mean,
Was it Bastianini?
Come on.
See who it was.
come on. If you're a rider that spent is like got in more people's way than anyone else,
Maverick.
it's like, come on. What did we say, Gout, about football? What did we say? That was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
During lunch. Go on, say it.
No, we were talking about the propensity in this championship in particular to ask for a yellow card, to make it clear that someone else has done something to you and make sure you get it on camera, that sort of thing. Like you said, I've been caught out when other things going on. But it's just, other championships, you don't necessarily see it happening so much. Oh, someone's gone down in our headset. It sounds fast. Someone has had a big crash.
Oh.
It's Alex Marquez.
Alex Marquez has crashed and he's up and running away straight away. It's in the second sector. It's down at turn 7. So that's a fast one.
MS.
Yeah, it looks like the front's he's on a chopper.
Well, it sounded bad, didn't it?
Is he going to be on the brakes? Lead angle.
Downhill,
Straight
yeah.
away. Honestly, that sums this track up. Look at the amount of angle, and see, you've got so much angle, but you put a lot of force through that front end when you grab the brake. And he'll be annoyed if he's seen that his bike's a mess. He knows qualifying's coming up, and you're going to be on your number 2 bike. Getting that ready.
It's suddenly changed. Perhaps the day, perhaps the weekend.
Yeah, that's.
You also have a thing here, Neil, Michael. You don't want to qualify 3rd or 6th or 9th. Not that you've got much control over that,
No.
but it's another one that enters your thinking. Look, if I'm not going to be pole here,
I'm better off being
I'm better off being 4th.
Yeah. Rippier part of the track.
I mean, that can't enter your head, can it?
No.
You're just going out there and doing your
It's a factor.
fastest thing.
Good.
No
It was
further
nothing
action.
major. It was like, come on. Yeah, we've got a lot of Italian and Spanish riders, and like we were saying about football, if you watch, what's their leagues called? Because I don't watch it. What?
Serie A,
Yeah.
La Liga.
Exactly. There's lots of footballers standing up, waving like,
Imagine
give him a
yellow
card.
cards.
Yeah, give him a card. We don't want our sport to turn into that, and it's ever so slightly edging that way. But there's one thing I know: the man who gives out the punishment is Simon Crafer, and he will not be swayed. If there is a man who's got his opinion, and he will stick to it.
Does not suffer fools gladly.
Yes, that's the line.
Frankie Morbidelli's got up into 2nd place after that little contretemps, so he's the one chasing Marc Marquez. Mark is back out now on the medium rear tyre. Pretty much everyone else. Digi and Aldeguer on the mediums. Pretty much everyone else on the soft rear. No one going near the soft front. That has been discarded completely by everyone.
Yamaha are sort of struggling still. I mean, Jack Miller's 9th, but he's a 2nd off. Quartararo, the man who's had pole position at the last 3 rounds, is 13th and 1.1 seconds off.
And we've seen it in low grip tracks. That's where they struggle, though.
Exactly.
That's been the story. Positive sounding from Augusto Fernandez yesterday, who's got 2 different engine specs in. He's got a carbon fibre swing arm and all sorts, trying just different bits. He was really happy. He said the engines they brought, I couldn't feel any difference, but they tell me, the data people, that there was a difference in terms of acceleration, so that bodes well. And he said, I was pleased to be in and amongst the other Yamaha riders.
Yeah.
And it's got to be good for Yamaha. They've got someone testing for them who is on the pace.
On the pace, and he's not retired, has he?
He's hungry. He wants to be back here. He's hungry.
He wants the bounce back, which is still possible. What was Fernandez? What would it be? 25? 24?
Augusto is 27.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Took him a while to get through, didn't
That's
it?
right, yeah.
Came through a long way. He wasn't a Moto3 runner.
It's so tricky. It's MotoGP now. On a Saturday, you've got this practice session that you need to push, you need to test, you need to push towards the limit. But if you're crashing it like Alex has just done, literally you are straight into qualifying. So, like I said, they won't have time to fix his bike, so he'll have to be on his number 2 bike. Again, watch the angle. So you brake with so much angle.
Loads of places around this track you do as well, don't you? 12 is another one of those.
Yeah, real tricky one for that. Turn 5 is a really tricky one as well. You sort of go through 4 with a lot of lean angle, and then you grab the brake. Every time you grab your brake, you hold your breath out a little bit, because you're just like... Well, do you know what you do? You sort of tease the brake on, you squeeze it. You don't just, like, grab a big handful.
You know what, that was interesting there, because Pedro Acosta had a really good second sector, staying quite in touch with Marc Marquez. If there's anyone, you know, we're talking about people who have just this natural feel for the bike moving about front and rear and all that. You know, say Pedro's right up there, wouldn't you?
You could see in the low grip scenario here, he can find a little bit extra, and he was so good around the Marc Marquez corner there. The KTM looks planted off the fast turns, but just trying to ask a little bit too much into 12 front was just giving him the feedback that it doesn't make sense to tip in and make the apex here. Had a roll out of it, but yeah, he looks good.
He's got a good shout for the podium. So many riders will and fancy it. Maverick Vinales is another one who'll fancy it.
Makes qualifying so important.
Oh.
It's a really short drag down to turn 1. So if you qualify, like say you're back on the 3rd row, let's say 4th row, you let the clutch out, literally clutch out, 2nd gear, then you're on the brakes into a hairpin. It's really, really tricky. I've seen so many crashes there over the years. So
yeah, it's a 90-degree corner, isn't it? But you've got to pull it back to set yourself up then to attack through it.
Which turns it into a hairpin, because it's a 90-degree corner, but because you have to pull it back, it makes it even tighter. And then what happens is that always spreads the field straight away, that first section. I hate it.
Here we go, this is where we're going now into turn 1 for Fabio Quartararo. Oh, big crash there.
Oh, Mia.
First one of the weekend.
First one of the weekend of turn 2, where we know this is the... Like, this was always crash corner, wasn't it, Michael, over the years?
I was just looking to see if he had the hard fronting, but no, it was the medium front in theory for Joan Mir. That's another one.
Watch this, knee won't even touch the ground. Oh, actually, he got to just his knee down, but it just goes so early.
Violent crash. But he's open okay, which is good news.
It does that. The temperature on that side of the tyre is not quite as high as it is on the left-hand side, but also you turn in with a little bit of power on, so you don't fully load the front. So you have to be almost gentle on as you place the bike in.
Hard front for Pedro Acosta, full commitment.
Well, it's working. Look at this lap time, right in touch with Marc Marquez. Hard front, soft rear.
Yeah, they're still out.
Or the Mercian. Yeah, down to point 1. Is Pedro going to be the closest challenger to Marc? He was on the podium, as we said, in the sprint and the main race last year. Jorge Martin was 2nd in both of the events last year. Still no timeline, looking like Germany is what we're hearing for his return. He's back training. Martin was out at the Aprilia All-Stars event. That wasn't awkward last week.
Yeah, that did look uncomfortable, didn't it?
Fabio Quartararo is up to 4th, so as we said, work to be done. I wonder if it's just sort of got a bit of a direction for him. No, there we are. That's the same problem he was having yesterday. Definitely looks better than it did yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, big step. Obviously, getting a bit of front push down the hill there. The big problem did seem to be electronics yesterday, and yeah, a lot of work going on overnight, trying to dial it all in.
Dobby in the house. one of the plethora of testing personnel that they have at Yamaha. Big test day on Monday, and that's why Augusto Fernandez is doing the wildcard here this weekend. He then gets to see the other riders on what he's been riding this weekend. That's the talk for Monday.
It was interesting when we spoke to Cal Crutchlow about testing. He said it's quite difficult because you don't have that many tyres, and you can turn up sometimes at a green track, a track where it's not rubbered up. And he said essentially some days you'll only get 20 laps, so it's hard, and that's why for Fernandez doing this wildcard, getting all that data and information, he's fully up to pace. So on Monday, when he lets the clutch out, his first flying lap, every bit of information is relevant. Whatever he tests, his feedback will be so much more accurate. So that is the beauty of doing these wildcard races.
Yeah, part of the concession rules are, if you are like Yamaha, Honda, you get more tyres. You get more tyres than the other, well, particularly than Ducati, but there's a different grade for Aprilia, for example. But that would mean, for your test rider,
flags out.
Maybe, Cal was saying, I might get one tyre for a day.
For a day, which is that's not enough actually. If you're trying to really evaluate something, let's say if you're evaluating a swinging arm, you start the day, you'd go out, you do, I'm going to say 7 laps, get up to pace, get the feeling, maybe 10 laps to really understand the feeling. That's with your normal swinging arm. Then put the new one in and then do another 10 laps. That's how you do it, and it's 20 laps on a tyre. Your tyre's gone by then, especially if the track's green, because that'll tear it up a little bit. Dirty, no rubber down.
And then how much of that is down to the tyre, how much down to the track, that sort of stuff. Absolutely.
Yeah, ideally what you need to do, you need to do 10 laps, come in and put another new tyre on. But you don't quite. And it was one of the comments talking to Carl, he won't mind me saying this, was he said it's almost like with the concessions, you need a few more tyres.
Mark Marquez at the end just went quicker again. Brad Binder, though, came across third. Morbidelli then ahead of him. Maverick Vinales in the mix. They are circling behind Mark Marquez, and with Alex having crashed out in that session, maybe it opens a window to the podium. Maverick having a good look at his front tyre, definitely pointing in the right direction as far as Quartararo and Yamaha are concerned. Didn't look like annoyance, that just looked like, right, come on, moving in the right direction.
Absolutely.
Didn't it? Encouragement from Quartararo.
Yeah, it's not looking too bad at all. So there we go then. Marc Marquez and Pietro Costa, and then Franco Morbidelli, if we just take a look at the full times. Then we get Maverick Vinales, Brad Binder, Marco Bezzecchi, Pecco Bagnaia, Fabio Quartararo, Fermin Aldeguer, Alex Marquez, Alex Rins, Juan Mir, Jack Miller, Johan Zarco, Fabio Di Giannantonio, Ralph Fernandez, Augusto Fernandez, Miguel Oliveira, Enea Bassini, Somkat Chancha and Lorenzo Salvadori take it through the end of the field. Marc Marquez then is the fastest. We're going to move over to the main JB Motorsports YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, you don't have to do anything. If you're watching live on JB Motorsports 2, you'll be redirected to the qualifying stream, which is up next. Two weeks on from the British Grand Prix and the utter drama that we had there. We are here in Aragon, Spain for round 8 of the 2025 MotoGP World Championship, and it's time for the crucial qualifying session to decide the pole and running order for Q1 and Q2. Let's head down then to the one and only Susie Perry with the latest news.
Hello, welcome back to the paddock. I've got Michael Lafferty with me. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Say it face to face, otherwise you don't end up saying it, do you? What's your best birthday treat this weekend then? What could it be?
Podium for Hutchie at the Isle of Man today, the last race of the week. We'd go down nice. Ian, no pressure.
We'll take that, won't we? And during that last session, then, obviously an obvious improvement for Yamaha, for Fabio Quartararo. What did you take from that session?
Yeah, good to see Yamaha turning things around overnight. It's been 3 good rounds, then they've had a tough Friday, and they responded. It needed to happen, and Fabio looked good. We saw him so frustrated yesterday. He was wanting to punch his tank, punch the dash, and he couldn't keep his emotions in check. He's obviously worked hard with Diego and the crew last night, and he just looked a little bit more settled. You could see a little moment into turn 12, the front's still giving him issues when you've got the soft rear tyre in, providing extra grip. They'll have to work on that a little bit for qualifying, but yeah, he's got work to do here, but obviously signs are good that they've turned things around.
Yeah, so that's good for Yamaha. In terms of Alex Marquez and that crash he had, I just want to ask you about probably a bit of mindset, really, because he's been saying that his bike hasn't been the same since the crash at Silverstone. Now he's crashed again, and he's going to have to use his second bike for qualifying. So just talk us through his head at the moment, do you think?
Yeah, it is hard from the rider's perspective when you have a feeling with a bike and an affinity with it, and the mechanics are so good at rebuilding it. You've got a jig so to put everything exactly back as it was, but it hasn't been feeling the same, and now he's just completely totaled it. From these shots, you don't quite see how the bike tumbles, but it looked like the front wheel was bust out of the frame, so that will be parked and he'll be on his spare bike. Now he's got to settle things because you can see his frustration in the gravel. These riders all know what happens when you crash on a Saturday morning. It's a busy day, Q1, Q2, and then a race this afternoon. The mechanics are now under pressure. The stress is heightened, and he's got to go out there and deliver because he's arguably got the best pace to battle with Mark if he can get a good front row start.
And it looks like others are catching up to where he's already made his way to being sort of half a second race pace off Mark. So exciting times there. Q1 coming up. Bez just missed out yesterday, so he was P11. He'll be looking for a spot to go through to Q2. Better though in that last session, wasn't he? P6. We can go down to the pit lane. That's with the team boss, Paolo Bonora.
Well, Paolo, I'm sure Silverstone and that result gave everyone a huge lift coming into this weekend. But Silverstone and Aragon are two very different circuits, as we know. Marco just missing out on automatic Q2, P6 in that session. What's his feeling this weekend so far?
Yes, Silverstone and Aragon are quite different for the layout. In particular, there are two heartbreaking years where we struggle a bit since a few years ago. So also yesterday, when he put the soft tire on the rear, he missed the opportunity to go directly in Q2. But yesterday we found something, and this morning he feels better. So we hope that he will go directly to Q2 because the race pace is quite good, and he has confidence with the bike.
What have you changed? How important was that session? What were you trying to give him that extra something for this qualifying?
This is so important because the weather situation, the track condition is quite stable. Probably during the race there will be an increasing on the tarmac temperature, but this condition will be good to test what we change. I can't say to you what we change, but we change a bit to improve his confidence in the braking.
Thank you, Paolo.
Thanks so much.
Encouraging signs, it sounds like, from the Aprilia garage, Michael.
Yeah, they were really happy in the afternoon session with the medium tyre. It was all working well. Put the soft in, the bike became a little nervous in the braking zone. A few little mistakes and not quite enough to get through to Q2. As Paolo alluded to, they've revised something in terms of engine braking, chassis, and he's happier, he's fast with the soft tyre. So he's got to get the lap time on the board. It's going to be a tough Q1. If bsky can make it through, he's certainly got the race pace. But this shows the critical nature of getting knocked out in the afternoon. Pressure's heightened, and he's got to deliver now over this 15-minute session.
Yeah, it really is, and this is going to be an absolute bun fight. You've got Fabio Quartararo in there, who obviously improved in that last session, and Jack Miller as well. Yeah,
Jack's took a step up. The Yamaha's looking better. The big thorn will be the fact Fabio Quartararo is in Q1, where he should be in direct through to Q2. Likewise, bsky, you've got the 3 KTMs make in the grid this weekend, so it's a tough Q1 ahead.
Yeah, it really is, and they're about to go out now, so let's head back to commentary with Neil and Gav. This is critical, guys.
The first part of qualifying is underway for the Aragon Grand Prix of 2025. A few more runners and riders that we need. So we've got Augusto Fernandez, Fabio Quartararo, Nea Bassini, Raul Fernandez, Lorenzo Salvadori, Somcat Chantra, Alex Rins, Jack Miller, Fabio Di Antonio, Marco Bsky, Miguel Oliveira, just 11 of the 12, due to only having 21 riders in this session. The team will still progress through at the end of this one to make it 12 in Q2. Alongside me in the commentary box, so it looks like a severed head, is Megan Birch. Morning, Megan, how are you?
Sick.
Yeah, not doing well with a cold, so we stick you in front of the heater.
Yeah, I'm still gonna
You okay?
feel ill.
Well, we'll see how. Hopefully, qualifying makes up for it as well.
I've got my own tissue though.
Yeah, so I'm just keeping away from that side of the commentary box at the moment to come into it. So this is Q1 then. Green light is on here in Aragon. 15 minutes to go in this Javier Quartararo, Megan. Pole position for the past 3 races running. Having to go through Q1. He was 18th fastest yesterday, and he's struggling with the bike. Ups and downs for Yamaha, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes they're good times, sometimes they had this. How is he usually around this circuit?
He's won here before. It's not too bad of a track for Fabi, but it's if you're in the right zone, then it gets the best situation.
Do you think it's maybe just a bad weekend for him?
I think it's a cross between a bad weekend and it's a cross between how different a time of year it is than to when we usually come here. We're coming here at the start of summer. We're usually here at the end of summer in, like September time. We've swapped with Catalonia. So the temperature is a little bit different. And we have the post-Aragon test, which is going to be live on JBMotorsports 2 on Monday, the whole 8 hours.
That's a long throw.
Yeah, well, lovely. We'll just replay the weekend.
Oh, yellow.
Yellow flag is out. Sector 1, and I think that's one of the KTMs.
20.
No, that's still Brad going on. Is it? Oh, it's Marco Bezzecchi, winner from British Grand Prix. It's an Aprilia.
Do you know what I'll never understand? Why they always bring up the driver tracker and then highlight one driver, which isn't actually
I know.
the one.
Rider tracker should be an option for us up here in the commentary box. It'd make life a billion times more easier. But yeah, just out he goes down at turn 3. They'll get the spare bike ready. But that is not good news for the winner from Silverstone. No, I reckon the front's going to buckle. That's weird. He's lost it mid-corner.
Do you know, I generally don't know which side buckled.
Let's have a look. It's, I think, yeah, the front buckle's on the left, on the right. But I don't know how that happened mid-corner. It's like he's gone. There's a little bit of a.
Could he have gone too low?
Well, I don't know how to describe it without getting the touch screen up, which we haven't got yet. Oh, by the way, we're getting that set up soon.
Okay.
We're going to get another little table here. And
Describe it with my phone.
Oh, great. Oh, yeah, actually, hang on a minute. If you take it for a second, I'll get my notes pad open and I can draw.
Ah, clever. Right, so currently looking at Quartararo has done a personal best Sector 1, though no one's actually done a fastest yet, so that's... Oh, just I say that Jack Miller does the fastest for Sector 4, and we're having a lot of lap time cancellations
for those yellow flags. Okay.
Jack Miller goes top with a 2-minute 2.772.
Give me 1 second. I'll explain.
Oh, little fact this morning. After standing up and doing a washing up last night, I had the worst pain. I felt like something in my back had gone out. So this morning I really got fed up with it, and then outside the bathroom door, do you know they have door frames? I pushed myself really hard against the door frame so that it would push something back in my back.
Okay. So,
and it actually worked.
So to explain it to you, that's turn 3, right? So if that's turn 3, the red bit is the inside curb. At the inside of turn 3, there is a light repave just there where the motorcycle's on the racing line. So that gives you a bit of extra grip. But on the inside here, which I'll highlight in yellow for you, if I can, because it's being a bit funny. The inside here in yellow, it gets incredibly dusty because you're off the racing line, and that's where Bezzecchi was. So I'll draw him in blue pen, and do his lap. What happened was, he came in on the normal racing line, took too much angle, dropped it, and went straight off. So he's in blue. So he came in on the right angle, took too much inside curb and dropped it, went off. There you go.
You should use that more often, Trickman.
Well, I want it on one of the monitors so that I can draw things like that very quickly to explain what's happened. Because it's hard to describe. And yeah.
You
Ideally,
want people to understand.
I'd like this connected to that, which is behind here, and I can just go, yeah, like that. It's gone off here, straight up there. I'd like a diagram of the track that I can zoom in and show you exactly how it's gone wrong. But for a quick doodle, I don't think that was bad.
Yeah, it's quite good.
So, Quartararo's on top, 147.078. Digi's in second. Rins third, Raul Fernandez fourth, Miller fifth, Bastianini sixth, and Christopher Fernandez seventh. Salvadori's in 8th, Chantra 9th, Pizecki is not so that time yet, neither is Miguel Oliveira. In fact, correction, Miguel Oliveira has just got into 8th, and Quadraro, who was 2/10 up, is furious because he's let himself go wide at the last corner.
That's not good. Here's a replay of that.
Keeps on happening, Megan.
And he just does not go low enough, and
Yeah.
then he don't go low enough, and then he seems
Angry with himself.
angry with himself. Fact that's caused him to go off.
Pizecki's back in.
Also, if you ever need something to be pushed back into place in your back, the bathroom frame of the door seems to be really like solid. I thought because
I just
going against.
Yeah.
I know, but every single time I tried to do that, it wouldn't do anything, and I felt like something was out of place, like near my shoulder blade. So I did that this morning and made sure it was like pushed back, and it helped. And I haven't had a problem since with it.
Oh, Bagsy's shower then.
I'm not going to go in until later tonight because I cannot be bothered. I'll just shower and get ready for bed.
You do sound like you're sick as well.
And we don't have any in my cough medicine.
What we need is a COVID blocker, like we that Periflex glass.
Oh, shall we show what happened to me the other day?
What? You came into the commentary box and ripped your
No.
shirt again?
No, the other day. Medicine.
Oh, right, yeah. Megan's allergic to cherry. While we're in this lull period, we have
Yeah.
one coming in the pit lane. Megan is deadly allergic to cherry. It's one of her allergies. She comes out in massive hives and she can't breathe.
And apparently now my throat closes up.
Yeah. So we've got a medicine bottle.
Yeah, and we were trying to open it. There was
So
this
you
one
were
that was
like
like
that.
constantly sticky, and I looked at the thing because I wasn't aware that the medicine was cherry flavour. I
Yeah.
thought it was blackberry flavour. And someone else in the house right
It was
now is
blackberry
sick.
flavour. I've been going, gug.
Yeah.
I love blackberry medicine.
And I was trying to get it unstuck through the thing, and it did work.
Yeah,
but-
she done that. But you
Then I touched my face
You
afterwards.
had it on your hands and you touched your face, and all of a sudden, within 5 minutes, she's gone hives galore.
Yeah, and I started to feel my lips tingling, and I thought, okay, that's my sign that I've usually had cherries.
You really need an EpiPen.
I do. I need to make an appointment.
Because then I can stab you.
It's in the thigh, middle of the thigh that you have to stab.
Not a hard target for you, is it?
No. Yeah.
You led yourself into that one. I couldn't really know.
I'm glad that I know my signs for cherries because that's the one I've always kind of like known. That's my more serious allergy, which is weird given that you would think my allergy to peanuts was more serious, but no, it's cherries.
Well, at least you're okay.
Yeah.
So we filled that lull period
But-
sort of nicely with 6 months ago.
Yeah. But I never knew that my throat closes up, so it's got worse since the 5 years that I last had a reaction. Which just scared me.
Think about it. I'm glad you didn't have an allergic reaction to sausage rolls now when we made you try it.
But
Middle of Nana's 80th birthday party. Yeah, it's not sausage rolls. What are those cheese ones you like? Take one bite. This is a sausage roll. Yeah, but do you like it? Yes. And just keep eating it.
I would have just kept eating.
We have to trick you into eating foods.
From now on, I'm going to take allergy tablets with me everywhere, which I know doesn't really cure allergies, but it does help, especially if it's only quick, like the reaction, and it would help you get to a place where you can actually fully get medical treatment if you don't have an EpiPen. So I
What
do
does
suggest
milk?
that both milk and the allergy tablets,
Yeah.
so that because that helps. It's not just like hay fever allergy; it's like that because that literally put down my reaction.
And plus, we also gave her an ice cream.
Yeah. Which, if you think about it, that ice cream was only there because I kept having a feeling like, no, I should eat that later.
Well,
That's
it
been in
does.
there for a couple of months.
Well, while we're filling the gap, ladies and gentlemen, with this, because Bezeki's gone out and come back in again. I'm Googling, why does milk stop allergic reaction?
I think it helps with the throat.
Milk itself does not stop it. Milk is a common trigger for allergic reactions.
Well, it's definitely not mine. It definitely soothes the throat so that you feel like things go down more.
It's protective.
How? I feel like this is turned into allergy 101.
Yeah. It reduces the swelling.
Ah, which would have been the reason why my throat stopped swelling.
I think it's the calcium. Okay. Finally, we get the lap times back up then, with riders setting deltas. Fabio Quartararo is 1/1000th of a second faster than himself at the moment. I wish they would reduce these sessions, because you get 5 minutes when nothing happens and we have to film. It's a bit annoying. He's up by a 10th and a half now, actually, so Fabio's getting some time down to turn 12. Just hooks that inside line a bit too tight. Opens up that throttle once more. I think for Fabio, the one thing you've got to watch out for him is the fact that he will push it hard to get a pole position, because he knows how Yamaha have been improving time and time again. And they've got that V4 engine coming. We don't know if it's coming for 2026 or if they'll delay it for 2027 when the new regulations come in, with an engine limit down to from 1000cc to 850. Over the line we come then for Fabio Quartararo, and it's a 1:46.631. But we've got D'Antonio fastest in sectors 2 and 3 by 72,000ths of a second.
Wow.
Yeah, he's got a middle sector fastest, sector 2, medium front, soft rear. Over the line comes D'Antonio now, and stays second. Raul Fernandez just behind him, goes up into second, yeah.
He's good at these qualifying ones.
Raul has got something back in that track house.
He needs a better bike, though.
Track house, he's happy with that one. Trackhouse will be as well. They're having an interesting time in NASCAR. Of course, Trackhouse is a NASCAR team. They've come into MotoGP. Many people said that was a strange turnaround. But Trackhouse runs Shane Van Gisbergen, I think Daniel Suarez. I'm forgetting the third on my list.
Miller just had a little wobble. That wobble made him go third. He was 26,000ths of a second away from second, so that wobble did cost him.
Wins over the line, stays fourth. I know he's had an injury with a broken leg this season, but Rins is not performing to keep that Yamaha. There's rumours that Top Rat Rascalioli from World Superbikes is coming over to Yamaha. But there's also rumours that that's where Miller could end up.
I mean,
not Miller, Martin, to replace Miller.
Yeah, because Miller is not having a great time. I mean, he crashes like once a weekend. Has he crashed this weekend?
Not to my knowledge.
So only when I'm in the box. Great, maybe I should leave.
He hasn't crashed in any of the 3 practice sessions we've had so far.
Any correlations to that?
No, spoilers if viewers on JB Motorsports haven't watched the premiere yet of FP2.
Well, the only correlation between that and every other crash is the fact that I've not been there.
That's true. Of course, what we do in MotoGP now is split up between JB Motorsports 2 and JB Motorsports the practice and qualifying sessions and the races. D'Antonio goes over the line with a 1:46.610. He's gone fastest with 30 seconds to go, but Quartararo is faster in the 2 sectors.
Oh, Bezzecchi's back out and he's setting
We've
purples.
lost timings.
I mean, not purple.
The timings have gone down. Are they coming back? Slightly.
Mine aren't. Mine aren't. Mine are fine.
No, because look, Quartararo's... Yeah, I think Quartararo's back to the lap time then.
Yeah. Probably. Maybe he's had a little bit of an off. 23 track limits, so that is Bastianini. Maybe Bastianini went off in front of...
And that's caused it, yeah.
And then, oh no, ruined lap time. And Bezzecchi is setting really fast sector 1, 2 and 3 times. Maybe he'll get like a 5th.
Now we know, by the way, why the Alaman TT didn't have a terrestrial broadcaster live, is because the races get delayed so much. That's why we haven't covered it this year. We're having experience, and then maybe next year we'll see how it goes for the TT and the road racing. Checker flags out. Miller 4th, Rins 5th, Oliveira 6th, Bastianini 7th, Salvadori 9th, Bezzecchi in 10th. So that's it for the end of Q1, and Aprilia from the highs of Silverstone to the utter lows of Aragon. And do you want to know how low it's gone? Salvadori has outqualified Bezzecchi.
Oh my goodness.
The 2 Aprilias will start this race on the last row of the grid. And that's why Jorge Martin has exercised his contract thing to say, look, I'm not going to race next year for you. Did you top?
It's like, he's been like, I think it's a good thing that I haven't been able to race.
Yeah.
Because if that's what goes on there,
it's too up and down, isn't it? So Digitonian Quartararo, you two drivers going through. 13th on the grid will be Raul Fernandez, 14th Jack Miller, 15th Alex Rins, 16th Miguel Oliveira, 17th Anaya Bashiri, 18th Augusto Fernandez, 19th Lorenzo Salvadori, 20th Marco Zecchi, and 21st for Somkat Chatra, who has dropped it down the order as well. Well, there we go. Let's send it back down to Susie in the paddock as we get ready for the action from the next session. Megs, quick thoughts?
I thought it was a very good run from Digitonian.
Yeah, that VR46 looks a bit more improvement, doesn't he, to come into it. Okay, let's send it downstairs to TNT Sports.
As well, being a bit more patient. There's not the same grip levels we've seen at the last 2 rounds, so you have to respect that. They've made a huge step.
Fabio Di Gianantonio also going through with Quartararo. It's the Fabios who've done it. You've got to feel for Marco Bezzecchi. Only got 1 lap at it, and he's starting from way at the back. But Susie, Digi and Quartararo through into Q2.
Yeah, thanks, Gav. If you had double Fabio for that on your bingo card, nice one, well done. Scrappy from Fabio Di Gianantonio, but he made it stick and he got through. Terrific for him to make it through to Q2.
Yeah, solid last sector. Excuse me, 2 good laps there for him. Little mistake, but yeah, he put it all together when it mattered. He's not looked himself this weekend a little bit, did he? Of all the Ducati riders, struggling a little, but he's put it all together now, and he's up in contact with the Marquez boys after these laps. So yeah, there's been a bit of work up overnight, obviously, inside the VR46 garage. And yeah, you never count Digi out. It's a strange track here because of the low grip nature, and he's had to work a little harder at it. But he's there, he's in Q2, and it was both Fabios delivering after a disappointing Friday.
Yeah, it was, and we saw the work this morning done by Yamaha, which clearly had made an improvement, and Fabio Quartararo there making it stick to get through. And a good time as well. Yeah, really solid, actually. The improvements were quite clear, and we've seen the moments in the free practice session, but then in his qualifying run here, he attacked. It looked a little bit like Fabio has done on his pole laps over the last few weekends. Settled everywhere, getting it off the turn good. Obviously, electronics has been the big change in recent rounds where they've put more in the rider's hand. You arrive at a low grip track and you got to taper it back a little bit on the torque maps, and it's just took that little bit of analysis and they've got it there. So I think Fabio, he doesn't enjoy this track. It's probably not somewhere he's thinking, I'm going to go stick it on pole position, but he's in touch for a front row
And
now.
he looks more comfortable, probably importantly, than he has done absolutely all weekend, doesn't he?
Yeah, visually, he's more settled. Yesterday was angry. He was just so frustrated. And yeah, obviously, when you start to get the sensations from the bike that it's reacting to your inputs, now you can relax and build from there. But yeah, he did struggle yesterday to keep his emotions in check. But I think he can turn things around and still be strong here.
We quite like it when he gets all fired up, though, because we know there's more to come from there. We're standing outside Aprilia. It was an absolute nightmare for Bezzecchi out there. It seemed like everything kind of went wrong. There was so much going on. You kind of never thought that he was going to be able to get out and put down a lap, did you?
As soon as you crash on your first flyer, it's a 15-minute session. You know the second bike's never going to be perfect, and then they had problems with it. I feel for them. Obviously, they did get things right, but one lap after doing an out lap and the tyres cooling down, it just didn't seem to hook up for him. He's at the back of the grid after winning last time out, and that just goes to show the highs and lows. So, well, I was going to say 1 week to the next, 2 weeks on, and he's struggling in the doldrums. You don't recover from the back of the grid in MotoGP anymore, so it's a bit of a write-off now. They've got to focus on learning throughout the weekend, testing here on Monday, but yeah, it's damage limitation, which is not what you plan to do a week after winning or a round after winning the previous time out. So yeah, frustrating for him. Yeah, struggles this weekend then for Aprilia. A different story for KTM though. Maverick Vinales leading the charge yesterday on Hervé Poncherel's KTM Tech 3 bike, looking really strong. Lots of conversation, of course, as well about that team and possible investment from Formula One's Gunter Steiner. Nat is down in the pit lane and she can let us know the latest.
Hervé, we've got 3 KTM riders going in this next session. A really good Friday for everybody, but Maverick leading the way, and not for the first time. He appears to be the reference at the moment, doesn't he? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. You know, Maverick is very happy to be where he is at the moment. You know, riding that bike and being with that team, and he feels there is a lot of potential in the project. He's very involved, and he's enjoying himself on track. So this is good, you know. But at the moment, we are about to reach a key moment of the weekend, which is Q2. So I will talk to you a bit later about the real grid position, because so far the most important things was Friday afternoon. We went through Q2 direct, but now this is the main point before the sprint race.
We're just reflecting on the session we've just seen, and Naya, we know has struggled so far, but the KTM does work well at this circuit. Can he take encouragement from that this weekend and move himself up the order in the race?
Oh, for sure, yeah, for sure. The feeling is good. You see Pedro Acosta, Brad Binder, also, as you mentioned, the three of them direct Q2. Enea is having his best session so far of the year. So yeah, we're feeling good. We know the track condition, the heat of the track will be a very key point for the races, including the sprint race. So we got to work on that, but so far we're happy. We feel confident, not overconfident, but we feel we can do a great weekend. And as you know, and this is what happened in Silverstone, basically, grid position is not everything, but means a lot. So hopefully we have a much better grid position, and then we can fight with the front group.
Now, whilst we've got you here, Hervé, I'm sure people have been reading headlines about the future of Tech 3 and how you've been actively looking for investment, and Gunther Steiner, just one of the names that has been mentioned. What is the story? I can't imagine you want to put your feet up just yet, can you?
I was sure this was the real question you wanted to ask me, more than Maverick performance. Yeah, we got a few, investors contacting us. One of the main one is Susie. She's told me it's about time to spend all the money I earned, and I'm very glad to tell you that she's number one of my leads to become my new partner.
Exclusive.
Exclusive, absolutely. I think we can do a good job together. No, but to come back to reality, because unfortunately this is a dream that might never come true. No, at the moment things are not easy with our manufacturer. They are working very hard, and I'm quite confident that they are going to overcome the problems. But as I said before, I think Winston Churchill was saying to govern is to foresee, and I'd like to think of what could be if. And Liberty Media is certainly going to be soon announced as the new promoter. A lot of people are excited about that. They saw what they did with Formula One. They think they could do same kind of things in MotoGP. Therefore, they would like to talk to the actors, and Tech 3 is one of the actors of this paddock. And clearly, they've been. I've been having quite a few, contact. Gunther is one of them, but he's not the only one. He won't be happy if I say that, because he wants to be number one, but sorry, you behind Susie. And then we work on that, and it's going to be a big step. Now we are in 25. I'd like things to be clear. End of 25, to end up the 1000cc chapter, but even more important, to prepare the new 2731 chapter with a new technical regulation, but also the new promoter willing to make the whole paddock a big step forward. So we should be ready, and if I can have some investors on my side, I think we will be safer and maybe more competitive on and off track.
I very appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Green light, and the second session is underway here for qualifying back to the full 12. It's Johan Zarco, Maverick Vinales, Fabio Quartararo, Franco Morbidelli, Brad Binder, Wayne Mir, Pedro Costa, Fabio Di Giannantonio, Fermin Aldeguer, Pecco Bagnaia, Alex Marquez, and Marc Marquez. And Marc, to the inside of Alex straight away, was not going to hold back there down at turn 7 as we get ready for this one. It's been up and down, but Marc's had pole position last year in 24. Bagnaia had it 22 and 21. We didn't race here in 23, it was off the calendar.
Yeah,
and in the 220s, Nakagami had it in our second race, which was the Andalusia Grand Prix.
And then I had it in first.
And the actual Aragon Grand Prix, yeah. It's a weird circuit, this one. As Quartararo warms his tyres up. Megs, is it a safe thing to go against the man who's had pole position as the last 3 races of Fabio Quartararo, or do we go back to Marc Marquez, or for the first time, is it a bit more open this year?
I think it's a bit more open.
Yeah. Mia crashed in practice too. It's on his second bike. First is being repaired ahead of the Tissot sprint.
No, for a second I thought he went down again.
And it looked like he did too. Through the chicane.
I always thought that that area like there just looks like you could film something there and pretend you're either in the Wild West or the Outback.
Yeah. It's got a wild back feel, hasn't it? It's a mix between Cota and Spain.
Yeah.
America, Spain. Yeah, that's what Aragon is. It's a good circuit, actually. Formula One considered racing here. I mean, they still do. I still don't know why they don't. Formula One cars at Aragon would be absolutely fantastic. It would be a brilliant Grand Prix. It's big enough. Mark twitched down to turn 1. The rear stepped out on his first lap time, so he'll have to try and pick it up in the second sector, but he's the leader of this pack, and that's not going to help him too much. Yeah, I think we've tested here before, but honestly, Formula One cars around Aragon would be absolutely insane. I'd love it.
There's quite a few good overtaking spots as well. It would be enjoyable.
And there's different layouts as well that you can use as well. So it's not, it doesn't have to all be just motorcycle racing.
Yeah.
But I'd really enjoy it. There's some short corners that give you some good opportunities for dive bombs, like down here into the corkscrew section as well. That'd be fantastic for a lunch in a car.
Yeah.
We see it in MotoGP often now. And it opens up wide the exit to really get your throttle down. It'll be a Mugello. That type of action we saw across the whole weekend. Down into turn 12, past the Aragon wall. See where they've reprofiled parts of the circuit. Mark's really fighting this one. He's not as quick in the 2 sectors. Yeah, Alex is actually off the pace compared to Mark. Mark's getting it back in sectors 3 and 4 here. As Acosta rides onto the back, 121.9. Yeah, 121.4. So Mark's 3/10 quicker, despite the fact that he had that twitch at turn 1. This is what I love, the backstretch. MotoGP have to brake early and take a wider line in, but the cars can take the normal hairpin on the down at the bottom there. Over the line then, first lap times on the board. Marc Marquez does a 1 minute 45.986. Nope, 986. I was right first time. 145. So he is 0.4 of a second faster than Alex Marquez. Binder third. That's great. So it's Acosta fourth. So the 2 factory KTMs looking quick. Quartararo's quick in sector 1 though. Right, let's have a look at what we got here. 49.20 go to Q2 says plug. Sean says Ralph Fernandez in the track has Aprilia out-qualified both of the factory Aprilias. Just missed out on getting into Q2. Also remember the controversial moment here, the crash between Alex Marquez and Bagnaia last year. Oh yeah, do you remember that accident?
Kind of.
Where we all thought that one of them was dead.
Yes.
Yeah, they went into the barrier. I think, was it Bagnaia had the bike land on his head?
Yeah, he did.
And then ran over his leg as well. We all thought, oh, well, that's going to, yeah.
Surprised he didn't break it.
It was a bad crash, that one. It was fast and accidental bad, the turn 13. Quartararo's gone 6th fastest. Pole sitter for the last 3 races. Starts on outside of row 2. Vinales middle of row 3 with 8th position. Alex Marquez, however, is 29 thousandths of a second up on brother Mark. Oh, it sounds like he's a vicar or religious.
It does sound like that.
What can Alex do? Down the back stretch then. 10th back in the 3rd sector delta time.
Do you mean brother Alex?
Brother Alex, yeah. Really takes it down the inside line on this Crescini bike. Opens up the throttle. Rear tyres squiggling for grip. Over the line, and he takes that gap to 2/10. It's a 1:46.207. 2/10 down on Mark's lap times. No one else doing that big of an improvement. Morbidelli's gone 5th. Acosta's gone ahead of Binder though, so Acosta has now taken 3rd position. As Fabio Quartararo we look at now, still 2.5 of a second down in sector 2 with a medium front soft rear tyre. Maverick Vinales 3/10 down as things stand, and desperately trying to find the grip, find the ulteriors as they pull down. He's now 3/10 back at the 3rd sector. Mark into the pits, so is Bagnaia. In fact, Bagnaia and D'Antonio yet to turn a lap time. Bagnaia 1:47.166. He is so far back. 1.180 behind. Quartararo in 6th. Vinales just behind. Only improves up to 8th place. Again, middle of the second row. So the first run's complete. It's Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez, Pedro Acosta, first front row. Then it's Binder, Morbidelli, Quartararo, row 2. Zarco, Vinales, Mia, row 3. Aldeguer, Bagnaia, D'Antonio, row 4. And this was Bagnaia down into turn 8. Oh, that's why he's so far back. Big snap next. Oh, and he went straight on.
Thankfully he didn't. He just avoided the gravel, thankfully.
That's why his lap time's not showing up as official. It's provisional because he's cut the corner. So much more angle down there.
In fairness, it's like he's made his own corner.
Davide Dardozzi does not know what to make of that, unfortunately. Well, if I was Davide Dardozzi, you had your golden son of Pecco Bagnaia. He's won 3 World Championships, 2 in MotoGP. And he's now been overshadowed by Marc Marquez, who is the new golden boy. Bagnaia, he said it himself. Bagnaia, Neil Hosson said it. Bagnaia sort of hinted at it. I see Bagnaia leaving Ducati. He can't.
Honestly, I agree.
He can't win a championship on the same bike as Marc.
I wonder where he'd go.
Yamaha.
Could swap with Quartararo.
I'm thinking Reynolds. Although, this is the thing with the silly season now. It's going everywhere because of Martin saying, I don't want to ride with Aprilia.
Can you blame him?
No. We've got Yamaha talking to Toprak in World Superbikes about joining their teams. You've got Martin possibly going back to Prima Pramac and then moving over to the factory Yamaha. You've got Bagnaia looking at the factory Yamaha. No one's looking at Honda, who've had a resurgence as well.
Well, I don't think that.
No. Come on, they've won a race this year. Zarco's won. He's in this session again. In fact, and so has Juan Mir.
I still haven't forgiven them.
Yeah, but that was in Formula 1.
I don't care.
Oh, well, to be fair, but they also did screw Mark over, I suppose. Take that offence as well.
7 years. And I've still not forgiven them.
7?
2018.
10 years for...
Okay.
2015 was when they came back to Formula 1.
Yeah. But the reason that Alonso left 1 year, that's when I started having a beef.
Yeah. They did move back to Renault engines for a while, didn't they, McLaren? And then to Mercedes, and now McLaren are winners again.
Yes.
World champions.
Without Honda.
Honda are world champions as well. They have 4 years running with Max Verstappen. 2 further constructors' titles. Or was it 3?
But as soon as Newey left.
Yeah, there's Aston Martin and Honda with Fernando Alonso returned with Honda. It's either going to be make or break for you, isn't it? With them?
Yeah.
People keep saying this week, oh, Marc Marquez will end his career riding a Honda again. I don't see it. He was a very public divorce.
Yeah.
It was more public than Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. He's married to Ducati now. He's got he's left, and he's got himself, an Italian bride. Mark is staying with Ducati.
I'm surprised there weren't custody battles between him and Honda.
Well, who gets Alex? I think we all know what happened there. Ducati got him. Bagnaia is 10th down. This will improve him. I reckon this will put Bagnaia in middle. Yeah, I was about to say about second row of the grid, and the computer's predicting him to go 6th fastest now. He's just not got the speed. What tire is he on? Medium front.
Yeah.
Soft rear. Brand new as well. And that's a new soft rear tyre, but the medium front is used. And look at that, he's now last overall.
He's done a good sector 1.
Let's see where this will go. Into the last corner at turn 17. Up towards the line we go.
Aldeguer
Aldeguer's looking, you know, his first section's looking good for being last because that's put Bagnaya to 4th place now.
Zarco too, and Morbidelli.
Well, with 4 minutes to go, this is now the crunch time that we're getting the times back on. Mark's up, 30.473, 30.5 for Alex, 30.6 for Brad. Oh, and that's Zarco behind. And is that Mark? Was that Mark getting blocked by Johan?
It's more like Mark went off.
Yeah, it was.
And it then immediately went in front of Zarco.
And he's blocked Zarco.
Ruining Zarco's lap time.
That might be investigated, you know, for rider impediment.
Yeah.
So this now puts the swing back to Alex Marquez, who is 0.267 faster than Mark at the moment. So he's 2.5 tenths of a second quicker. Morbidelli is a 10.5 quicker right now. Aldeguer is estimated to only go to 9. Binder's only 52 thousandths off. We've got a real shot here of an interesting qualifying ending as Mark tries to go again. Now, Mark and Zarco are going to give the toe to Alex down the back straight, and that's what he needs because he's lost 2 tenths in that middle sector alone. Morbidelli is catching that as well to go forward. This is looking really strong here for Alex Marquez and Franco Morbidelli. They could just pit Mark here. That 1:45.986 is not looking as strong as he once did over the line, and Alex Marquez is on provisional pole. 1:45.964. Franco Morbidelli goes second. 1:45.984. 20 thousandths of a second separate them. And yeah, look at that. Marquez is only 2 thousandths off the 2. Binder goes 5th. Well, this is going to be an interesting ending. They're all on their last lap times now. This is their last laps. They won't get another one to go.
Well, this is turning out to be quite entertaining.
Yeah, that's what qualifying does, doesn't it? Let's have a look here. If Bagnaya does somehow lead Sky Team, who do you think he'll go with? I think everybody's got eyes on Yamaha.
Yeah.
That's the basis right now. Look at Alex, 16,000 up. Mark's 23,000 down. They're not doing as we thought they would here and swap positions back.
It is surprising.
Now it's turn 12.
Ooh, Aldeguer's got a good sector 3 time. Might move up a little bit further, though the sector 2 time needs more to be imagined.
I knew that was going to happen about 20 minutes ago. Alex still top. Mark is now 2 tenths faster. Where did Mark get that time from in that middle sector? Sector 3, usually everyone's slower there. Mark has just blown it away. He's 0.193 up. Well, this is Marc Marquez showing to everybody, you thought you could beat me. I've won here 6 times before. I am not undefeated. Marc Marquez retakes pole position with a stunning 1:45.704, 2.5 tenths of a second faster than Mark and then Alex.
That is the second time. Mark keeps having trouble.
Into turn 1, yeah, the brakes are off, aren't they? Carries too much speed.
He keeps wobbling too much. I mean, there was that time where he went in front of Zarco and there was that. And I saw a little wobble there on the last corner. So I think he really needs to get that bike checked out.
Bagnaya shot up to 4th. He misses out on the front row of the grid.
He can't do better than 4th, can he?
Yeah. Checker flags out in a few moments' time. Quadraro will be the first to meet it. Flags out. Right, here comes Quadraro and Acosta. I think we've already had our lap times done. Watch out for Franco Morbidelli, actually, and filming out again. They've got red sector times out there so far. Quadraro over the line and moves up into 7th position. Acosta, Aldeguer, Morbidelli might actually have pole position here. It's not pole, but it's a good result from Quadraro in a weekend which hasn't gone well. Acosta goes 5th. That puts him up there as well. Fermin Aldeguer, he's 3.5 tenths of a second down. I'm watching Morbidelli's middle sector time.
He'd get a decent time.
He's 5 thousandths off of Mark at the moment. It ain't over till it's over.
I think he'll come in at a respectable position.
Aldeguer's just twitching the bike. Over the line, 7th fastest. That pushes Quadraro down to middle of the 3rd row. What have you got? So hard to tell who's on a fast lap and who isn't.
I think Morbidelli is.
Well, he's front row anyway, and in the position he is, he's on the inside line towards turn 1. So Morbidelli has the best position here. But is he going to improve compared to Alex over the line? There's only 20 thousandths between them. No, he's 2 tenths down. So that's it. I don't think Maverick might jump up.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, Maverick out of the last corner. Very wide, though. Bit scruffy. Over the line. And it's at 1. And Bagnaia locks in 4th. Marc Marquez has pole position for the Aragon Grand Prix. Alex Marquez 2nd, Franco Morbidelli 3rd, Pecco Bagnaia 4th, Petro Costa 5th, Brad Binder 6th, Fermin Aldeguer 7th, Maverick Vinales 8th, Fabio Correa 9th, Fabio Di Antonio in 10th, Juan Mio 11th, and Johan Zarco down in 12th place.
The top 3 have last names that all begin with M.
MMM. More. Back. Not bad. That's interesting qualifying to come for the race later. Right, I'll let you go now.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you for the sprint. And we will hand over to TNT.
6 out of 7 of those this year was beaten by his brother. And his brother was his closest challenger today. As he has said, though, I am my own main rival. Has to keep a lid on it. That's basically what he's been saying. There is the fan club all the way around this racetrack. Barcelona is closer to his home, but this feels more like a home race. Always has done, hasn't it, Mark?
Yeah, it's always been like that. You're right, it's so tight from Bagnaia down to Quartararo. That's nothing, is it?
Mir was 11th, Zarco 12th, so Honda in qualifying trim, not quite there. They do have decent race pace. Di Antonio 10th, so that's your 4th row. 3rd row, Aldeguer, Vinales and Quartararo. It's disappointing for Vinales, but another one who has good late race pace. That's actually where the fan club is, isn't it? At the bus stop. Row 2, Bagnaia, Acosta and Binder. How good is that for the 2 KTM men?
Yeah, it's so important for them to get on that second row. Normally the KTM gets off the line well. Both riders aggressive. This is that moment. Just too aggressive with his upper body, and at that change of direction, he gained time. Like always, when the bike when it does this, you normally lose time. You're just trying to force a bike too early on your change of direction. He'd not even got his body over, and he was counter steering, using his arms too much. I know I'm criticising the fastest ever wheel lap round here, but he will definitely look back at that lap. It was over a 10th down through the first split. He had all that going on, and that's him into turn 1 at the end of the lap, not at the start, by the way.
Yeah, I just wonder if between obviously the
that's Honda mode. That's Marc Marquez riding the Honda. Do you remember? That's how he had to ride the Honda.
The split for the second sector ends at turn 11, right in the middle. So you've got quite a run still down to 12, and I wonder if he's that much quicker through that part. That's where he's got his time, you know.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I know it sounds weird. He won't be happy.
No.
Because he'll be like, that was far from a good lap. He'll take it.
Oh, absolutely. It's his 5th pole of the year. He's got Alex, his brother, and Frankie Morbidelli alongside. Pecco Bagnaia will start behind him. Job done, Susie. I'm not sure it was the cleanest lap, though, of his career.
Can you imagine if he'd actually done that lap properly? I mean, an all-time lap record for Marc Marquez, looking as scrappy as. We need to talk about Sector 3.
Obviously, he was fully committed, and the thing is with Marc, we don't see him as ragged on the Ducati in his qualifying laps, but he's throwing everything at it, a few little mistakes. The rear twitches as he tries to force his body over the top. It's not really cost him a lot, it just looks a little bit scrappy, and yeah, it's Marc throwing it, the kitchen sink at it. He still pulls it back over these last 2 sectors. Alex was actually a little bit deep at turn 12, so that gave a little bit back to Marc there. He's almost 2 tenths under here. But the last corner, this is where he goes back into Marc mode, a la 2025. Settled on the brakes, gets it turned. He approaches this perfectly. He can turn these left-handers so well, better than anyone. Look at the body position, rear wheel spinning, helping it get back to the second apex. Another pump there and acceleration up over the hill with the soft rear. and it's the best ever two-wheel lap. So, yeah, we'll allow him those couple of little mistakes. Grabs a handful of brake, a little twitch into turn one, and that is a man in control. So even though it wasn't his best lap, he had more in the tank for sure if he'd have put it all together, but it's still good enough to get the job done.
It is extraordinary. How much of that is self-confidence to do a lap like that? Because it almost felt like, oh, blimey, actually, I need to just motor a bit here.
Yeah, he's in control this weekend. I've seen the little mass damper canister on the swing arm, which normally means when you put a soft in, he's getting vibration, so the first 3 laps aren't good for him. To pull a pole out of the bag shows that race pace he's probably even stronger. So the vibration's certainly there. That's possibly why he was a little bit down after the first 2 sectors. He sort of built into it, and he's having those moments. So he's having to dig deep, wanting the pole position to be on the clean side of the racetrack. But he's got such race pace. I think that was one of those where he had to dig for the pole position and make it happen. But it is self-confidence and the knowing that he can actually pull those off.
Yeah, it looked like a realisation, didn't it, that his pole could be taken, and so important, as you said there, to be on that clean side of the track. Plaudits as well to Alex Marquez, because it's easy to forget, seeing him in that session, that he actually crashed in the first session and was on his second bike.
When you see a rider jump, Mark used to do it, jump in the middle of a qualifying session. It's so difficult to do. You always have a better feeling with one bike from the other. The fact he crashed, he just put the team on the back foot, and then he almost stole the pole from Mark. That's a rider who's completely on form. Alex this year is a changed character, delivering every time. So yeah, that was a really solid performance. Middle of the front row, almost got pipped there by Frankie at the end, which again, you're slightly more towards the cleaner side of the racetrack. So very important for Alex to get the lap time. I don't think he'd be too upset that Mark pinched the pole position, especially given the crash and the circumstances coming into the session. But he does need to stop those little errors. They are creeping in. And yeah, it happens when you're riding at 10 tenths every time. But yeah, you didn't need to crash at the start of the pre-practice session there. It just gave him a little bit of extra stress. But yeah, job done in the end, and another front row start for him.
Yeah, fantastic qualifying for him. But what about this man now, Frankie Morbidelli, going from the front row again. Terrific lap from him, great qualifying. Where did that come from?
I don't know. He's been struggling a little bit this weekend with a fracture in his foot. But yeah, obviously the VR46 Ducati working for him more so than Digi this weekend. He was in touch. I thought, could Frankie steal a pole position here at the end of this lap? But it wasn't quite to be today. But he looks very good. As Gav mentioned, a previous winner around here in COVID times on the Yamaha. So he likes Aragon. And you never know what Frankie you're going to get on any weekend. He's certainly really begun to gel with this team and the bike at the moment. So it's good to see him on the GP24 as strong as he is. And it could be a surprise thorn in Mark's side this afternoon.
Yeah, that could be good. Couldn't it? Sprint coming up for you later, of course. Well, let's not nip down, nop and nip. I'm just making words up here. Let's go down to Parc Fermé, where we can speak to the man in pole position. Here's Nit with Mark.
Mark, congratulations. Another lap record, even with a couple of moments in that lap. And you said yesterday you wanted to find the limit. Did you find it with that lap?
Yeah, with the first tire, it was a super clean lap. It was smooth just to find the grip of that tire to check where was the limit. But then on the second tire, maybe I exaggerate even too much, and I was a bit too much on the limits. And yeah, it looks like faster, but in the end I was slower with that mistakes. But even like this, enough to be in pole position. But now is time to be full focus and finish sprint and main race in the best way possible.
Well, we saw yesterday those times getting closer, and riders today looked like several of them found something extra today. What kind of sprint race are you expecting later?
Yeah, the extra they found today is like the track was colder and was much better. The track, everybody was faster. So even in our garage, I feel faster, but the bike was the same. Just the grip of the track improved, and especially on the afternoon on the sprint race with a very warm track will be more slippery and will be more critical. But let's see. I expect a very strong Alex, but as we see, both of us all the time we are increasing the risk. We are taking more and more risk, and yeah, when you take more risk, the mistake is closer.
All the best later.
Thank you.
It feels this weekend as though he's like a little excitable frog in a box jumping up and down. And he said himself, I need to put a lid on myself. And you kind of can see it in the sessions. And he actually said there, now it's time to concentrate. Really? Now? Like not yesterday when you get on your bike? Is there, just throwing in a little bit of jeopardy, is there a sense here that he is overexcitable because he knows that this should be his easily this weekend. And he's in that sort of strange zone that we normal people can't imagine.
The way Mark has thrown those victories away at Jerez when he was so strong, in America when he was so strong, Silverstone again, he knows he's fallible, and I don't think Mark really ever begins to focus on those negatives, but it's in there somewhere in the back of his mind, and he's thinking, I need to make sure I'm the fastest man this weekend. I got to get these victories in both the sprint and the main race. He's focusing on getting the points in the bag, because being the fastest on Friday by half a second, that's brilliant, but it doesn't pay any points. So he's got to get the job done here. He knows the track conditions are changing. They're getting grippier. That means everyone gets closer. Mark excels when the grip's low. The temperature's going to come up this afternoon. It's going to be slick. There will be a tyre choice, maybe more so tomorrow, whether the soft can go the distance, I think, in the 11-lap sprint. But there's still a few factors at play, and he's seeing Frankie coming into the mix and Alex ever so close. I think it's making him think a little bit, and it's going to make him knuckle down, make sure he gets the job done.
Yeah, now his teammate Pecco Bagnaia is heading the second row of the grid. It was a better session for Pecco, finding something and a different attitude now, realising that this championship isn't like the previous 2 years where you can make a few mistakes and be consistent. He has to go out to win, otherwise it's all pointless.
Yeah, he's got a lot of points to claw back at the moment. I think for him, he's been focusing lately on just getting the feeling back where he can ride to the limit. And this weekend, trying some things in race trim with the new forks today. He's got the second row start. I think for him, it's maybe a little bit important that he's on the clean side. He can get a good jump from fourth on the grid. And I think he's got good pace. He looks solid. And yeah, maybe just focusing on getting the feeling back as much as anything. Forgetting about the championship, it's probably out of reach at the moment, or he could turn things around, but at the moment that's not the focus. It's bringing back the old Pecco Bagnaia and yeah, getting this GP25 to respond the way his bike did last year, that he could do whatever he wanted on.
Yeah, 4 Ducatis then and 2 KTMs make up the front 2 rows, and it's Alex Marquez who seems to be rivaling Mark. He's the closest rival to his brother. Let's hear from him now, his thoughts on going from the middle of the front row.
Alex, congratulations. To do that, I'm assuming on your second bike after what happened this morning, and still put pressure on Mark to be second. I'm sure you're delighted with that.
Yeah, weekends like this that we know that Mark is super fast, and you know, he's fast with the soft, he's fast with the medium, so at least to put a little bit difficult his work on pole was our job, and was our work. So you know, goal done, because you know the objective was to be in front row and to be there, and we did it. So this is so important. It was not easy after the crash this morning, but I understand why I crashed. I lost the front quite early in that break point because I was with too much angle and too fast in that moment. So just that, I understand. I did the reset. Fortunately or unfortunately, we had that situation this year a few times, like in Jerez or like in, I think in Silverstone also. So, you know, it was like one more. So we tried to do it, and, you know, we have some possibility, but here we need to know that Mark is faster.
We heard several riders yesterday talking about the tricky conditions of the track. How's it felt today?
Slightly better, especially, but I think improved a little bit the grip. But was for more because it's quite more fresh, you know, the air is more fresh. But I think in the afternoon with that hot that we have already now will be tricky. So I mean, we're expecting everybody more grip on the list. I mean, always we put the pole position time on the box, and everybody was in 44. So I think nobody will win this time. But yeah, it was not as we expected. But we are trying to adapt as much as possible.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Interesting chat from Alex Marquez. He's always very open, doesn't go down the PR route, tells you as it is. What can he do to beat his brother around here?
Well, we've seen him be aggressive with Mark recently. He can get in front of him in the early laps, try and ruffle him a little bit. We know that Mark sets in, even a sprint race, 11 laps. By laps 4, 5 and 6, that's when he ups the ante. So Alex has got to stay in touch or try and control the race from the front. He knows that the grip is changeable. As he said, it's still a lot of change will happen when the temperature goes up this afternoon. The grip in these cooler conditions, it did catch him out with the front crash, and it provided more grip for everyone. So it's made it look maybe a little bit closer on paper at the moment to Mark, but yeah, he's got to believe that he can challenge his brother.
Yeah, and I suppose it's that really that we're looking at, that belief, because coming into this weekend, him saying, you know, even if you're on 100%, which we've seen him, he still can't beat Mark around here. How important was it that he knew what had happened with that crash in the first session.
Yeah, because he grabbed the brakes on angle, and he knows that the right side of the tire is a little bit cooler. The air is a bit fresher this morning. He just didn't have as much temperature on the side of the tires as what he needed for it to grip, and it's quite graceful actually. But obviously, you see the tumble on the camera from the bike, and it just puts the team under pressure. So yeah, it's not a huge mistake from the rider's perspective, but it's something you have to understand. You can't give away those little issues, because Mark's now seeing that his brother's under a little bit of pressure, or his team are at least, to rebuild the bike and get him on track this afternoon with a spare in the pit box.
Graceful, he said. Oh, we're doing artistic impressions now for the crashes. All right, let's hear from the man who put his bike on the front row. A brilliant day for the VR46 team. Here's Frankie Morbidelli.
Frankie, congratulations. A brilliant performance there. Just talk us through that lap and your feelings on being back on the front row.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a great qualifying. I had a much better feeling today than yesterday. We've been trying to understand how to put the balance of the bike in the right way for this track, and we managed to do it very well. With Matteo, we did a wonderful job. The bike was different today, but was feeling much better. So I was able to attack and have a great feeling to fight for the pole position, which is great. Saturday is not our forte. So today we improved it quite a lot. So I'm very, very happy about that. Starting in the front row, it's a much better feeling than starting in third, fourth, fifth. We've been doing great races starting from those positions, but starting in the first line gives a much better feeling.
To have that balance issue sorted, it sounds like the grip feels a little bit better for a lot of riders today. Do you feel you've got something that can challenge the Marquez brothers around this circuit today?
I don't know. I'll try to do my best. They've been very quick throughout all sessions and in every lap. So it's going to be very difficult for sure. But we will try to make our job, and let's see what we can aim at.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is he getting more American?
Frankie's been to Hollywood, hasn't he?
That's very good, well done.
But he speaks so good, doesn't he? He's so calm,
yeah.
And his English is very eloquent. I like Frankie on form. I like him when he's calm, and he's got this approach that he might be able to challenge the Marquez brothers. He might have something up his sleeve. They've dialed the bike in overnight, changed the weight distribution a little bit, and give him the feeling he needs.
Yeah, really close with Matteo there. Obviously done a great team effort. But when you shake it down this weekend, if you look at the results on paper, the Marquez brothers, they still are the cream that have risen to the top in the paddock this weekend once again. You know, Frankie saying, I'm going to do my best, which is all you can ask for. Are we looking at a situation where they could get away still, do you think? Or has it closed down? Can the KTMs on a longer format, can they come in?
Yeah, possibly. You know, Pedro Acosta and Brad Binder on the second row of the grid can't be ruled out here. Qualifying isn't their forte, like Frankie said, it isn't his, but they race well. The thing is, this is Mark and Alex's backyard. There's a kart track over there. They come with their super moto bikes. They ride their 600s around here. This is a proper home race. It's like arriving in Misano and expecting to topple Pecco and Frankie. That's their backyard where they train. So the Marquez boys are in control, but I think the challenges could come maybe from the second row of the grid. From Pecco, I think more tomorrow, but the KTMs today, and hopefully Frankie gets a good start and gets stuck in. So yeah, it's not a foregone conclusion the Marquez brothers could gap the field here today.
So just very quickly, in essence, the sprint later on at 2 o'clock, what are we expecting for that?
Yeah, I think it will be a rush to ruffle Mark in the opening lap, so just trying to keep him in the pack, not let him get away, because he is the danger man. But yeah, I'm wanting to be surprised. I'd love a KTM, like a Pedro Acosta day. Sometimes he does these special things like Maverick can do as well, so hopefully there's a little jeopardy in there somewhere.
I mean, it is your birthday. You deserve to get what you want this weekend. I mean, I'm marrying Hervé, apparently, so, you know, it's all going on, isn't it? All right, let's take a short break then. Sprint race coming up for you, 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, you can join us for all of the action for that as well here on JB Motorsports. Thanks for your company. It is Marc Marquez on pole position for the Aragon Grand Prix. We'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. We are all set to go then for what's going to be a fantastic race here at Aragon. Welcome to round 8 of the MotoGP World Championship in 2025. The sprint race will be getting underway in just a few moments' time. Let's head down to TNT Sports and join Susie Perry on the grid with Michael Laverty.
I think Pedro is maybe the strongest of the three over the sprint, I think, today. Brad maybe over the distance race, but so good to see all three riders and even Enea coming a little bit closer. Those positive signs, they will continue from here. We've got a test on Monday, and KTM need it. They just need to find that little bit of something to unlock the speed they had last year. It's in there, and yeah, really positive this weekend.
A little chat about Yamaha fans, Fabio Quartararo fans perhaps there, who has to go from the third row of the grid. It's been a real struggle. There has been improvements from today, from this morning onwards, but this is almost a test scenario.
It was a tough start to his weekend, a real struggle yesterday. Had to knuckle down overnight. Few changes in the morning session, a lot faster. Good qualifying in the end. Not where he wants to be back in the front row of the grid, but yeah, he's worked for it to be in the third row. Damage limitation for Fabio. Just try and fix things this weekend. Understand from the test on Monday, because he's been consistent over the last 3 rounds. Always there, always fast, fighting for pole. But this track's not his best, and it hasn't been Yamaha's either.
Now let's see what happens then. 11 laps today to prove themselves with Marc Marquez in pole position. We're going to take a little break, but we'll see you for all the action very, very soon. Don't go away.
Yeah, that's coming up shortly then. Let's take a look then at how they line up on the grid. And this is your running order with Marc Marquez on pole position as well. Alex Marquez second. Now, taking a look at the starting tyres. This is going to be the key factor here as well. Soft rear tyre, medium front. Now, everybody has gone for the medium front tyre. Majority have gone for soft rear, but take a look. Ferdinand Aguirre, medium, the same as Fabio Di Giannantonio, Jack Miller, Miguel Oliveira, and Enea Bastianini as well. They've chosen for the medium front and the medium rear compound. Well, this is going to be a very interesting session as well. Many interesting racing ahead of us because nobody exists. Sorry about that, my microphone died. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Nobody knows it. Yeah, well, that's always the case, isn't it, with microphones dying? Let's just pop the headset on, then that'll be all ready to go. Yeah, nobody knows what's going to happen because it's going to be 11 laps around here, and that is usually very critical, a quite critical circumstance to try and get right or wrong. Interesting enough, by the way, this had full power a minute ago. Now it's... what if I left it on after the moto? Wouldn't that be embarrassing if I left it on after qualifying and now it's, for the first time, it's just said, oh, no, sorry, you're not going to go there. Also, it wasn't plugged in fully, so maybe that's it. Either way, let's head back over to Susie Perry.
And a very warm welcome back to Spain for the Aragon Grand Prix. We're starting with this Saturday sprint. Everybody is in place. Your man in pole position, Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez alongside, and Franco Morbidelli completes the front row of the grid. Your commentators, Neil Hodgson and Gavin Emmett. Hello.
Hello, Susie. Yeah, he has been fastest in every session. Now Marc Marquez starts from pole yet again in Aragon. His 7th in MotoGP, the 99th of his career. But this 11-lap sprint could still bite with grip at a premium in the scorching Spanish sun.
Round 8 of the MotoGP World Championship brings us to Motorland Aragon in Spain. We've had 7 races and 14 in total. of sprints. Now it's time for the 15th of the year. Is it going to be Marc Marquez? Well, he starts on pole position once again here on the front row of the grid. Alongside him, Alex Marquez, his brother, and Franco Morbidelli once more. There's Pecco Bagnaia, Pedro Costa, and Brad Binder. Fermin Aldeguer, Maverick Vinales, and Fabio Quartararo. Fabio Di Giannantonio, Juan Mir, and Johan Zarco. Ralph Fernandez, Jack Miller, and Alex Rins. Miguel Oliveira, Enea Bashi, and Augusto Fernandez. Lorenzo Salvadori, Marco Bezzecchi, and Somkat Chantra takes it off in 21st position. Track temperature is at 52 degrees Celsius. Air temperature 29 Celsius. It's hot. It looks a great place for a race, and Megan Birchall Simon, the commentary bikes, all set hopefully for 11 laps of, well, Marc Marquez has won every sprint race so far this year. It looks like he's going to win it again.
He might do, yeah. I mean, you never know. He might suddenly fall around one of the corners. I mean, it is a possibility, especially around that first and last corner. He seems to be having trouble with it. But it's looking more than likely that, yeah, he will win.
How many times this year have we seen the same thing happening again and again and again? That Marc,
far too often.
We've had 5 different winners so far. Marc hasn't won a Grand Prix in 3 events, but he keeps doing the sprint, and that's why the championship stands as it does, with Marc leading on 196. Alex is on 172. He's so far back, but then again, he's gone and taken yet another pole position. For Marc Marquez, this is pole position number 71 of his MotoGP career, 99 overall. Yeah, problems are coming, but yeah.
I'm beginning to think that, due to the fact that we have so many different winners in the actual race, I'm beginning to think people just lay back just so they can see where Marc is weakest.
Where do you think he's weakest? Is it
turn
this
one
circuit? Yeah.
and the last corner? I've seen him buckle a lot in turn 1, and I did see him once on a turn on the last corner, but I do think that might have been a crosswind hitting him.
Well, one thing we've managed to do here is open up a brand new timing tab. Now, it didn't look too different, but we've changed to a browser source on the OBS, which means it was sharper for you to see. And we're also going to be toying around with a couple of other things coming through. So now you get the gap previous and the gap to the riders. The riders' number, basically, instead of it all being smushed together, it's nice and laid out and everything just feels a little bit cleaner. We haven't had that, and haven't had the ability to do that since MotoGP changed their timing software in Jerez last year. But now, finally, it works. So sit back and I hope you enjoy it. Here we go then. Marc Marquez on pole position. He's won here 6 times before. Can he get another sprint race? It'll be his 8th of the season. There are 6 red lights ahead of the drivers, not 5. 6 as we look at it as he head down towards turn number 1. It's the Tissot sprint for 11 laps here at Aragon. Eyes to the lights. The reds are on. Action in Aragon. Good start this time from Alex Marquez, and he's been left behind his brother Marc into turn 1. He's going down to about 4th position. Great start from Pedro Costa, but Marc cuts the back round the outside. Acosta's front sits up, and yeah, Marc was bad in turn 1, but great in turn 2. And Fermin Aldeguer just kissing the back of Pedro Costa. Meantime, from the back, look at how much of a bad start Bagnaia's had. Down to 8th position, getting swamped by the field as Quartararo goes through, as well as Di Giannantonio.
Look at Aldeguer making his way past. That's Acosta there. And basically pushes past, saying, thank you very much.
He's getting his elbows out. Great stuff from Fermin Aldeguer. Bagnaia's trying to come on the inside then of Di Giannantonio, and Quartararo hasn't worked out. Vinales and Mir doing a little bit of battling as well. Mir's trying to come back on the inside. Quartararo is up into 6th position and still going strong. Down into the corkscrew section we come there for the first time. No one making any outrageous moves. Alex Marquez leads. Franco Morbidelli is 2nd. 3rd for Marc Marquez. Bagnaia up to 7th. But he's down 3 places from where he started. Same as Zarco. Brad Binder down 7.
That is a lot, and a lot of changes coming up on this next corner. We see Acosta get the cutback finally on Aldeguer.
Yeah, nice on the inside coming into turn 12 with the battle for 4th position as they try and come back through. Acosta holding back. Miller's ahead of Ralph Fernandez. Bezzecchi passes Rins. Rins, another bad start from him. He's down 2 places. Bezzecchi, though, bad start from the Aprilia, but up 4 places. So better second phase of the start as we head down the back straight, and now Mark senses blood. You said, Megan, he was weakest down to turn 1, that wide height not working out, but now he's right in the back of Morbidelli and Alex Marquez.
But the thing is, they're quite close now to the last corner,
Yeah,
which he also had trouble with, I noticed, and then they're going straight back into the first corner, so he may lose his advantage there.
Let's have a look on the inside. He's going to muscle his way through past Morbidelli. But now can he set off after Alex, who's got a 0.4 of a second lead as things currently stand here. Lap 2 of 11. And so far, good start. I'm really enjoying that. Good getaway from everybody. Not too bad, not too messy.
I didn't know Augusto was in this.
Yeah, for wildcard again coming in this weekend for Augusto Fernandez in the Yamaha.
It's nice to see him there again.
I think he's not making up the position of it, he's just helping us because the amount of people we've actually lost who aren't actually in the running order.
Yeah, it's been kind of like injury city.
4 riders out this with injury at the moment. Ayagua not racing.
Salvadori's just become a permanent fixture.
If I remember correctly, somebody else was withdrawn from racing. I think that might actually be in the British Touring Car Championship that we've got a withdrawal. It could be Nick Holstead.
Bsky gets past Zarco for 15th place. Decided it's not the race. Oh, someone's just dropped right down. That's Mia.
The second crash of the weekend for Juan Mia. He crashed this
There
morning.
it is.
Well, I don't think that's a crash. He got taken out
Went
with Jack
wide.
Miller. Yeah, look, he's angry. Miller dragged him out wide and he just ended up in the gravel trap. That's not Mia's fault. That's Miller's fault. And he was there up in the gravel going, why? Why? Why did you do that? Why force him into that type of error?
That was a dangerous type of error. I mean, it's lucky that the gravel trap was there. Zarco gets passed by Jack Miller. Let's face it, Zarco's probably seen the accident, just like, do you know what? Go past.
Yeah, just that's straight through. Look at Acosta lining up Morbidelli here, coming out of the last corner. He's going to get a great exit down towards turn 1. He's going to do the same move that Mark did just a lap ago. Looks to the inside line, and he's taken him. Acosta moves up, and Mia back in the race. Oh, but Morbidelli tries to switch back round the outside. Fabulous move.
Yeah, there we go. Under investigation.
Kind of knew that was coming, so that'll be Miller probably getting a long lap penalty.
So he didn't crash this time, but it's the cause of someone's crash.
Just in one ear and out the other, isn't it, really, for this lot?
When his team told him, stay on the bike, I don't think they meant that.
Yeah, have you noticed that? You pointed this out a couple of races ago. They keep on holding the bike down when they crash. They keep on holding it, yeah. Mark didn't win the sprint in Silverstone. Did he not? Oh, no, Alex won the sprint in Silverstone.
It was a Marquez. The bloodline still won.
Yeah. They start merging together. Long lap penalty for Miller.
Good. That's very well deserved.
Just flashed up on our monitors. I just realised that we haven't actually got the thing up. Yeah, Miller, long lap penalty. Mia redrawn the race.
I'm worried that Mia's going to punch Jack Miller when he gets out of this.
I would enjoy it. We need a good fight.
Yeah.
Simon Crayford will probably both get them in front of the stewards. And, he's in the pits.
Round
There's the start, Megs. Now, watch Mark. Again, bogged up, I think, at the lights out.
Okay. We can see him fall back relatively quickly. I mean, Alex gets a better... Oh, a little bit of a scuffle there between him and Acosta.
So
maybe that causes turn 1.
Yeah, because Mark gets an okay ride height, and then Acosta sweeps for Acosta. Yeah.
It was Mark instigating it.
Yeah, Acosta didn't move across the track. They just sort of ran into each other.
Yeah, he shouldered him accidentally, I think.
Yeah.
I thought he had enough space. So I think he thought he had enough space.
Acosta from this angle it's Acosta. Acosta tries to thread the eye of the needle by going on the inside. Oh, and that's Acosta going wide! And Morbidelli's retaken him! Down at turns, is that 1 and 2? Yeah.
Speak of the devil.
So Acosta goes wide as there's the confirmation for Miller receiving a long lap penalty for causing an accident. Well, I think that's fair. The long lap is actually down here. It's very dirty, the long lap loop here, actually, as well. We've seen a couple of Moto 3. Moto 3 riders have tried to clean it up earlier on today in the practice session, but it's a very... It's just not good. It's just not good.
So a little bit of a fight starting to brew between Vinales and D'Antonio, and Bagnaia's gone wide.
Yeah, he's dropped down 3 places.
So that was at the start of Sector 3. Whereabouts is that?
It's just at the exit here, down the back stretch.
Maybe we'll see it.
We haven't seen it so far, but he has dropped back 3 places. We're watching the battle with Acosta and Aldeguer. Aldeguer trying to lunge up the inside and turn 12 into 13. Did he just nerf him wide? He did, but that's a great move from Aldeguer on the inside of Acosta. The two former Moto2 rivals doing battle here today as well.
And that's Bastianini taking Bagnaia. I think there might be a problem.
Yeah, because Bagnaia has now dropped outside the points-paying positions. He's 9 places down from where he started. That indicates to me, and now Salvatore has been passed by Oliveira. I think there's a problem as now we get Acosta back up the inside, down to the last corner at turn 16 and 17 on the inside line. Gets back ahead, but can Aldeguer hold that outside line? He's going to do the odd switch back on the inside. Fabulous racing between these two former rivals. Aldeguer keeps 4th position, but Acosta is going to keep in the slipstream, pulls to the inside line, down to turn 1 at the same time. Di Gianantonio's trying to go Quartararo. Aldeguer holds the position, so does Fabio Quartararo. And this is an amazing battle over 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th.
I generally do think Bagnaia has a problem because I can see him in the background, just in the corner of the screen, and he keeps letting people past.
Yeah.
And his sector times are slower than everyone else around him.
Yeah, he's 1.6 seconds slower than Alex Marquez.
In sector 2, he was a second behind.
Yeah, there's something wrong. I don't know if it's a wrong tyre compound or whatever, but there is something wrong with Pecco.
It's a 4/10 difference.
The Battle of Mauritius. That's what they're describing it right now, actually, with Aldeguer and Acosta.
The only reason he's not falling back...
done?
I don't know.
It's a very
I think
heavy...
it's wind.
Yeah.
The only reason Bagnaia's not falling down more is because, weirdly enough, Jack Miller's actually slower than him.
Well, Miller has had that... Has he taken a longer penalty yet? No, he hasn't.
No.
Hasn't flashed up on our timing one said that he's taken it. He'll come up with long lap complete if he has.
He's still slower. Augusto Fernandez passes wins.
Yeah, gets ahead of him then on the inside line as well. So we are on lap 5 of 11, 7 to go. We're watching now Marc Marquez, who's closed up to the back of brother Alex Marquez as they hurtle out of turn 7 down towards turn 8 and 9. And this is going to be an interesting one if he thinks about a move on the inside, but he's too far back. Hard to see where they are. If they're not on the last corner, this track is very deceptive about how they are. It's the last corner since turn 17 on the circuit. There's 2 long straights that sort of mirror each other. The track basically looks like a V with a little holder. Imagine it looks like a saw. As Mark dives up the inside, saws himself past Alex, and just a little bit of a touch between the two. Just Mark kicking the back out, saying, no, you're behind me.
Very well done with the use of saw.
Thank you very much. But again, lap 6, this is when Mark starts to take control of the sprint. If Alex wants anything in this weekend or even in the championship, he's got to repass Mark within the next 2 laps. Otherwise, Mark just goes. He saves the tyres, gets back in position, gone. He needs to do what he did at Silverstone and retake him. Although Mark didn't do well at Silverstone in the sprint, as that now we remember from that very busy weekend.
Yeah. Did you just pass Quartararo for 6th? And let's look at this new sector time. Seems to got a little bit of pace back, Bagnaia seems to have. But still, I'm not happy with it.
No,
and Jack Miller's taking his that penalty.
Yeah. I saw the same thing. He was flying off the timing one, so I thought, oh, is that a penalty? But no, this is a long lap. Is it?
It's passing the screen right there.
I think there's some sort of dirt on the camera. Because I'm just seeing off my head.
Yeah, I can see that as well. It's like...
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just seeing this. I don't know if it's on the camera or not. I think it is. I can just about see it there.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we'll need to clean the camera lens, so if it looks like anything, I apologise, but this is a replay. Megan, turn 7. That is Bagnaia going wide earlier on in the race.
Yeah, and he's only just started to recover from it.
So is he suffering with understeer? Interesting. Can't get the traction, can he?
Yeah, I'm still not happy with his bike.
I'm still not happy with the way this race is turning out as well. We were expecting fire drama.
True. But Bagnaia has just repassed Bastianini.
Excellent news.
So he seems to have got his pace back and gotten whatever was wrong sorted. And Brad Binder passes Quartararo for 8th place. And it's going down quite a bit there. We can see just right there. It's about to happen on the screen. There's Brad Binder, gets round the inside and surprises Quartararo actually, because he did a little that type of thing. He was just like, oh, you're there, because he was on the other side of him like a second before.
This is remarkable from Marco Bezzecchi. bad qualifying for Aprilia. He's made up 11 places in 7 laps. This is really showing what that Aprilia can do when it gets the strategy right. Now, Quartararo just looked behind and signalled to Raul Fernandez. I don't know if that was I've got a problem or watch out, but he's definitely signalled something was going on with the bike.
I can actually hear something wrong. Listen to the bikes.
Yeah, something's dragging out there.
Someone's got a problem. I just don't know who it is.
There's Aldeguer's partner watching on. Going with a please, 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 please. So it's P4 at the moment.
It's like, get a podium, get a podium.
I think Binder's been... Yeah, look, Bezecchi's passed Binder now in quick succession. So he's up to 8th place.
Jeez.
Stunning stuff. Really stunning stuff, actually. This is turning out to be a weekend and a half.
I can't pinpoint it. For noise.
I know what you mean. There's something going on in the background.
It's like, I know there's something wrong. Something sounds off.
There's some sort of chain...
Yes.
Yeah, rattle somewhere along the bikes. Well, when we hear it, we'll pick it up.
It's not Aldeguer.
Somewhere in the mid-pack. I don't know. It could be Bagnaia if we're picking him up from 12th place. That could explain it. We'll need it on board with him.
Yeah, I need to hear the mid-pack. It's like D'Antonio to Zarco. That I don't know where it is.
Sector time. Now, we're going to go battle screen here. Take a look at the sector times for Ferdinand Aldeguer. 30.8 compared to everyone else on the 31. Aldeguer is 3/10 behind Franco Morbidelli here. We're riding with him now, and he is charging for a podium spot. Now, this is on. He's the fastest on the track right now. Game is on. Go for it. See whatever you can get hold of, whatever you can do. There's enough time left in this race to really go pedal to the metal.
I think I know who it is.
Who is it?
Quartararo. Look how much he's dropped.
Yeah, unfortunately, I agree with you there. Fabi's dropping a lot of time.
He's dropped down to 11th place. He's just been passed by Raul Fernandez. And hold on, let's have a look at his sector time. Sector time seems relatively okay, but I am going to guess that it's him because of how much he's dropping down. But I still need clearer. I need to hear each bike in that sector.
Have a look at the intervals between them as well at the moment. So here's, Bagnaia, 1.2 behind Raul and Fabi, but holding off Bastianini. So it's Bastianini you've got to keep an eye on.
He's losing quite a lot of time to him as well.
Yeah, middle sectors keep on closing.
Like every corner he loses 2 tenths.
We'll keep an eye as this race goes on. We're on 3 laps to go. It's a short sprint as always. Aldeguer right on the back now of Morbidelli. Sort of just willing him on right now, aren't you? It's like, come on, what have we got?
It's like, come on, you can do it.
He's going for it.
Augusto Fernandez has just dropped. He's crashed.
Oh! And here goes Aldeguer. Stunning move! But is Morbidelli going to try and fight back at turn 5? No! Aldeguer onto the podium for that bronze medal.
Could have been Augusto, to be honest.
So, Augusto Fernandez is down.
He was in the area. It could have been Augusto I was hearing. Either way, it was a Yamaha.
I think that's a turn 2 crash.
Yeah. He seems to have...
Yellow flag, sector 1.
Yeah.
There we go. That took a long time to come out.
His bike ain't moving, but I think he might be okay.
Yeah, transponder stopped.
Yeah. Bastianini's just past Zarco, and it's Kaneshi just pleased with himself being on the podium. I want to see this crash. I want to see whether it is what I think it is.
Yeah, because they've put out the, it's something, isn't it, to put out the yellow flags?
Yeah, but because it's so near the end of the sprint, they're not showing it.
Oh, he stopped with a technical issue. Well done, Megan.
I knew it was in that area. I knew I could hear someone.
Yep.
So it was him. It was it sounded like a Yamaha. I just couldn't pinpoint who. Because they were all in that area.
Never disagree with Megan's technological knowledge and hearing ability. Vulcan Hearing is Megan's middle name. Yeah, we got it spot on. Technical issue with the bike that you spotted about 3 laps ago.
Yeah, I could hear it. It's like something, like a chain, like you said, but also like it was...
There was something wrong. Failing.
It was like it was chugging. a chain like chugging. Do you know when you hear that
Yeah.
sound?
Well, we'll keep an eye on what that was. We'll get the information for you ready for tomorrow. But well done.
I have a feeling like it was the engine though. I feel like it was a combination.
Just technical.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, anyway, stop with the technical issue. That's the thing that's flashed up on our timing monitors. 2 to go. Mark will have a 27-point lead in the championship right now.
And he was next to Zarco, which explains why I was saying in the area between
Of the
Zarco.
Honda, yeah. Yep, Simon's just said it, technical DNF.
Yeah. I really want to know what type of technical issue he had.
It's a development bike, I presume engine.
Yeah.
Like they're trying to make it go distances.
Are the chain and engine quite close to each other?
Well, obviously the chain drives the bike.
Yeah.
It's just, we all know that. That's
yeah, that's basics.
Does the bike engine's more up and to the rear?
Right.
Chains will sort of download way at the
So
top of the bike.
I'm going to guess that it's a technical issue that was making the chain...
Go boom, 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 boom.
Yeah. That's why I could hear it.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But either way, it's a development bike, and he's an on-championship rider. Not too bad, but at least he's not crashed and he's okay. Oliveira has passed Bastianini, so now 14 down is status quo.
I can't hear the problem anymore either.
Yeah, it's gone now. Yeah. So it was, technically, there you go. Technical issue, not a crash, as it's just flashed up on the crash blog.
Which explains why...
Miller's past Zarco. No longer status quo. Huh. One more lap to go then. It's Pedro Costa going to get up to 4th place. He's on the inside line of Franco Morbidelli into turn 1. Morbidelli breaks late, and Acosta tries to change up just a little bit, but no, can't get through. This is the last lap, though, of the Tissot sprint.
Yeah, that technical issue, it's gone. It's definitely in.
It's good news then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still.
It sounds smoother now.
Smoother, calmer, nicer. Reminder of what we got coming up here. It's actually good because I need to run to start your laptop for NASCAR. Yeah, everything very much earlier today, which is great for us.
You get a night's sleep.
Yeah. No Xfinity race at 1 a.m.
To be honest, you've really needed a weekend where you can just actually sleep.
Yeah, I'm not feeling very good. Anyway, Marc Marquez in turn 12. Acosta can't find a way through on the inside line though. He's trying.
Let's just let him back through.
Oh yeah, you're right. Morbidelli back to 4th, Acosta 5th, Vision 6th, Vinales 7th.
Well, just let him back through.
Well, no one could really stop Marc Marquez, could they, in a track he's dominated at.
I think Acosta's picking his battles.
Taking points. Knows that tomorrow will be the long game. Marc Marquez, though, will exit the last corner and rise up to the line. Spain are about to go euphoric once more. Marc Marquez, the King of Aragon, wins the Tissot Sprint. Alex in 2nd. And Fermin Aldeguer finishes in 3rd. With Franco Morbidelli in 4th, it's a Ducati top 4. Acosta 5th, Di Giannantonio 6th, Vinales 7th, 8th for Bezzecchi, 9th Binder, 10th Raul Fernandez, Quartararo 11th, Bagnaia 12th, Miller 13th, Rins 14th, Aguirre 5th, Miguel Oliveira 15th, Zarco 16th, dropped 4th place on that last lap.
Ooh.
Bastianini 17th, Salvador 18th, Chantra 19th. Out was Augusto Fernandez and Juan Mir. Davide Dardozzi can't believe it. Yeah, and as has been pointed out in the chat by Shakram, Marc Marquez now leads on 208 points, breaching the 200 at round 8 of the season.
Woohoo!
Well, there you go. That's 12.
Oh.
Safety cars come out of Thruxton in the
What
mini
happened
race.
there?
I don't know. There's a car stopped at the top of Goodwood, though. So I think that's what's happening in Thruxton. Okay, Megs.
I can't actually tell who that is.
Your final thoughts?
I thought it was a very good race and sprint race. And it's apparently I better at identifying technical issues than I thought.
You did very well with that one, to be fair. Right, we've got to get over to NASCAR and the British Touring Car Championship qualifying, so you can join us tomorrow. Warm-up is going to be on JBMotorsports 2, with Moto 3 and Moto 2 also joining them there, and join us here on JB Motorsports for the MotoGP Grand Prix of Aragon. We've also got NASCAR coming up soon. That's going to be for qualifying, plus the Truck Series tonight, and then tomorrow we've got the Cup Series race. It's just a nice, calm weekend. Join us then for all the action. Take care. Bye-bye. It's Sunday morning here at Aragon, and it is time for morning warm-up. 10 minutes for the drivers, just to make sure that everything is A-OK. Let's cross over to your commentary team at TNT Sports.
I know when you raced in America, he was commentating, wasn't he? He was always...
That's right. Well, he actually worked for American Honda when I was...
Yeah.
So he was part of the team, actually. So, yes, but heard a few stories.
Not better they were from Freddie. Loves a good old story.
But Mark is able to slide the front, and no one else can. And
so my question then is, this is particularly one of the corners where Marquez makes a difference, and everyone says he just turns tighter and allows it. Hey, what, Pedro Costa looks strong through there, almost as if he's got that... I don't know, is there a manner of riding, a rear-end style? Or Alex Rins looks like he's had a technical already at the start here. That's between 7 and 8, isn't it? Top of the corkscrew.
Not sure. It's hard to work out where that is, because a lot of this place looks the same, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, right, well, good call. Eagle Eye Gav. So, you know what, to answer your question, so, yes, Pedro is close. Pedro's got a similar skill level to be able to slide the front. You've been at his place, you've been out there seeing how he trains. Essentially, he's trying to replicate that during his training, his practicing. But do you know what? All the schools now, all the training facilities in Spain are teaching that.
Yeah.
Are purposely having these little go-kart tracks that have got painted areas that are slippier, so that when you enter the painted section of the track, the front folds, and you get used to catching it and saving it, and that becomes the norm. So what happens as riding styles evolve and continue to get better? The next generation, the generation Mark's racing against now, haven't got that base, basically. But the next generation will. So your rookies that we were watching this morning, by the time they're in MotoGP, you'll have to be able to have the skill of sliding the front. Some will be able to do it and some won't.
This is the central racetrack through turns 10 and 11, down to 12. Miguel Oliveira in front of Alex Marquez into the bus stop.
Also, what's happened with Pecco is so he's lost a bit of confidence. He's searching for a certain feeling, so they keep changing the bike. What happens if every time you get on the bike it feels slightly different, but it still doesn't give you the feeling you want? You end up then going down a bit of a dead end, a bit of a rabbit hole. It's quite a common thing that happens.
Yeah.
We've seen it over the years.
Is there a danger then, Neil? Just thinking about Mark's time at Honda, it got to a point where no one could ride the Honda. Have Ducati got to ignore Mark almost and build a bike for everyone else?
Yes, absolutely. Otherwise, I think...
And it hasn't been built around him, we will say, won't we?
Not been built around him at all. No, basically, the 25 Ducati is the 24 with a few little tweaks, but it is different, even though Mark
keeps saying
it's not.
Every time he's...
And that's Mark product. That's Mark just playing the game, and he's obviously, that's part of racing, isn't it? You've to play the game. You've to try and psychologically destroy who you think that is going to be your main rival. He's done it with everyone except his brother, who is his main rival. And he won't do it with his brother, will he?
No.
Unless he needs to. Unless he needs
Well, even then, I saw the post-race. Anyone seen it on social media? The post-race in between Aldeguer and Alex Marquez, and they're sat in the back. And have you seen it?
Yeah, there's a lot of in-chat, isn't there?
There's a lot of in-chat, but also it's like it's about the Suzuki, and you wonder, what settings are you running? You know, in there, or were you going to use the medium? all these sorts of things. How were you feeling at the end of the race? And Mark throwing out, he goes, no, I'm joking. But then you're like, he's double bluffing kind of things. It's funny.
Yeah, it is very funny. They've clearly all got a really good relationship.
Here is for me.
But it is, I mentioned it yesterday, they are loving Aldeguer being up there because the Marquez brothers don't really get on with Pedro Acosta. He's obviously the next, the great white Hulk, the young, super talented, it's Pedro Acosta. He's going to win all these championships. But then Aldeguer's come along and now he's stealing Pedro's thunder. So the Marquez brothers are Team Aldeguer. I know obviously Alex Marquez shares the team anyway with Aldeguer.
Well, there's the other thing, isn't there? Grassini's almost resurrected Mark's career. You know, they're looking after Alex. There's a great relationship, obviously. It's a fantastic team. It always has been. It always has been. You go right back to people who have ridden for that Grassini team over the years. Some huge names. Cato.
Wow, yeah. When you say that was,
winning races.
I've forgotten that.
Won the championship, of course, with Giro. They had previously Capirossi's, and you know, it's a team that's stood the course.
Oh, it's so easy to forget how long they've been involved. Obviously, that was back with Fausto. I mean, it's incredible. It's
Colin Edwards rode in there.
So sad with you know, losing Fausto during COVID. But I bet he couldn't have even dreamt what would have happened after that. I mean, we assumed that would be the end of the team, and it's been anything but that, with Nadia Padovani taking the helm and just doing an incredible job. But there's so many good people in that team. And they're a friendly team, aren't they? It's a nice team.
A bit of a party team as well, aren't they? They are not shy to blare the music out on a Saturday night. And
work hard, play hard, isn't it?
A lot of guests always. Marco Bezzecchi just in the back of shot. He had a good ride, didn't he? From 20th on the grid. And actually, further back, because he spun up off the start, a bit like Marc Marquez did. And he was right at the very back.
Right at the back.
Came through to 8th place in the end. Was motoring. Whether it can be the same today when everyone's going to be running the medium tyre, I'm a bit more doubtful. Because I do believe in Acosta, Vinales. I do believe that some people will have good late race pace. Even the Yamahas, actually, with the medium tyre in. I do feel like, you know, it should be a better day for them. But it was good, wasn't it, from Bezzecchi after
really
a shocker in qualifying.
Yeah, he looked fantastic during the race, but the medium tyre really, the fact that he qualified last, he thought, well, I might as well put the medium on, gather some information for tomorrow's race, and then, as it turned out, that was the right tyre to use.
Mark's just gone down to a 146.9, around about the fastest race lap of yesterday.
Yeah, we thought he'd take it steady this morning, didn't we? Not risk too much, make sure everything's all right for the afternoon.
Interestingly, Rinta's gone back out with a soft rear tyre. It must be on allocation. And
Augusto Fernandez, has he crashed at 5?
Yep, that's up the hill, isn't it?
It's the crash that we've seen so many times.
Manuel Gonzalez, wasn't it, from Moto2 yesterday? We saw one in rookies earlier and a big barrel roll.
Big barrel roll.
Washing machine stuff for Augusto. That'll shake his breakfast up inside him. He's got a big testing day tomorrow as well as Augusto Fernandez. Technical problem for him yesterday. And there are rumours, Neil, that Manuel Gonzalez will be testing the Aprilia tomorrow. That's the Moto2 Championship leader. He has qualified 18th after crashing there in qualifying, but he's going to take Ayagura's place. He's still out injured, in case you weren't aware. That's interesting, isn't it? Mid-season, a Moto2 rider.
Really interesting, and
it has happened in the past. I seem to remember Canet or Joe Roberts doing I'm sure they stood in for a test or something once.
Yeah, we've not had it confirmed yet off the team. Obviously, we will find out tomorrow. Anyway, there's nowhere to hide. But a strange one, as in, for me, it's like if you're Gonzalez's manager, it's like, what a great opportunity. But then you're leading the Moto2 Championship. We're in a really sensitive period for Gonzalez. We chatted about it over breakfast, didn't we? I went, just from nowhere, now starting to get a feeling Gonzalez might throw this one away, because he's been the fastest man all year, and now a few big mistakes are starting to happen.
And the other vultures are circling. You know, Moreira is starting to pick it up. Consistency. Cadet's always going to be there.
Yeah.
Baltus is looking. Actually, he's got
getting some consistently there. Yeah, absolutely. So
that's without Boscosgaro performing. And wow, there are some talent on Boscosgaro's. You know, whether it be your Viettis, Arvelinos, Jake Dixons, who's won twice this year. So yeah, he's got to be careful. I think I agree. But as you say, his manager is probably thinking,
well, what do we do here? We can't turn this down.
Can't turn this down. We know that there's going to be a ride there next year.
Yes.
And there aren't many in MotoGP.
No, that's true.
For grabs. Looked like Pekka Bagnaia might have run off track there. Whatever they're trying to do. He's tried longer forks this week, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's tried a lot of things.
Get a little bit more travel. I don't know. He always likes to go on the rubber stops of his suspension, isn't he, Pecco? But it's just like, I don't know.
I mean, his strong points was his. What's won him 2 world titles was the braking zone. He was so good. Speak to anyone at Ducati. Like I said, they always shared data, and it's like, oh my God, Pecco can get the bike stopped quicker than anyone else. And then he's lost his superpower. Do you know what? I thought Alex Marquez was going to trump Mark, because Mark's topped every session, and look how close it is. And he's not quite managed it.
Yeah, just
on for the
outside.
Perfect weekend.
Well,
I know, yeah.
Missed out on the fastest lap of the race in the sprint. I don't think that counts as the perfect weekend.
No, the perfect weekend is topping every session, isn't it?
Topping every session.
That's got to be.
Yeah.
So, obviously, we've got the race to come this afternoon. Much longer. Everybody will run the medium tyre. Who's that going to help? Who's that going to play into the hands of who?
Here we go. It's through turn 10 here.
Oh. That was a Fabio Quartararo moment, wasn't it? Just broke traction.
I'm not risking it. Morning warm-up. So with Marc Marquez top, Pecco Bagnaia is down in 6th place. Tops yet another session. Lines up for his practice start. On the top of the hill. Alex Marquez second. Pedro Costa third. So, you know, it was Aldeguer coming through. I don't think Aldeguer will have it necessarily all his own way to do that today. I think Morbidelli. I think of some of the other people who, when they get on the medium tyre. What's the difference? Because people chose the soft, but actually it felt like the medium was the choice yesterday.
Yeah, the medium was the right choice, to be honest. I think it looked like the soft had 3 good laps in it, maybe 4. And then it was an 11-lap race, wasn't it? So then...
And you got this understeer. It was this...
The problem was...
Edge is basically...
There was no real advantage, because I think in the other laps where you had the grip, to the crowd, what a great atmosphere. You're going there, aren't you, in a bit? Yeah. You're going to go down there with Nat. Soak in the atmosphere. Yeah, the reality is you put the softer tyre that lasts about 3 to 4 laps, gives you more grip, definitely, but unfortunately that pushes the front. So that makes the longer corners trickier, makes the understeer much greater. So you put the medium in, less grip. So you less grip explains itself. You're not going to get as much traction, it's not going to fire out the corners, but then actually it allows the bike to turn better, so you can get the bike stood up. So yeah, for an out-and-out one-off lap, you'd always go for the softer tyre, and you'd hold your breath up when it's understeering a little bit. But for race distance, absolutely you've got to go for the medium.
And Marquez just makes it work, didn't he? And he actually said the edge grip was going, but that's why as well, he manages it. He managed the first 3 or 4 laps with Marquez. He had a bad start, got elbows in with Pedro, but he let the race come to him, and he didn't burn up his tyre. He just built in.
Yeah, it was the perfect race, wasn't it?
So do you see the same again today? Do you see his first 4 laps being the weakest, or could it be a different story if it was on the medium?
Absolutely, his first 4 laps will be the weakest. I don't think he'll panic at all.
There we are, confirmation that not 100% confirmed, but we're working to have him. It's happening. Obviously.
Well, no, I don't know, because if you're the Dynaval and your rider's leading the championship, I think, Joe, it could even be a decision made after, let's see how the race goes. Yeah. If he has a tough race, bear in mind he's qualified 17th, 18th, Gonzalez, having crashed out and qualified, He has been the fastest man all weekend. If he has a tough race and finishes 7th or 8th, if I'm his boss, and have exactly, who's a very professional individual, and I've got a contract, which obviously they have got a contract with him, he's the boss, and he might say, listen, no, I'm sorry, but now's not the right time.
So have me have broken a mirror or two, do you reckon?
Or 3. I'll tell you what, he has broken a few screens. Is it 11 crashes this year?
Yeah, it's just...
I mean, we're at round 8.
Yeah. His pace isn't that bad. Actually, on medium tyre, I think. You know, him and Zarco are more likely to be there, but you just can't expect it to happen, can you?
And we can't keep saying that as he's picking the bike up out of the gravel. I've got to say, in his defence yesterday, he was encouraged off the track by Jack Miller.
And then he actually got to the gravel.
And ran out of talent in the gravel. I wouldn't mind. Just watch this as it spin up. He'd forgot to switch the start mode. So basically, you press the start mode button and then you give it full throttle, and it'll only give you about 8,000 RPM. Look, full throttle, you see. So what he did, he realised it by going to full throttle, and it revved, and it's like, oh, hang on, I'll press the start button. Quite a common mistake, actually. You see quite a few of them do that.
So far this weekend, Marc Marquez has topped 6 out of the 7 sessions. The final one
is the big one.
Will be the race. That's coming up in a couple of hours' time. Before that, we're going to be heading towards our first race today, which is Moto3. Bit more build-up from Susie down in the paddock for now, but Marquez topping once more.
Silverstone was a 2-week ago event which completely blew up the Moto3 Championship. A new winner, and now it's time to get going again. Welcome to round 8 of the Moto3 World Championship at Motorland Aragon. Let's head over to TNT.
His race, what have you seen from him this weekend?
Carpe's been strong all weekend. Obviously, as we're well aware, he's a rookie this year. He come in as the junior world champion and the Red Bull rookie champion. But when you come to somewhere like Aragon, they know this track. So even though you are a rookie, they've raced here. So essentially, what I'm trying to get to is he's not at any disadvantage. So Carpe will fancy his chances. This is an opportunity for him.
Let's find out how confident he's feeling, because Nat is with him now.
Alvaro, a winner here last year with the Red Bull rookies. You're right behind your teammate for this one. How different do you expect the Moto3 race to be today?
Will be for sure a difficult race, like all the Moto3 races, but I think we can enjoy too much today because we worked so hard this weekend. Will be also difficult because the tires, I don't know if will behave or good, but yeah, my mate for sure will be one of the hardest riders on the grid, and I will try my best.
Have a good race.
Thank you.
Well, Alvaro there mentioning the tyres, Michael, that you were talking about earlier, and that scenario still sounds a little precarious.
Yeah, it really is. The riders seemed so divided, undecided. They were a lot that were going to go for the soft option and try and make it last the distance, and then quite a few others thinking SC2, harder rear, and just push it all the way through. It's a little bit slower normally in the early laps, but it does come together. Spoke to Scott Ogden about it last night, and he said, I'm going to go with the hard tyre. I've done a 47.9 or a few of them on the hard tyre, which is fast, so hopefully that's the right decision for him, and he can come through, stay in that lead group. He was in the lead group throughout the Silverstone race, just needs to make his way a little bit further forward in it.
From 11th today, Scott Ogden, can he make a breakthrough?
Yeah, well, he'll have to try and make some passes. Obviously, we saw him at Silverstone where he had good track position but wasn't able to make any passes, so he's going to have to let the brake off, otherwise he'll ride round in 11th, which actually makes it, not ideal.
Let's hear from Scott now.
Scott, 4th row of the grid today. Just tell us how you felt here this weekend.
Yeah, it's been a difficult weekend. It's not my favourite track. I've actually never really done very well here. I've never scored points. So, yeah, we've tried to take steps. I've been 2 seconds faster than I've ever been before. So, yeah, we're in the right way. Hopefully we can take another step today. I know that it's going to be a race of the tyre. Whoever can manage the tyre the best is going to win. I've gone with the harder of the 2 tyres. I know that Rueda did a run on the softer tyre, and it was about 3 seconds slower at the end, but I don't think I can manage it that well. So, yeah, we're going with the hard one. Hopefully I can finally break into the top 10 and, yeah, just get some more points on the board, a bit more confidence, and just keep taking steps forward.
Fingers crossed. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Well, let's take the positive bit of that, which is that he's 2 seconds quicker than he's ever been around here before.
Yeah, you got to focus on those positives for sure. Sometimes, as Scott did at the start of the interview, he highlights that it's not his favourite track, and he needs to forget about that because he has got good speed here this weekend. I think he could be on the right tyre. If he gets a good start, hangs on to the lead grip. As Neil said, he just needs to get that little bit more aggressive, let the brake off. He's more than capable of beating all these riders and has done in the past.
Here's a man who does like to let the brake off, and Calvin Carries. He's lying second in the championship. We've got to go from 10th today.
Yeah, which you got... Actually, I've been watching Piqueras throughout the weekend. He's not looked that strong, but we've seen him in this position before. And he's basically the polar opposite of Scott, isn't he? Looks like he's got no race pace. Looks like he's tense about where he's going to be. But he will be aggressive and he'll make it happen. He'll let the brake off, as we always use that line, let the brake off. What does that mean? It means when you're side-by-side braking with someone and you're about to tip in and the person's going to tip in front of you, if you just let the brake off for a split second, you nudge your front wheel in front of theirs, you've made the pass, you've pushed him wide, you've gone up a place.
Well, we're looking at the man in 15th place there, Vicente Peroni, but let's... oh, no, we're not, actually. Sorry, that's Perez, isn't it? Yeah. Luca Lunetta is on the front row of the grid. We've obviously not going to get any shots of the front row, so let's just talk about them for a second.
Luca's been fantastic. He's obviously, for him, had a bit of a dip and found something at the Le Mans test, and since then he's been exceptional. Strongest Honda rider, leading the way in the middle of the front row of the grid, and he's ultra aggressive. He's tall, he uses his levers to lever people aside, actually, and yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do. He's looked so strong and solid all weekend, and yeah, directly behind him though, Furusato, he came, which he doesn't normally do in qualifying, came into contention. So in the second row, 5th for him is a fantastic qualifying, great race pace as well. And yeah, I think he could be exciting in this race, the young Japanese rider.
And a word about your boys.
We've got Eddie's a little bit closer this weekend. Marcos Uriarte back, returning from his hand injury, looking faster. So hopefully they can hang into the group today and have a good solid race.
David Munoz is going from 9th, 3rd row of the grid. There's a few dark horses here a little further back.
Oh, it's proper Moto3. Munoz had that massive crash at the top of the corkscrew. He had like a sort of weird off-the-throttle high side, and he did a full 360 and landed on his head. Luckily, because he could have broken something, but he landed on the softest part of his body and got away with it. Did you see it, though? It was bizarre.
It was horrible to watch.
Yeah, no, but he was absolutely fine.
It's unbelievable sometimes, isn't it, the sport?
It is unbelievable. So, yeah, Munoz will be one to watch out, but the main man I want to talk about is Maximo Quiles. He is just a sensation. He's qualified on the front row of the grid, and I genuinely think he's got a chance of getting his first win.
There you go, he's certainly fired up after Silverstone, isn't he? Let's head over to commentary then. Michael Laverty has scurried off to join Gavin Emmett for this one. Good morning, Gav.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, he's not quite made it back yet, but hopefully be in line as we get going with this first race of our Grand Prix morning here. Moto3, 17 laps of the racetrack. Max Quiles on the front row alongside Luca Lunetta and the championship leader, Jose Antonio Rueda on pole.
It's the Moto3 Grand Prix of Aragon, and we are all set to go. Pole position goes to Jose Antonio Rueda, then it's Luca Lunetta, and Maximo Quiles starts in 3rd position as well. What are we going to see? Row 2, Alvaro Carpe, Taito Fortunato, Jacob Woolstone, David Almanza, Joel Kelso, David Munoz as well, starting in 9th position. Then we go down, Angel Piqueras, Scott Ogden, Rusi Yamanaka, Cormac Brunachan as well in 13th, Rishi Moody in 14th, Valentin Peroni 15th, Nicola Caro 16th, Vitali Perez in 17th, has to serve a long lap penalty though. 18th for Dennis Foggia, Stefano Nepa 19th, Guido Pini in 20th, Takao Bodarassa 21st, Ricardo Rossi 22nd, Eddie O'Shea 23rd, Noah Deltweller 24th, Marcus Uriarte 25th, and Adrian Fernandez in 26th position as we head off on the formation lap.
There will be a long lap penalty for Vicente Perez. He was deemed to be riding slow, so Perez will have to do a long lap at some stage in this race. A year ago, Jose Antonio Rueda won this race at a canter by nearly 2 seconds, but conditions are different to those we had a year ago, where yes, the track was greasy and track temperatures are now in the high 30s, 37 degrees for the start of this race. But you've got to feel like more people will be able to get in the mix. I have to say, throughout the weekend, David Almanza, although he had a huge crash yesterday, he's going to be someone to watch from the third row. And Michael, I'm pleased to say, I'm not going to have to fly solo. Finally made it back from the grid. It's further than you think, isn't it?
It is a bit further to get back, so I had to get a bit of a sprint on there, Gab. Sorry to keep you waiting. But yeah, I think you're right. I do think David Almanza could be a challenger. I hope it looked a big crash. Hope he's not feeling too many ill effects from that one today, but he's had such good rhythm, good pace, led the way in a lot of sessions. If he can get a good start here, I think he's got something to fight with.
I make it about half the riders on the soft rear, half on the medium. Brueda, Lunetta, Carpe, Furasato, Piqueras, Ralston, Jacob Ralston on the second row. All of those have gone with the softer tyre, and then Quiles, Almanza, Kelso, Munoz, Ogden, Buchanan, Moodley, all with the medium tyre. It sounds like there's a big discrepancy between them.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's really not clear-cut, and some riders just have to go on gut feeling. With our boys, that was Marcos Suriardi last night. He was like, I just feel better with the SC2 tyre, and then know it should last the distance better. And the other side of the garage, Eddie O'Shea, felt better with the soft. So you've got to go with what feels right for you as a rider as well.
And Scott Ogden suggesting there maybe a 3-second drop towards the end of the race. Does that mean either if you're on the soft tyre, you have to go out hard early on, or do you have to manage it?
Yeah.
We're just going to introduce the British Touring Car Championship before we get going here for Moto 3. So that's going to be a bit of an interesting one. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the British Touring Car Championship. Let's head downstairs to the pit lane walkabout. Yeah, it gets confusing having to do 2 in 1, but that is the way it goes sometime. Okay, let's get ready to rumble ourselves then here for the Moto3 Grand Prix of Aragon. Green lights at the back. It is all eyes to said lights. Moto3's 8th round of the World Championship is under starters' orders. And pull the throttle back as we go racing. It's a slow start for the front row, and out goes Luca Laneda down to second position. Into the lead goes Jose Antonio Rueda. Into the first corner we come. Envio Carpe battling with Maximo Quiles. Quiles just holding off as they come through. It's a good start so far from everybody as they head downhill towards turn number 2. Quiles on the inside already of Luca Laneda and takes second position. Rueda trying to come back in on the inside line as well. Just trying to find the right position to do so. It's a careful start, but it is a good start from everybody, and that's what we needed to see here as the action continues. Up we go. Lap 1 of 17. Rueda leads. Quiles, Lunetta, Carpe, Munoz, Almanza, Piqueras, Furasato inside the top 8 at the moment as they head downhill for the first time. And Stefano Neppa, it's something happened to Neppa. I'm looking further back to see if he's dropped it. I can't see anything there. Stefano Neppa dropping a couple of places, and the 32 and the 82 have crashed. So that's why Stefano Neppa and Vicente Perez have crashed. I wonder if Perez was going to do his long lap penalty and he's just taken it off the circuit. So a few little errors to come through. Neppa is well now under pressure. They haven't, and Perez has rejoined the race. They haven't stopped the race just yet, so that's a good sign. Almanza gets through on Caro though for 5th position on the inside. Rueda leads, but now Quiles under pressure from Lunetta at the exit of turn number 13, and down the back straight we go. This is going to be the huge slipstream effect that you're going to be waiting to see. Is anybody going to try and just close up on the inside line and sneak away through on the inside? They're still looking for it. So only 25 have taken the start of this race, not the 26 that we were told as they come into the turn 4. Yeah, by the way, we've changed the Moto3 and Moto2 timings. You can now see the sector times during the race as well, so hope you all enjoy that little fact as well throughout the Moto3 and Moto2 races. Over we go once again then. Rueda leads, but Quiles looking to the inside line, down towards the first corner. Coming around the outside is David Almanza. Little twitch from Munoz there, who's running in 4th position. Well, a smooth start, and hopefully a clean start. Yeah, just checking that's all good there. There's Stefano Neppa. He's now rejoined the race. So Neppa back in, lap 2 of 17 then. Munoz up 5 places from where he started. Long lap penalty for Perez, who knows, yeah, it means we know what happened there. Yes, so Perez has tried to go for the long lap penalty, and he's taken down Stefano Nepper. Not really the best situation to handle, and not really the best thing to happen, but we know that is a problem that persists. Nepper's come into the pit lane, so he is officially out of this race then. That's sad. There's penalty. There's the confirmation of the penalty for Perez, flashing up on the official messaging system up here inside the commentary box. And yep, there we go. Unfortunately, we now see said information. Let's take a listen to the replay.
It's going to be the Perez-Nepper incident. So,
at some point, might see it come through. No, it's not happening.
No, not this time, but yeah, they've been involved in a collision, it would seem, although Perez should be able to complete his long lap penalty, so it won't count at the next race.
Almanza's is up to 3rd now, got past David Munoz. This trio are the ones who have had the pace all weekend as Naper brings it back. Just at the top of your picture, just have a look. Oh, it's Perez on the inside. He loses it, in fact.
Yeah.
He wasn't even going
trying
for
to
the
make the overtake on the direction change, and Perez crashed of his own accord, and that wiped Stefano Nepper on his outside. Yeah, fortunately for Stefano, no fault of his. It will be reviewed after the race.
And that's another penalty for Perez, yeah.
Notepad and pen out and get both riders' feedback and then make a decision.
First lap in the tight corkscrew on the inside curve. One of those, isn't it? Yeah. We'll see what they say after the race. So it's Rueda, Quiles, Almanza, Munoz. The gap starting to stretch just in front of Carpe. A lot of fighting going on around the race because Almanza's just keeping a block on Munoz behind. Of this front group, Quiles and Almanza and Munoz have gone with the medium tyre. Is there going to be a drop for Rueda, or is Rueda able to manage it to the line?
It looks, as you mentioned, the front four just getting a little bit of daylight. I think Carpe's got the speed to bring Piqueras back across, but Ralston doing well here in these early laps. Lunetta, I'm surprised to see Luca Lunetta drop a little bit. He's got a soft tyre on. Perhaps he's thinking distance here, just manage it in these early laps. He's soft front and rear.
There was Cormac Buchanan, went a little bit deep into the entry, but brought it back round for the exit from the corkscrew. He's in front of Guido Pini, who is another one actually who had the pace at the start of the weekend, but then had a huge off himself. And I think a little bit second-hand as we go through this race.
Yeah, I think there's a few riders that will be feeling a little battered or bruised following the crashes throughout the weekend. Definitely Guido Pini, one of those. We've not quite seen him back on that form again following the crash, so perhaps feeling a little second-hand.
You really have to sacrifice your entry, don't you, into that little bus stop, the right-left. Oh, Marcos Uriarte, your man, back down into the pits, and it looks like a problem for him.
Yeah. Not sure what's gone on there.
Are you and Juan Mir, are you both been breaking mirrors together? Is that what you've been doing?
I do believe. Certainly not having too many fortunes in our Moto3 team so far this year.
So out of the final couple of corners up the right, a great last corner, isn't it? And all the lines converging. We saw that in the rookies earlier, that there are gains to be had if you can just nail it right. Quiles slots in behind Rueda on this occasion. Fastest rider on track is Luca Lunetta in 8th place.
57.1's a fast lap time. Obviously having to work to get back across a little bit here on the back wheel of Ralston, and Lunetta, he's thinking about the cut back up the inside.
There were 3 abreast in there.
Yeah. Not an easy one to pull off there, but Luca's impressed me so much on there. Is the top of the seat?
Of course it is. The David Munoz, this is... I mean, they should probably get him a little signal on the back of his bike, the amount he's tapping the back of his seat, Munoz. I'm sure that will be definitely heeded by David Almanza, no doubt about it.
Munoz had a quiet weekend by his standards, 3rd row of the grid, good speed, but not been in any tussles, not being caught cruising or doing anything untoward.
Apart from the flying through the air with the corkscrew.
From his big crash.
Completely self-inflicted. There's Ralston ahead of Piqueras. Excellent this from the Aussie, isn't it? It's so good to see, and he's attacking.
Wow.
On
Nicely
Carpe.
done on Carpe down the hill at turn 12, and he doesn't run wide.
Just keeps it going.
Ralston's,
Yeah,
I
nice.
think quietly been going about his business the last few rounds. Returning from injury. Oh, Carpe's looking at a move here on the switchback. No, not this time.
Yeah, it's one of those, if you do make that move, you are then a sitting duck, aren't you, down the straight?
Yeah, honestly, I thought Carpe would be able to pull the lead group back, and I think Jacobs just decided that perhaps he's the one to drag this group across, although the slipstream effect here, the guys have to go through. It will be Piqueras and Carpe both. Lunetta thinking about it, he's through on Piqueras.
Yeah, Piqueras and Kelso back in this group just haven't looked on it this weekend, have they?
Nope, not by their standards. Even Kelso of late, he's been really consistent, and you don't expect him to have an off weekend at all, but he's not quite been there as he sets the fastest lap of the race.
Obviously. Just to prove us wrong. Cheers, Joel. Thought we were friends. Hey, it's good to see the consistency there, but it hasn't looked as easy this weekend as it has at others for Kelso. They'd sit, of course, Piqueras and Kelso second and third in the championship as Carpe comes back at Ralston up the hill. Lunetta thought about coming through, decides against it. Wise choice, Luca.
Yeah, but on the Kelso scenario, he had 4 front rows on the bounce, and you think, yeah, he's got the one lap time attack pace, but it's not been there this weekend, qualifying back on the 3rd row of the grid. He's working here. Him and Lunetta hopefully can get through here. Carpe's back at the front of this group. They're just watching this lead 4, and I do think it is beginning to bunch up on this lap, so some good work in the first sector from Carpe there.
There were personal best laps on that last lap from Rueda out front, Quiles and Munoz, so just bear that in mind, that Rueda is steadily upping the wick. They have absolutely shattered the existing lap record. Kelso's 57.0 is nearly 9/10 quicker than the record that was standing from 2022 that is on tube.
Wow.
But of course, we didn't race him in 23, and last year the conditions were not ideal.
Yeah, the asphalt
particularly in the morning
was quite slick here last year, and dirty, and the tyres were dropping off a lot. So yeah, it's pretty much a new benchmark for this surface, but impressive nonetheless. 57.0.
How do you foresee this then with the Pirelli situation, bearing in mind that Rueda's on the softer option and the 3 riders behind him on the medium? How do you foresee it happening? I'm going to put you on the spot with still a long way to go in this race.
Honestly, I think both tyres will go the distance, and there'll be both options on the podium. It's one of those where I think a lot of the riders are worried because of the scenario here last year where they did fall off a cliff and had a lot of tear, a lot of banding, but that was more down to the surface. The track condition is better this year. I think the stronger one will be the SC2 at the end, which is Quiles. But yeah, you think Rueda's got a way of managing his tyre. It's the 3-second drop that Scott said about that does concern me if it happens again today.
But then he is so smooth, isn't he, Jose Antonio Rueda? And how many times have we said about Pirelli that often the softer tyre is the option and does go the distance?
Yeah, the SC1 wins more races than the SC2 when you look at the stats over a season. It is a good tyre on most racetracks, and yeah, if you've got your setup right and you ride it correctly, as Rueda can do, he's so smooth, like you mentioned, and I think it makes the SC1 a viable option for him to win with today.
With Carpe in the front of that chase pack, they haven't made inroads, but now Luca Lunetta has hit the front of it, so he's up into 5th, and it looks like that gap is closing, bringing along Carpe and Kelso and Piqueras into the mix.
I've got to say, I like what I've seen from Lunetta. He's just gone about his business, figured things out, and he's ultra aggressive in the race. Obviously got tangled up in the round 1 antics with Munoz, but since then he's stealthily been improving every weekend and looks really strong on the motorcycle now.
It's a strong race. It's a really strong race at the moment.
Breaks there, but that just suggests to me that Rueda's looking for the roll through the corners. He's not forcing things, just smooth as silk.
If you've got the luxury of riding your own lines, even though you know there are potential attacks coming when you've got Quiles, Munoz and David Almanza directly behind you, but you can even gap them off the turn there. Normally when you're doing that, your bike's on the move or squirming a little bit, asking a bit much from the tyres. Look at the slipstream effect here for Quiles. Is he going to go through? No. He could have done. I think he could have made that happen, although Jose Antonio is... Oh, look at this from Almanza. That's a nice shot in the middle of the final turn 16 and 17.
What a fantastic shot it is. 4 different lines, all working.
Rulstone down 3 places.
Almanza, the best one. Will Munoz, though, have the drive? Yeah.
Oh, Rulstone's into the pit lane. Now, Rulstone's into the pits. I wonder, that's a big problem, so he's out of the race.
And Munoz does go through on the inside.
Oh, and off goes the side. Yeah, Maximo Quiles getting forced out wide. So did David Almanza. Quiles keeps second. Almanza drops down at several places. The race now getting, well, I want to say entertaining, but it's getting dangerous almost. As look, now you can see Kelso's dropped back, and there is Jacob Rulstone pulling into the pit lane for the Red Bull KTM Tech 3 team. He doesn't know what's happened either. They just lost drive. Let's have a look. This is the move down to turn 1. So, oh, hang on a minute. Rulstone had a problem beforehand. So he's had to go the entire lap. Oh, and he can't believe that it's gone, and he also was right up there. Apparently he's rejoined the race. I wonder if it was something like a chain slip, something like that, just was loose. According to our monitors, he's rejoined the race. You can see yourself, it says on the monitor. Lap 7 of 17, 11 laps to go then here in Aragon. Millstone leads. This now is where the race starts just to get that a little bit more tense, a little bit more worrisome about what we could see coming. Moto 2 up next. That's going to be a split commentary again between myself and TNT. I won't be able to call the end because I'll be on the start of the British Touring Car Championships. Opening race of the day from Thruxton. So it's going to be a mix of the two as Stefan Epper gets out of the way from the leading front here. So much more with Rulstone, Quilas, Munoz, Lunetta, and Quilas looking to the inside line. Munoz just a little bit too wide, but Ruda went too deep into that last corner. He just let the front end of the bike dip away from him and he got caught out. But everyone right behind is in that train, so they're just dragging him along down towards turn 1. Quilas makes the middle on the inside. Munoz still there as well. 4 into 1, now 3. And it's going to be Munoz who takes second position away. And now Quilas gets forced out back. Up to second goes Luca Lunetta. Munoz down to third place now on that little change around on the previous lap. So yeah, 1:57.2. So Lunetta was 3/10 faster than Rueda, and he's going for it. I thought he was looking for a move on the inside line. He backs out of it. This is going to be a race of 2 halves, I think.
On up the inside of Rueda, but I think he's going to move to the head of the pack here. He just looks like he's in a hurry to get there, the young Italian.
Again, has got the softer tyre, like Rueda, and maybe he feels, well, there's much more of this tyre. Maybe Rueda is riding sensibly. Let's see how it pans out. It's a good little battle we've got going on. We're at the almost at the halfway stage of this race. We're on lap 8 of 17. Still 9.5 to go.
Just looking at Scott Ogden, he's at the head of the next chase pack. Close, he's only 2.7 down on the leader, but I don't know, they need some infight in this group.
Here it's coming, and this is where he had to take evasive action there, didn't he? Because Munoz was just not going to give up the spot to Quiles, and I think that was Quiles saying, look, all I want to be is behind Rueda.
Yeah, it was lucky there. He done well to avoid any contact as he immediately fights back on Joel.
Joel Kelso relegated a spot, but that will cost them all the way down the straight here. Kelso and Piqueras, as we said, just at the back of the group and not quite able to battle. So Rueda leads now from Munoz in second place. Lunetta third, Almanza back into fourth. Quiles will have to bring them back. Kelso and Piqueras back to the group again.
Wow, it's getting fun.
8 down, 9 to go. Still Rueda, as he has from pole position, led all the way. Has anyone headed him at any point?
No, not as yet. I think he's led pretty much the entirety here. I keep thinking someone's going to have a go, and they're allowing Jose Antonio to just dictate the pace at the front.
Side by side with him on the outside. That was never going to work, was it? He loves riding right on someone's rear wheel, doesn't he, David Munoz?
Yeah, he's happy there, and obviously in Moto 3. I think he's
going to drive through.
Yeah, he's going to go for it.
Drive towards turn 7.
Not this time. I thought he was setting up the move there, the way he's moved his body and his bike to get the cut back.
Rueda over the curb. Out of 7 into 8. It's all dropping down so steeply here. Keeps going, keeps dropping, keeps going even further through. Then into turn 10, it's the track still dropping away from you. And this is where you can eat up your tyre. Through 11, a little kink there.
Good slipstream this morning.
To be had. It punches up once more. But there you could see, couldn't you? The others close in on Rueda, but he's carrying the corner speed.
Yeah, just rolls through the apex, nice and comfortable. Yeah, it's a nicely controlled race to this point. No one really wanted to interrupt him. I thought Munoz might on this lap, and may well do so. But look at how good Rueda is off the...
Rueda's got this
the most important corner on the racetrack when you punch off onto the long straight out of turn 15.
Carpe, Kelso and Piqueras again just don't look quite to have it, do they? Furasato's come back to them, he's at the front, and Quiles is eating up the ground. It'd be interesting to see Quiles' lap time here.
Yeah, this is going to be joined by Yamanaka on this lap, has got across really well. He's pretty much onto the back of his teammate. You mentioned Piqueras not quite having it this weekend, but Yamanaka's coming across, and Scott Ogden up to 11th.
Yeah, personal best lap actually from Yamanaka. Quiles was a 57.8, the leaders in the 58s. Bear in mind, we've had a 56 in this race, so the pace has dropped by a second or so.
Yeah, that was quite a steady lap, 58.3 for Rueda. Bearing in mind, as you said, he's been down in the low 57, so it's allowed the chase pack, and that has brought Scott Ogden. He's now just 2.0 off the, so 2 seconds off the leader.
Almanza up past Lunetta and into third place. Up towards turn 7 once more. Lunetta back at Almanza. 2 into 1 do not fit through 7. Lunetta doing the right thing. Here comes Quiles. He's just not going to die wandering, is he? He's just going to go for it when he's got a chance.
He's made a couple of little mistakes, recovered well though. I thought when I see the second one, if he starts pushing a little too hard and running off track, it's going to cost him, but he steadied things on this lap.
But it just says to me that he can run Rueda's pace and just sit there, and he has been. And it's all about a little bit of management. He's 17, Michael. He's in his 4th Grand Prix.
He is a sensation, no doubt. I fully believe he will be a MotoGP World Champion one day. And yeah, he's big for a Moto3 bike. Oh, for Asaro, thinking about it there. But
the thing is, Michael, we keep seeing them coming through. We've said it now about riders over the last few years, whether it be Isan Guevara, Pedro Acosta. You know, we've seen them all coming through the system. And he's another cab off the rank, is Quiles.
Yeah, he's ready. He is very ready as a 17-year-old, and the right management, the right people around him with the Marquez boys, the vertical management group.
Imagine having them in your corner.
It's not a bad asset to anyone. And even for training and everything that goes on throughout the winter months. He was well prepped as he turned up for his first ever GP.
And he carried great corner speed there. That'll bring him right back onto this front group now. As David Munoz takes to the inside, looking from the heli. Here comes Luca Lunetta.
Oh, the inside line.
Wow, that's a great move from Lunetta. Does he run wide? He'll still have the inside line here, and he will hang on to second place. Excellent from Lunetta. Again, Rueda just unfettered at the front, isn't he? No one bothering him, just going about his business.
Yeah, it just shows that he's so consistent. Once again, another 58.3. So that's the pace he's happy with in terms of his tyre at the moment. When you've got 7 laps to go, I think he's just going to keep this rhythm. But there will be attacks, no doubt, for sure. Munoz will put a move up the inside at some point.
And we talked about Piqueras hasn't quite had the pace, but you know what? If Piqueras is there on a last lap, you know, and tyres are starting to look a little bit sketchy, I'm putting Piqueras in the mix.
He's very...
Perez has received a long lap penalty for track limits warnings.
Yeah, interesting to see as the race progresses. He's so good in the battle that you do not rule him out of a podium, even on a tough weekend for him.
Still, Rueda dictating the pace of this race. Still, he's just driving through the corners. His roll speed is brilliant. Again, sacrifices on his entry there into number 12 through 13. And it's the right-left downhill, dropping the track, dropping away from you. It's a horrible corner, isn't it?
Yeah, downhill here is so easy to lose the front. Oh. We've seen him do it a few times already in this race. Doesn't worry about compromising his exit. He's confident that he's going to get up the turn. It does leave Almanza a little bit vulnerable here to an overtake. Furasado has got the draft, struggling to get through on it though.
Quiles up to 4th again. There's the trio. We're not sure about Piqueras, Carpe and Kelso in this race, but they are still there. They're still within striking distance, and just off the back behind Yamanaka, Scott Ogden has made up ground on this front group. He's only less than a second, 8/10 now behind them. They all start scrapping at the front finally. We had a change in the leader then, and it's
finally on the inside line. 3-1 does go, and it's Luca Lunetta who takes it. David Munoz into second position as well, and round the outside, Wade has been pushed down into 3rd position. Well, finally the race has come alive on lap 12 of 17. It's taken a while with 6 to go, but this is what Moto3 is all about. The short, sharp overtakes that give us the big punch to wake us up on a Sunday morning. Well, Wade has nearly hit the back of Munoz, and that's allowed Almanza through. Almanza through on the inside line. Just little mistakes can cost big, big errors here. Well, so far, so good, as this race will continue. 60 as you can see on the timing monitor. Look at Rueda now, losing so many places. Down into 6th, is up the inside. Cheeky from Quiles and cheekier from Sato. So Rueda's gone from 1st to 6th in the space of 9 corners. Yep, that tracks, doesn't it? With how crazy the Moto3 tyres have been recently over the past couple of years. Moneta, Munoz, Almanza, Quiles, Sato, Rueda, Piqueras, Carpe, Yamanaka, Kelso, that's your top 10. Ogden's just hovering down 11th position at the moment. Almanza still trying to have a look on the inside line and looking at a letter. Oops, and up the inside, Quiles makes the move on Munoz. Slips through on the inside quite nicely, to be fair. Over the line we come. Look at the speed that Quiles has got. He's going to go to the inside line of his teammate, down in towards turn 16, 17. He's going to take 2nd position. Nearly forces out Munoz, who's getting caught in the wake as well. And Munoz just having to take an exit. He'll get the speed back up. No one touching the line, but look at the speed. We are 5, 6 wide across the start line. In towards turn number 1. That's more like it. Under braking. Who's got the lead of loads? It's Maximilian Quiles who leads on course for his first win in Moto3 in just his first few races. This boy is special. He has got a lot of talent. Never, ever, ever underestimate him. Quiles. Now, Almanza to the inside line, trying to take the lead as Quiles goes wide. Almanza leads, Munoz 2nd. Quiles down to 3rd. Still a few errors. Trying to find its way through. That's what we like to see. Just keep it calm. Fingers crossed it's not going to be too bad.
He's going to try and pull away. He had such good pace. We thought he was in line for challenging for pole. Then he had a crash, unfortunately. Started on the 3rd row of the grid in 7th. But David Almanza, who really has been overshadowed a little bit by Fernandez so far in his Leopard time. Oh, look who's coming to the fore. Number 36, Angel Piqueras, is up now past Carpe and in behind Rueda.
And these lap times got quite slow. I know they were all battling and scrapping in the last lap, but it was high 59s, mid 59s. So, yeah, we talked about the tyre drop. It is happening.
Yeah, it is. What was it? Scott Ogden said to us on the grid. In fact, Cormac Buchanan just got past Scott Ogden and up to 11th. 3 seconds difference. We've had a 56 in this race, and now they're all in the 59s. Rueda did a 2 minutes on that last lap. 2-minute lap. So he's just, hopefully, for Rueda's sake, saved some tyre. We will see very soon indeed. As it stands, though, it's Almanza on the medium tyre, from Quiles on the medium tyre, Munoz on the medium tyre. Are your 1, 2 and 3 across the line? Quiles being told on his dashboard, you've got David Munoz behind. I don't know if I want to know that.
It is one of those with David Munoz. You know he's going to attack. It's better probably to know you can be a little bit more defensive.
Pace increased again since Almanza's hit the front. Into the 58s, 158.8 from Almanza. Quiles behind him. Here comes Sato.
Yeah.
Just trying to squeeze through on Rueda, and he manages it. Piqueras now riding around the outside, but Carpe's on his inside too. Piqueras leaves himself exposed there, but look at him lean on.
Wow.
Look at how Piqueras just leant over the top of Carpe.
Yeah, so confident in the battle. Angel Piqueras, aggressive when he needs to be. And yeah, just closed the door but left enough room that there was no contact.
That's on the red 36 there with the solo on the side of it. Angel Piqueras 2nd in the championship. It's the Leopard, number 22 of David Almanza, who leads from the Aspar 28 with the pink. Max Quiles, 17 years of age, looking for his first Grand Prix victory. Would be first Grand Prix victory for Almanza.
Look at Quiles on the inside, leads.
First Grand Prix victory for Lunetta. All these 4 out the front, looking to break their GP winning duck.
Another tap of the seat there for David Munoz to Luca Lunetta. It's not going to happen. It will not happen in these last 3 1/4 laps.
There Quiles showed that he can ride differently through that sector. You know, he's been dive bombing, hasn't he, through turn 15. On this occasion,
well, it's fairly simple, to be fair. The only 3 winners, Piqueras, Foggia and Rueda. So everybody is looking for their first win here.
on this planet. He just looks so comfortable at the head of a Moto3 Grand Prix race already.
Lunetta with the tighter line on entry into turn 16. Through 17, up and over the rise. It's Max Quiles who leads them across, and again will dive for the inside. They're all going to hug that line. It's not the longest of runs down towards turn 1, but Quiles has it, and here comes Lunetta on the inside of Almanza. Does he make the corner? He does, and then Almanza, as he tried to pick up the throttle, little twitch, but gets back in third. But he's going to get through on him.
Yeah, the little move from Almanza is his tyre beginning to cry enough, although the pace was quite good again back in the 58s last time around.
Credit to Cormac Buchanan, you know, he's on the back of this group, having got through on Ogden. He's starting to come to the fore, is the Kiwi, so he's now at the back of this group of 11 at the front of this Grand Prix. Ooh, a track limits warning for Max Quiles.
That will make him think of it. Comes up on his dash now, so over the last couple of laps there are a few parts here that aren't red paint, and he does like to use a lot of track here at Aragon.
Furasato thought about it, down into the corkscrew on Rueda. 5th and 6th they sit. But Quiles it is who leads them. Now, what line does he take through here? Max Quiles has been, on occasion, jumping over the edge of the curb, but no, he's going on the high line. As they ride through 11 towards turn 12, is Rueda able to make any moves yet? Not quite. Looks like he has his bike set up slightly differently to get the roll. Does that make him a bit more vulnerable in the attacks?
Yeah, I think he usually is quite good on the braking zones, but I think this weekend he's been more happy when he's riding by himself, as we've seen in qualifying, and in these early laps he'd like to lead from the front. But I think he still will be able to fight over these last 2 laps.
Barnstorming start to our racing day here in Moto3. Max Quiles from David Munoz, from Luca Lunetta and David Almanza, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Jose Antonio Rueda, who led the first 2/3 of this race before Munoz and Lunetta came past him up at turn 1. This is going to be another, it's going to be the place, I think, where you get through. We saw actually earlier on today, riders not wanting to lead in the rookies. And they're all just trying to get in behind Quiles, and again, as they do battle behind, Lunetta now is going to have Almanza ride around him. He's gone from 2nd to 4th. Munoz is going to try and turn underneath Quiles at 3, not this time.
He's getting a great run through turn 2. As you mentioned, likes to ride so close to Lunetta, back on Almanza up the hill.
And Almanza back at him. This is brilliant stuff. They're knocking lumps out of each other here. Almanza and Lunetta changed positions 2 or 3 times in the space of a couple of corners. Tapping the back of your seat. It's not going to work, mate, because here comes Lunetta again.
It was a wasted hand gesture there.
Furasato's under pressure now from Carpe on his inside.
This is
still
amazing.
Rueda sits in 5th. Still Quiles leads them with a lap and a half remaining.
This is unbelievable stuff. We literally have the entire, I think, top 15 inside this battle. It is absolutely insane. Furasato been forced out wide. He drops back down to 11th position out there as well. Quiles leading the way with Munoz in 2nd position by 73 thousandths of a second only, because Munoz going to go for a move around the outside. He's going to switch back on the inside line very late into the braking zone. No, Quiles leads Munoz 2nd, Lunetta 3rd. Remember what I said earlier on, the only one in this leading fight, Keras, Rueda and Foggia, they're the only riders who've ever won a Moto3 race. Everybody is going for their first, which means everybody is doing a maximum attack right now. Rueda, though, started to make his way back through and almost hits the side of Almanza, coming down into turn 14. Bound stretch we come. It will be 1 more lap to go here of the Moto3. Amazing Aragon Grand Prix. Munoz coming on the inside line, gets ahead of Maximo Quiles. Almanza coming in there as well. Lunetta dropped back into 4th position. Over the line we go. 1 more lap remaining of the Moto3 Aragon Grand Prix. A little bit of slipstreaming down towards turn 1. Quiles thinking about a move and has taken the lead away from Munoz. Off the track goes Rueda. He loses several positions as well. I think he's dropped way behind Piqueras. Yeah, Rueda down to 9th. Just a little off-track excursion at turn 1. Kelso also got run wide. Up the inside, taking 3rd place, goes Luca Lunetta. Almanza dropping behind, I think Caros. Yeah, look at Alvaro Carpe up into 4th place. Munoz still trying to get the lead away in the inside line. Super tight as they come down in towards the braking zone for the corkscrew section. Nothing from Munoz. He hasn't got the launch on the inside line. In fact, a little bit wide for Munoz. That's going to upset him down through the backstretch towards the castle wall section. A little bit of a change in position as well. Forasato 11th, Ogden still 12th. Who we're going to have then as a first-time winner? Surely it's not going to be the man who's in his 4th ever race of Maximo Cuelas. Oh, here goes back on the inside. Wade is starting to make moves up the order as well. Just getting ahead of Kelso. I don't believe it. I think we're going to... Yeah, Cuelas track limits. He's got a warning, but has he hit the last corner? That could be quite detrimental. Surely we're not about to see Cuelas win. The 19-year-old, sorry, the 17-year-old, just his 3rd ever start. Oh, it's getting rather close, isn't it? It's into the last corner. Munoz going to go for a lunge on the inside line. Cuelas is going to go wide. Munoz is making it stick. They're side by side. Munoz is going to win the race. He's waited so long. It's the man who's waited longer than the 17-year-old going to win. It's side by side of the line. And finally it's done. David Munoz wins in Moto3. It has been coming for so long. And finally he does it by 0.050 at the line. 50 thousandths of a second to Maximo Cuelas, who's in just his 4th Moto3 start. And now the tears can start on his home event. David Munoz finally is a Grand Prix winner. He's deserved it for so long. And that is a good news story. A fantastic move at the last corner. Cuelas defended the inside line, what he thought was to its limits. He left just the slightest of doors open. Munoz went through and took the lead of the line. No matter what the slipstream, 50 thousandths of a second was the difference. Now that is what I call a finish to a MotoGP race. That was amazing. 50 thousandths of a second. The top 8 separated by 0.8 of a second. That is typical Moto3. What a fantastic event. It's David Munoz, Maximo Cuelas, Alvaro Carpe, David Almanza, the top 4, then Luca Lunetta 5th, Angel Paqueras in 6th, Joel Kelso 7th, Jose Antonio Ueda finishing in 8th place as well, 9th for Rusi Yamanaka, 10th for Cormac Boroman, 11th for Tairo Forasato, Scott Ogden is 12th, Valentin Peroni in 13th, 14th on the line goes to Rishi Moodley, 15th for Dennis Foggia in the last points-paying position. Noah Deltwell at 16th. Nicola Caro 17th. Riccardo Rossi in 18th. Guido Pini 19th. Takon Borassi 20th. Eddie O'Shea 21st. Vicente Perez 22nd. Marcos Yota in 23rd. Stefano Neppa 24th. Jacob Woolstone in 25th position as the last racer in this field. That is insane at the line. Almanza and Lunetta as well. Moved up the order at the last line. Carpe taking 3rd on that last lap. That was absolutely fantastic. I agree with what Sean's saying. Moto3 never, ever, ever disappoints. Moto2 will be coming up as well. We will be staying for the podium ceremony and hoping that we can get everything sorted in time. We do have to hand over eventually to British Touring Cars at Thruxton. But I do want to make sure that everything is confirmed before we go off air for that, because I'm being told we don't have enough time for the podium because we've got to hand over for the touring cars to make sure everything's set up for Moto2. It's a busy day as I'm one-man banding with the broadcasts. Just a reminder, coming up on JB Motorsports 2, we have the Moto2 race, plus then the Freca second race as well from Zandvoort, Omi and Wes on the commentary team for that one. Tomorrow here on JB Motorsports 2, we have the Aragon test. So all of the action, you can join us for that as well from 9 till 5. Well, what a bizarre weekend we've had here. I still can't believe it quite myself. It is never stopping to be different. Let's head back down to TNT Sports and all the action and join Gavin Emmett for the information.
Welcome back to Aragon, where we've had a belter of a race to start our day. Not for this man, unfortunately, Jose Antonio Rueda. Only managed 8th across the line. He led for the first 2/3 of it. But, Michael, we've just seen some shots, haven't we, where he was just sliding into turn 1 and his tyre had clearly gone.
Yeah, he lost it on entry into turn 1 in the final lap, and obviously you lose the grip going in, you can't stop it. He just took himself a little bit out of contention there at the end, which is a shame, but a quality race for him nonetheless.
David Munoz celebrates. He was on the harder option tyre, as was Quiles on that podium alongside him. He just worked it out, didn't it? He just sat in second place, sat there waiting. Family down, his mum down there celebrating. Hector Falbo, who looks after him. Great days, great times, aren't they? A rider, take a look at the tears for mum. That's brilliant.
They've been through it, obviously, so close to victory on occasion. And you mentioned the criticism, which he has been, obviously, it's been directed his way. Some of the mistakes he's made, some of the decisions that have caused incidents on track, but that was the best I've seen him ride in terms of cleanness, fair, and at the end he was thinking.
And he wanted to be in second, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's what he just, I'll be there second. And how many times have we said that here in Aragon? That the straight is so long and downhill, slipstream becomes all important. Hey, this kid's ridden well, hasn't he? Dropped back to 8th at one point and had to fight his way back through, was leading. Wasn't to be today. His day will come, I think.
Yeah, runner-up again, 2 in a row where he's been second. Oh, so close to the victory, but no, it won't take long. Give him another crack in 2 weeks' time at Mugello. I'm pretty sure he's going to be there and in contention. He's so impressive as a rookie. 17 years old, and he rides in a classy manner, aggressive and in control. He's definitely the best answer that the Aspark team could have had to David Alonso.
Following, slotting into his boots perfectly. Alvaro Carpe back on the podium for the first time since the opening round, and it didn't look like that was going to happen at one point today, did it?
No, he was struggling, languished a little bit. He was the best of the soft tyre riders, so he did keep his tyre under him a little better than the rest and had something to fight with.
There's Marc Marquez down to celebrate. Nico Tirol alongside, but celebrating with Max Quiles. Yeah, they work, basically they have the same management team with the Marquez brothers around. Yeah, there's Peter Ertl down, happy face on the German. Good to see. Yamanaka did well.
Yep, kept coming forward, ended up 9th inside the top 10, 1.1 down on the victory, so he can be happy with his efforts because he had to dig deep to get across to be in contention with the lead group.
A reminder, we've got Moto2 coming up very soon indeed. In the next 20 minutes or so, we'll be on the grid there, ready to go in the Moto2 class. And the signs are that could be equally as good as that Moto3 race.
Yeah, it looks like Moto2 could be the best of the day with, obviously, the intact GP rider, Manu Gonzalez, languishing down the field after a crash in qualifying.
I think we're going to finally be able to get Alvaro Carpe over to speak to Jack Appleyard, who's going to be down there waiting. What a proud moment for Munoz. As we say, that's when we were down there before, saw those Andalusian fans with the dynamite for David. Yeah, Dynamite David's about right for him, isn't it? Let's hear from Alvaro Carpe, what he's got to say after 3rd place.
Alvaro, what a weekend you've had on home soil here in Aragon. 18th birthday early in the week, and now onto the podium. Does it get any better than that?
I think no, because this podium is very important for me. We were working too much during all the season, improving in all the setting, all the bike, all the team with my crew chief, with my team. We are improving too much. I think this is like the gift for all the work. Also was my birthday Thursday. It's a special weekend for me because here in Spain also. Podium and in the World Championship is very special for me. I'm very happy because the race was very difficult to manage the tires. Also the group was bigger than I thought. But yeah, we managed very good. We saved the tires until the 3 last laps, and then I started to overtake the riders. Yeah, I'm very happy. I want to thank all my team. Incredible job they have. And all my family, all my friends, and the people who support me.
Brilliant ride, well done.
Thank you.
Vamos! Happy birthday weekend for Alvaro Carpe. Should have aimed for more, but to get back to the podium after not being on it since the first round, steps in the right direction. So much Spanish talent on the podium, so much Spanish talent in that field. Imagine Almanza was 4th, Piqueras 6th, Ryder 8th. Incredible. Here is the youngest of all of them, Max Quiles. Back-to-back podiums for him.
Max, what a rookie year you're enjoying. I'm sure that victory is going to come soon. So close today. What are the emotions like after that?
Yeah, I'm a bit angry, but yeah, great race. It was a really difficult race. I haven't got too much experience with this tire, and here in Aragon it breaks a lot, so it was difficult. But yeah, I tried to be all the time there. And yeah, the last 2 laps I saw that Muñoz is really good fighter, so I said I didn't know what to do. I was thinking I'm gonna let him pass and then in the last corner try it. But I said I'm not going to do all this stuff. Maybe I make a mistake. So I said, okay, now I will do as fast as I can the last corner. I went a bit wide. He got me the slipstream and he overtake me. And then I said, maybe now I can overtake him on the back straight, but on the last straight. But it wasn't possible. But it's great to do a second podium in a row, and we will try it in Mugello.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, he'll be there in Mugello. He'll be in the mix, no doubt about it. Oh, that was a collision earlier on with the rear of David Muñoz's bike that sent him off the track. Let's not forget he had track limits penalty hanging over his head. This was the contact. How did he get that one done?
Well, he did a few bumps throughout the race, a few close scrapes.
I think he's going to happen throughout his career. He's that kind of rider, isn't he? He's a bit like Marc Marquez in that he's just going to seize a gap, he'll go for it.
Yeah, certainly he's already in his junior GP and Red Bull Rookie's career made a few enemies because of those moves, but yeah, you got to say, he's ruthless when it comes to he's only out for victory.
But it's in a different manner to how this man normally rides. Today, though, you have to give full credit. David Muñoz is a Grand Prix winner, finally.
As well. You are a Grand Prix winner for the first time, and to do it in Spain, just how good does that feel?
Yeah, today is a very good day for we. I am very happy for this victory because I need this position for keep on the season, focus on me. And well, I try in the last lap overtake to Quiles. I try in the last lap before, and in the last lap one opportunity for the victory, and I passed very close, but I win it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, what an opener. That was a tangy start to the day of racing, wasn't it? Brilliant racecraft from David Muñoz there.
Hard to recognise him. I mean, it was that good. It was calm. It was calculated. The whole race was calm and calculated. And we've not seen that from him before. You never think of calm and being calculated, do you, from David?
And it was anything but to watch it. It was such a spectacle, wasn't it, with the amount of changes of leader. And he knew what he was doing, though, and we saw it, as he was mentioning there, on the penultimate lap. It looked like there was a rehearsal.
Oh, it was so good to see. He set it up on the penultimate lap, and he had a good look. Like I said, this is the penultimate lap, this is the end of the straight. And he was working out how deep he could brake, and he does the move there. But then he's already thinking, do you know what? I don't want to lead this last lap. So he controlled it, and he allowed Quiles to get back past him. And then there are opportunities during the last lap that he could have gone back in front, but he didn't want to. He knew he wanted to go down that back straight in second place. So it was so calm, so patient. Like I said, there were that many opportunities for him to make the move earlier in the lap, and he didn't. Even through there, he went even wider to get a better run down here, to get the perfect track position. Quiles did everything right. he's leading, he's weaving around, not too much. It was like, let's say, just the right amount. And then we get to the braking zone. I thought Munoz might have got earlier, he didn't. At that point, he knew straight away. He saw Quiles had that slight bobble, he's gone wide. There was room, it was clean, it was precise, it was perfect. What a win. So pleased with him. You think about him in his journey in Grand Prix racing. He arrived here with a really bad reputation. His first year, it was actually not nice to watch. He was so aggressive, he got penalties. Let's not forget, in his first ever Grand Prix 3 years ago, he was on the podium. So he's had the talent, but mistake after mistake after mistake. Last year he calmed down a bit, but weren't quite as fast. And then he started this year. First race, penalty, riding through someone.
Do you think this is the shape now of things to come for Munoz? Do you think he's been able to dial it back and find exactly where he is?
It's what he needed. He kept saying he joined the Dynavolt team. He's got Peter Ertl, super experienced German. He runs the team, that side of the garage. Calm him down, and he's been able to calm him down and get him to use his brain, and we know the talent. The talent's never been in question. So, yeah. So pleased, I'm really pleased that it finally, Munoz arrived.
Yes, it's a major victory for Munoz, but let's not forget about Max Quiles. It's his 4th race. He's had 2 second places and a pole position, and he's disappointed Gav.
I mean, he's going places as well, isn't he? We've got an all-teenage Spanish podium right in front of us here. Well, not with Peter Ertl on the side, shall I say. Definitely not a teenager. Oh, it's Peter. But he is a campaigner with a brilliant team, and they're having success now, not just in Moto2, but in Moto3 as well. And great to see. 18 years old, Alvaro Carpe celebrates that. Another Mercian, by the way, I'll point out, Carpe. He celebrates his return to the podium here today. Sits 4th in the championship, just a point behind John Kelso. Piquera still 2nd, Wader still out front. The mayor of Alcañiz, the local town here, is going to hand over the trophy. Back-to-back 2nd places for a kid who's going places. Maximo Quiles celebrates with another trophy. 2 out of 4 ain't bad. But in his 58th Grand Prix, 9 podiums previously, but number 10 is a win. Ignacio Berneda, Deputy President of the FIM, hands over the trophy to David Munoz from the Dynavolt Liquimolic Intact GP team. He has won his first Grand Prix, and he does it at home soil here in Aragon.
A wonderful, absolutely incredible Moto3 race to kick off the day, and you couldn't ask for anything better. It's champagne time! And the thing is, Maximo Quiles can't even spray it because he's only 17 years old. An amazing race, an amazing day. We'll be back for Moto2 very shortly. It's time for the Moto2 Grand Prix of Aragon, and this is going to be absolutely chaotic. Moto3 just had a race where it was side by side at the line. What are we going to see for this one? Let's turn our attention down to the commentary team.
14th, they've got a lot of work to do and having to develop the bike as well. It's going to be a race of attrition, perhaps, with the situation with the tyres here, the track temperature of 43 degrees. But we had the most sensational opening race in Moto3. And the scene is set for Moto2 to be a big showstopper as well. Let's head over to commentary then. Your man in pole position, don't forget Diogo Moreira. Michael Laverty is alongside Gavin Emmett. Can't wait for this one, chaps.
It is an intriguing Moto2 race we've got ahead of us. You've got 3 riders on the front row, including this man, Diogo Moreira, who love it sideways. They're going to have to look after their tyres. And Manuel Gonzalez, championship leaders, coming from the 6th row. It's all to play for.
Welcome to Moto2 and the Aragon Grand Prix. A critical weekend is ahead of us. Here is how they line up on the starting grid. Diego Monrella alongside Barry Baltus and Dennis Onshu have the front row of the grid. Then we have Aaron Canet, Daniel Hologado, David Alonso, Philip Salak, Zonta van der Gerberg, and then Joe Roberts. Alonso Lopez, Tony Albarino and Albert Arenas, Senna Igus, Jake Dixon, Marcos Ramirez, Isaac Guevara alongside Daniel Munoz, Manuel Gonzalez, Justina Vietti, Ivan Otola, Musasaki, Alice Escray, Sergio Garcia, Adrian Huetas, Yuki Kuni, Darren Binder, Nakarthin, Atapuvaspat alongside Jorge Navarro in last position as well. Warm-up laps underway, and this is going to be an interesting one. Hello everybody, welcome to the commentary box. We're all set then for Moto2, and I'm having to sit down for this one because actually this one's been done on the map book, and it's not a green screen. Look, I'll prove it to you. Look, there you go, look. This time the map book is actually being used as the streaming PC, while the streaming PC does the touring cars. I am going to be here for half of the race, and then we'll hand down to TNT Sports to cover the end of it, because I have to go over and take the coverage of Thruxton. So, thumbs up, thumbs down. At least I get to do a Moto2 race. I haven't been here since round 3. I haven't since America. I didn't do Qatar, didn't do Spain, didn't do France, didn't do Silverstone. So I've missed 4 races. At least now I don't miss one. But let's check in with our commentary team and see what things are like.
You're wanting to manage tyre consumption. It's not easy to make passes. You've got to use tyre, you've got to squirt it off the turn to get the run. And it's going to be hard for Manuel to do both, to get through the field and conserve a little bit of rubber for the battle over the last few laps. But on current form, you've got to say Manuel's the man who could do it.
And there are some fast riders ahead of him. That's the thing. Your Jake Dixons, your Alonso Lopez and Tony Avelinos. You know, as you go through, there are some fast riders, and you get offline here, and you usually have to, if you're going to try and overtake, that's going to compromise you as well.
Yeah, you get offline and it's easy to lock the front, to have a crash. It also wears the tyres a little bit more because the asphalt itself is a little dirtier, so it's not going to be easy.
And let's not forget the clash he had with Barry Baltus in Silverstone. When you're in the middle of the pack, these things happen.
Yeah, he's comfortable when he's out front. Manuel Gonzalez likes to run his own pace. He's not going to be able to do that today, so he's got to fight, got to scrap, and yeah, it's a different way. Passing the likes of a Barry Baltus didn't prove easy for him at Silverstone and ended up being his demise.
Everyone's going for the same rear tyre development, soft rear, but there are a mix in the front tyres, which could be interesting, because that also will be affected.
Yeah, down towards the first corner. I keep going to press button 2, forgetting, because I'm not used to being in this commentary box on a different commentary setup, so I keep going to press number 2, but that is a different one. So I'm just going to put the knob lock on to stop me pressing it accidentally. If anyone's watching the touring cars, I apologise for what you could see, but hey, it's that type of situation. Here we go then, all set for the Moto2 Grand Prix of Aragon. Red lights will come up, the revs will be rising. Let's hope for a good start. Eyes to the lights. 5 on. Throttle back, we're racing. Poor start from Diego Monrella. Picks it up though, because it was equally bad. Coming from Aaron Canet. Dennis Onshu will come into second position. In towards turn number 1. They all get through cleanly. I'm looking for Jake Dixon, the championship leader. Where's he down on the run? He's down still in 15th place. It's a terrible start from him though, as they come up into the first time. Monrella leading the way. Onshu trying to come back into second position as well, as Gonzalez drops down the timing order as well, as they all try and fumble into turn 4 and 5 together. So far, so good, but 9 times out of 10, you know how much of a situation it can be as Monrella tries to cut back round the outside. Still calming down. Onshu keeping positions as well. Who's your biggest winner? Salak up there as Onshu dives on the inside. Onshu's going for the lead. 3 to 1 doesn't go. Onshu leads. Baltus to second. Diego Monrella taking 3rd position then as they continue on. Now the exit. Diving through on the inside. Oh, that's unbelievable for Philip Salak, but takes Aaron Canet away. Canet runs, both run very wide actually at the back stretch, still trying to find positions together as they come down into the braking zone. Alonso going on the inside line, contact! Big accident! And that is ridiculous news, because out of the race has gone David Alonso and Daniel Hologado. The two Aspar teammates come together with Alonso dropping the front and losing it. Out goes Hologado, out goes Alonso. Huge at the standings of this race. Canet leads the championship as it stands. Dixon down to 5th place in the standings on 84 points. Canet 121, Gonzalez 112 as things stand. Wow, what a dramatic start for that to come into it. Let's check in with TNT as the opening lap completes. No sign of a red flag though.
Breathing room for Onchu, Baltas and Moreira at this stage.
Across the line, Manuel Gonzalez crosses in 15th place, just trying to pick him out in the group as Philip Salach has been aggressive.
Let's have a take a look at it again.
Here we go, this was the move. Look at Holgado at the back on the 27. He's going too tight, he
and
knows,
bang,
and he's trying to squeeze it to fit. I think he thought if I pick it up, I am going to clear out even more people.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
It was one where the only safe option was to completely let off the brakes and go straight on through, but then you've got 3 or 4 riders in front. There was Canet, and it was a tricky one for Danny Holgado. They will look at it. I don't think there's too much to decide. It's one of those corners. You've got
after
the crest, you've got the slipstream of the bikes in front. It took Holgado in a position he didn't want to be in, to be honest.
It'll be reviewed after this race then.
So, Barry Baltas now at the front of the race with Onchu in 2nd place, Moreira in 3rd, Canet is 4th, Salach has a good start. Alonso Lopez, he progressed, didn't he, throughout the weekend, made a couple of changes here and there on his setting, and it seems to have worked for Lopez.
He always has been fast around Aragon, and this weekend has been tough for him in the Moscoscuro chassis. The speed-up team definitely made some changes that went the right direction yesterday, and now he's not far off here in 5th in this race, and I think he can go with this lead group.
This was where Baltas took the lead. Look at that, riding around the inside, getting on the gas early, and then squeezing through. That's an excellent move, isn't it, from Baltas? He is creative.
Yeah, it uses a little more tyre to turn up the hill as he did, but at this stage in the race, he's not too concerned about the right-hand side of his tyre, so he might as well use it up the hill to make the overtake happen.
Gonzalez has got through on Dixon, just trying to pick him out. There he is, just ahead of the Brit on the racetrack as he tips it down into turn 16. His teammate Senna Aegis has made a good start from 13th on the grid.
Yeah.
Senna is up into 7th place.
But Barry Baltas has the lead of this race as things stand. 150.838. Onchu 2nd, Monrello in 3rd, Garcia dropping positions. Jorge Navarro up 8 places thanks to this little melee from everybody. So, you know, come see, come saw. It's taking a good start. It's doing the right thing. Canet leads Gonzalez just by 8 points now in the championship as things stand. Where Baltas actually moves in 23. So Barry Baltas leading this race. Exactly how much of Moto2 have I missed this season? Binder has completed his long lap penalty. As Salak holds off for 6th place as well, with Senna Aegis just behind him. Joe Roberts gets back ahead of Tony Alberino on the inside. Nice move as the 44 Cadet makes the move back on Diego Monrella for 3rd place. Was not going to let that one stick down into the chicane. So good start in this Moto2 Aragon Grand Prix as we currently have it. Baltas leads Onchu Canet. Diego Monrella also coming on the mix as well. Alberino gets ahead of Joe Roberts. Senna Aegis up 6 places. Sean says up 6 places for him now. Up 5 matches up as Zonta's got through. Joe Roberts passing Alberino. There's a battle going on for 9th and 10th position. Lopez gained 5 as well. On that, you can see the full timing screen. Now that we've moved to browser source, by the way, it makes it so much more easier to get this situation running. Non-stop today between Moto3, Moto2, then it's British Touring Cars opening race, then it's back to MotoGP. Yin and yang throughout the entirety of today, but that's the way we go for racing. It's an exciting one. Alberino in 9th, Roberts in 10th. Closing in. Reminder, there's no podium for the Moto2. We'll go straight off air. Side by side on the inside line, Diego Monrella making the move on Alan Canet. Alonso has been taken to the medical centre for a checkup. That's understandable, unfortunately, due to what we know. It was a silent impact. I'm worried about his right leg, because that got a horrible whack into the side of it. Albert Arenas moving up a couple of places. Just for information, I'll be leaving in 6 minutes' time, and I'll be handing over to the TNT team for the action. So we're sort of half and halfing it today for Moto2 and commentary. Megan joins me from MotoGP later on. Baltus, Onchu, Canet, Monrella, Lopez, Salak, Zonta van der Gerberg in P7, Senna Igus in P8, still closing in. More and more time needs to be found. More grips need to be gathered together as well, to be fair. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Everybody gets worried and alarmed about the same style of things. That 4 of 19, and so far, so good.
In Moreira, and you can just see Alonso Lopez here on the number 21 in 5th place is just over a second now. They're the 2 lead Boscoscuro riders. There is a test coming up soon in Barcelona, which will be crucial for Boscoscuro men. I believe Salach isn't doing it, so Jake Dixon was telling me he's going to have Salach's bike to be able to run back-to-back tests, which will be key, actually. It's really hard when you have only got one bike at your disposal.
Yeah, that's invaluable, actually, to be able to back-to-back changes without losing 40 minutes or whatever to do a head angle or offset change. So, yeah, that'll be good for him to really get, as he said on the grid, he's working on completely different bike setups, just trying to evolve the package to make it work at the moment, whilst all the Boscoscuro riders seem a little at sea.
You talked about Aaron Canet, how you thought he'd be coming back here. Fastest lap of the race, a 1:50.6. That smashes the race lap record, which stood in the name of Sam Lowes, who was seriously impressive around Aragon in his day by 1.1 seconds quicker.
Impressive. Obviously, Sam would have done it on Dunlop tyres back in the day, but Sam was quality around here in Moto2. Remember the COVID years? So fast.
The Dunlops.
James, see that lap record disappear?
Canet's trying on Onchu.
That's what he did it on Moreira, wasn't it? He's very strong on entry here. Aaron Canet has got the harder option tyre, the medium front, whereas the other's gone with the softer front. That will give him that little bit extra, won't it? Stability, a bit more braking prowess back going into the corners.
He's on the softer of the front?
No, he's on the medium.
On the medium, okay. Yeah, usually it is a bit more braking performance. A lot comes down to rider preference and how they set their bike up, how much weight distribution, how much load they've got in the front tyre. But yeah, usually you sacrifice a little bit of turning, but from the pictures I would have just said Canet had a softer front on because of the way he's turning the bike through the long corners. So yeah, these Pirelli fronts working for all riding styles at the moment.
Barry Baltus leads the Aragon Grand Prix. Dennis Onchu is in second. You're looking at Manuel Gonzalez in 12th place, left-hand side of your screens. Gonzalez is 4.6 seconds behind Baltus and Onchu as they come to the line. Has Baltus just let him pass there? No. Just had a look, didn't he, Onchu? We're seeing that story again, aren't we? And Onchu's not small, but Baltus, just like Senna Aegis back in Silverstone, struggling in faster parts of the circuit.
Yeah, provides a good slipstream for the riders behind Barry Baltus. It's difficult for him getting his frame behind the Ferran. Oh, this is a good one.
Aaron Canet's got to run wide, hasn't he? But he will have the inside line then.
Yeah, he holds him off well. He was a fraction wide, but not enough to open the door for Onchu to cut it back.
Nice moves throughout the entire field going on so far. Barry Baltus leads the way from Aaron Canet, Dennis Onchu, Diego Monrella, Alonso Lopez, Philippe Salak, Senna Igus, Zonta van der Gerberg. Then we get Joe Roberts, Marcos Ramirez. Rounds out your top 10. It is a stunning, stunning situation we're having right now. And it really is getting to the, I don't want to say bad points, but getting to the good bits right now as well. Okay, I'm going to leave the commentary and I'm going to hand over the reins to our TNT commentary team.
Barry Baltus has made such a step up this year. I've got to say, full credit to Roberto Locatelli and the Fandig Racing team. He's a different rider. He's a man who can challenge for podiums at any given racetrack this season. It's great to see.
Yeah, and actually, one thing we always said about Barry is he burns up tyres. Actually, in recent times, he's proved this year with back-to-back podiums in Jerez and Le Mans, he can manage things too.
Yeah, the DNF at Silverstone on a 12th position in Argentina are actually anomalies really this season because he's consistently a top 6 finisher and becoming a podium regular.
Career transformed, isn't it? picked up by Fantic, looked like he was out of a ride end of last year, and then suddenly rescued by Fantic, and here we go, look where he is, 4th in the championship and leading the Aragon Grand Prix from his vastly more experienced teammate Aaron Canet, who as it stands is leading the World Championship. Manuel Gonzalez has got through now on Tony Arbolino.
Set his best lap of the race so far. Manuel Gonzalez with a 51.1. Aaron Canet was 51.0. But the other lead pack were 51.3 with Balta. So yeah, there's a long way to go in this race, but Gonzalez 4.7 back. There's some work to do with 13 laps remaining.
Yeah, it just depends how, if there is a drop, the front tyre in particular will be one to keep an eye on. Senna Aegis did a lap in a 1:50, so he did a 50.8, as did Joe Roberts. So, you know, when the leaders are in the 51.3, there are some disparities. Darren Binder has stopped with a technical issue, we're being told, so not been a happy return to action this weekend for the South African.
No, he's looked a little out of sorts, perhaps not got the strength he needs in the hand he injured in Le Mans, but his penalty has been exercised today and he will return him as yellow in 2 weeks' time.
Strong through there, isn't he, Baltas? Did his own bit of supermoto in the past, didn't he?
Yeah, quite a handy supermoto rider he is, and likes it sideways on the brakes here in Moto 2. That's where he uses his size to advantage. Look at him on direction change as well, getting it all the way back to the right-hand side of the track to really set up an exit here, which he needs to do because of his size. He knows teammate Canet, much smaller stature, gets behind the bubble better. He's going to have a much higher top speed here, but not close enough to make a pass.
Well, I tell you what, there, Canet lunged, didn't he? He went deep, and actually Onshu followed him in as Gonzalez now comes through on Marcos Ramirez. He actually lunged, did Canet. Randy, Onshu went even deeper, but it really affected them because Baltas just got the corner just right.
Yeah, he was downhill on approach and pulling it back. It is so important to be a little bit patient, get the exit of the turn 15, carry the speed all the way down the straight.
Chase group there, Lopez, Salah and Aja still doing battle. Joe Roberts has made it to the front of that third group. Now got Van der Gerberg and Manuel Gonzalez for company, but there's work to do if Gonzalez wants to win this race. We're on our 8th lap of 19. You can see Gonzalez was 4/10 quicker on that last lap. 4.3 the gap between the Belgian and the championship leader.
God, it's good to see Joe Roberts sitting a lap time faster than the leaders at this stage as he gets to the head of that pack. The chase group is going to, I think it could be Gonzalez and Roberts working together here to get across if possible.
Yeah, Aegis is desperately trying to get through on Salach as well, who's just on his personal best lap. He is the Czech rider, teammate to Jake Dixon, who's currently down in 15th at the back of that group featuring Roberts and Gonzalez. But has been doing some personal best laps in the last couple. Can it again? Gets it deep, gets it turned then.
Yeah, he still turns without having to get it all the way back, but Barry's getting a better exit because of his effort to get it all the way back over to the right-hand side of the track, opening out the turn 15. Ooh,
here comes Onshu, down towards turn 16, got the better run this time. He's going to go deep as Canet then switches the inside again. This heli shot through the last corner, one of the best we get in the World Championship, to see all the different lines. And what happened there is Onshu went deeper, but he gets the drive down towards turn 1, and that's almost like, you know, the whole move was always going to end up there at turn 1.
Exactly, yeah, it is 2 corners in the final section. Turn 16 is your entry, turn 17 is your exit. Onshu went in deep, compromised it a little bit, lost the place, but then he set up the run towards turn 1, so he gains the spot eventually on Aaron Canet.
He's having a good ride as we look on board with Canet. Left-hand side of your screen, on board with Gonzalez, is Zonta van der Gerberg right there. He's having a good one, isn't he, there in 9th place? So the Northern Europeans, Baltas leading, Van der Gerberg in 9th place.
Yeah, good to see Zonta. He's been quiet off late in terms of his front-running pace, but this is definitely a shot in the arm for him ahead of the Dutch GP, and what, we 3 weeks away from it.
But it shows you, doesn't it, though, what happens if you qualify better in Moto2, and it shows you with Gonzalez right there just how hard it is to do battle.
Yeah, Gonzalez finding it tough to get through on Zonta. As we speak, he makes it happen through the Marc Marquez curve.
just turn tighter and underneath. That will use that little bit more rubber, won't it? Going through there, but he needed to get it done because he was finding it tough going.
Yeah, the thing is to make that pass, he's had to really be aggressive with the bike to get it to turn tighter, use the throttle to drive, and that always uses rubber.
And it opened the door then to Roberts in front, didn't it? And Roberts then has escaped. Roberts is really pushing on the pace here. It is really encouraging to see, but Gonzalez is now 1.3 behind him.
Yeah, Roberts is trying hard. Salach is fast last time around. These three in front. There is a chance these three, then the lone Roberts, and now it looks like a chase pack with Zonta van der Gerber. Can he hang on to Gonzalez? Work to do for Gonzalez, but he's got it down to 4 seconds.
Yeah, he is quicker than the leaders, but how much management is going on for Baltas? He loves that sweep across, doesn't he? Closes, really finishes off the corner. Now, Canet's a little bit wide there down into turn 1.
Yeah, the way Barry Baltas, he drifts out and then comes from the opposite side of the track, it's a good defence strategy as well, but it's how he likes to ride, almost Scandi flicking it from left to right.
So Canet drops to 4th now. Just dropped back, trying to get it turned down for turn 1. On the number 44. We haven't spoken much about the Brazilian, have we, Diogo Moreira? Let's not forget he was on pole. Let's not forget that he was on the podium as well at Silverstone. There's Alonso Lopez bridging that gap. That's down from 1.5 seconds to 1 second now, with Canet having dropped. And this race is starting to form. Joe Roberts is on the back of Senna Aegis. Joe is motoring. Manuel Gonzalez isn't out of it yet. Game on here. Still Baltas leads them. We are at the half race distance, 9.5 laps down, 9.5 to go.
This looks like another good lap from Joe Roberts, getting across to Aegis. It's certainly going to bunch up at the head of the field here, especially with the pace that Baltas is run. It's not allowed any back and forth really with Onshu, so they're still in those low 51s at the moment.
A reminder that the front three in this race have never won a Moto2 Grand Prix, just like we had in Moto3 earlier today. Similar story. Quite sure that'll be the case in MotoGP at the end of the day, with Marc Marquez going from pole position there, looking to make it a 7th win here in Aragon after his sprint victory yesterday. But we shall see. That's coming up. Now we've got 9 laps remaining in the Moto2 Grand Prix, and a slight gap between Denis Onshu in 2nd and Diogo Moreira in 3rd. Barry Baltas, the Belgian, still leads.
Yeah, this is an impressive pace the Belgians imposing at the front. 51.2 again last time around, and you look down, even the chase riders, you've got fastest man on track is Manu Gonzalez, 50.9, but that's trying to make up a gap and having riders in front to slipstream, whereas at the moment Baltas is just lapping comfortably. He looks good, doesn't he?
Alonso Lopez, though, also coming through. He's closed that gap, which stood at 1.5 seconds. There he is on the number 21. Was at 1.5, now at 0.9 between himself and Canet. Gap between he and Baltas 2.2, so maybe that's not quite been the same. What's the gap? Manuel Gonzalez to Baltas, still at 4.1 seconds, running out of time if he wants to get on the box here, Michael.
Yeah, he's not managed to get it under the 4-second range yet. That was the response from Baltas, the ability that he has at the moment to maintain such a good pace.
Interesting to see when the drop-off is for these tyres. If there is a drop-off, you expect there would be, wouldn't you, on a low-grip Aragon?
Yeah, usually. Front can be a problem as well. Obviously, we've got the 2 different options on the track today, with everyone choosing the development SC0 soft rear. And you always get a drop. You lose rubber, performance drops a little bit. It is one of those, part and parcel, especially around Aragon.
Great shot of this long downhill straight down towards turn 16. Still Lopez and Salach sit in 5th and 6th that they had for much of this race, and now Salach turns underneath Lopez. Thank you very much for that. Right on cue. Salach comes through.
It's a good performance from Philip Salach. Solid race throughout.
And that means that Senna Aegis now has Lopez to contend with. How's Lopez front end feeling?
Has been a problem for Alonso Lopez this year in the latter laps when the tyres drop off.
I thought Aegis was about to have a go. Got to be really decisive, haven't you, with your passes here. Get them in, make them stick. Senerages then tried to switch, didn't need to the inside, but just found the rear of Alonso Lopez's Speed RS bike in his way.
Yeah, I think Senna needs to find a way through quick. He's almost tapped the rear wheel on that occasion, trying to set up a cut back through 6.
At the front still, Barry Baltas leads him down through the corkscrew. There's Manuel Gonzalez now on the rear. And for the first time has picked up some time on Baltas on that lap. 3.9 now, the gap between Gonzalez and Baltas. Still a long way to go. Still the potential for tyres to drop off a cliff edge, as Onshu a little bit wide, dropping down into turn 12 on that occasion. Ever so slightly.
Yeah, he's not. I'm not sure if he's keeping his powder dry or just not able to ask that little more of his tyres at this stage.
Do you think Aaron Canet there in 4th, just dropping back, do you think he's just giving himself a little bit of breathing room, just a bit of air on his tyres, a little bit of, I don't know?
Perhaps. I don't think so, to be honest. Normally with Canet, he'll stay a little bit closer if he's got the pace, but it just seems to be struggling a little bit at this stage.
Yeah, interesting to see his lap time as they come across here. When they cross the line, there'll be 7 laps to go in the race. So Baltas still leading, as he has for a while now, and again Onshu gets alongside him, gets in front of him on this occasion. Baltas isn't quite hooking up, is he, out of 17?
No, he obviously swings across to the other side of the track as Gonzalez makes it through on Joe Roberts into turn 1.
Yeah, Alonso Lopez is struggling, and I think it's his front end. He's dropped behind Senerages now, and here we go up the hill. Is Gonzalez going to be able to squeeze through as well? But Lopez is going backwards.
Gonzalez gets it down to 3.3 seconds off the leader here, but he needs to dispose of Alonso Lopez immediately.
Fastest rider on track, Michael, Diogo Moreira. How many times have we mentioned him in this race? Not many from pole position, but just on a personal best lap, a 150.7, Baltas a 151.2 at the front, and Moreira is coming here as we watch Joe Roberts now looking a bit more like his old self there, just in 8th place behind Manuel Gonzalez. At the front, it's game on. You can see top left of your screen.
Diogo Moreira's perhaps been boxing clever here just to keep a bit of grip at the end of the race.
So as Manuel Gonzalez sits in 8th place, just behind Alonso Lopez. Roberts in 9th behind. The leaders are coming through turn 15 already. This is 14 and now 15. You see the gap between them. Between Gonzalez and Baltas stands at 3.3 seconds. I think that's come down on this lap because, of course, Onshu has taken over at the front.
I think this lap was a little bit too long behind Alonso Lopez. You can see the gap stretched out to Senerages, and he doesn't get it done again. I think he'll be able to turn under him here. Yeah. Front tyre, I reckon you're on it with Alonso Lopez, just not able to lean and turn the way he was in the earlier laps.
What do we hear about the Boscos Grow is the understeer issue that they're having with that bike. We've had it a lot more this weekend than we have it, a lot of places, not just here in MotoGP, but in MotoGP as well.
The gap did go back up 4.1 seconds. Gonzalez is back off of Onshu now.
And Onshu has just set fastest lap of the race. 150.6, a response to Moreira's pace. Excellent from the Turkish youngster, Deniz Onshu. Could he go and take his first Grand Prix victory here in Aragon today? 3 times a winner in Moto3. Is he finally going to break his duck in his 2nd season in the intermediate class?
He has looked good throughout the weekend, worked hard on race pace, worked hard on being able to qualify. He put in a new tyre yesterday morning, went on a 3-lap time attack. And in this race, he just kept his... so Yuma Sasaki crashed again. He's having a bit of a nightmare this season. Was down there with Danny Munoz in 18th place in the race.
Not actually too bad in terms of position there with Ortola and Munoz, but yeah, unfortunately, struggling at the moment is Sasaki just to bring the bike home. On board we go with Barry Baltas. Has he got anything to fight back at Deniz Onshu here? Joe Roberts has got through on Alonso Lopez. As we head down the straight, you always think Baltas is going to lose out on the straight, and the gap certainly widened to Onshu there.
It did. Dennis got off turn 15 good. He's rode this wide line all weekend, pulling it back to the lane apex, keeping on the side of the tyre all the way up to the curbs. Makes it work though.
He really does pull out a huge lead, and again, most of that lap is coming in that last corner. I'm pretty sure of it from Dennis Onchu.
Another new lap record, although Baldas set his personal best only a tenth slower than Onju on the last lap, so he's not giving up on this one just yet.
You feel like they have all kept something in check, haven't they? They've had something in their back pocket, knowing, and that's great wherewithal, isn't it, from young riders?
Yeah, and we wondered, had Canet been doing the same? I just don't think he's got it today. His gap is stretched to a second off the rear wheel of Diogo Moreira on that previous lap.
3 21-year-olds at the front of this Moto2 race. Still Moreira sits there in third. There is the more experienced Aaron Canet in fourth place. If it stays like this, he will still just be championship leader, but Gonzalez is approaching. He's trying to close in on Salach. As it stands, actually, he lost ground to Salach on the previous lap. Senna Aegis is past Salach and in fifth place now. So good, big moment there for Marcos Ramirez.
Yeah, Gonzalez back to 5.2 seconds off the lead. It's not happening today with 4.5 laps remaining, but yeah, solid points nonetheless. I think he's still going to relinquish the championship lead to Aaron Canet as things sit at the moment.
Yeah, he'd get 9 points. And for that, Canet would get 13, and the gap between them is 3, so it'd be a 1 point difference, but Canet on top. If things stayed the same, it's not guaranteed to here, because Aaron Canet could come under pressure soon from Aegis, who was quicker than him on that last lap and is closing a tenth or so in every sector. Onchu, again, leads them through 17 and to the finish line. Barry Baltas struggling in that part of the racetrack. He's going to come under pressure. Another new fastest lap of the race, Michael. And it's Diogo Moreira who does it this time. A 150.5.
Looks like Barry's maybe beginning to struggle a little with grip. Moreira sees it, can see that the Turkish rider up front, Dennis Onju, is trying to put a little bit of a gap into the two chasers.
Lovely defensive riding though, wasn't it, there from Moreira? Just trying to make sure he stays ahead in perhaps the stronger part of the racetrack for Baltas. It's given Onju a little bit of breathing room out front. Moreira, who sits 5th in the championship, Baltas sits 4th. Onju sits down in 11th. It would be a turn up for the books. Oh, that's going to get tight. If Onju wins, though, really would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he's certainly had the belief that he could win in Moto2 since he took his first podium here last year. So first podium 1 year ago, first victory at this venue. Something about the Motorland Aragon suits Dennis Onju's riding style.
Down towards turn 12 for Onju. And then it's Moreira in second, Barry Baltas still in third. Fastest lap of the race on the last lap for Moreira. Is there a way he can close the gap to Onju? Behind, Canet, 1.7 now the gap, and Senna Aegis within a second of him. So Canet's going to be fighting to hang on to 4th here, and in doing so, hang on to the championship lead. If he loses another spot, Gonzalez will still leave Aragon as the championship leader.
This is impressive from Onju. Look at the gap on the overhead shot. You mentioned about how good he is in this final sector. He has stretched it out another tenth and a bit.
Yeah.
At the third indicator. It's going to be more here as he crosses the line.
Yeah, Moreira lost 3 tenths pretty much to Onju on that lap, but did have to contend with Barry Baltas riding defensive lines. Now, is he able to impose a little bit more of the pace that he's clearly still got? Whoever wins here, Turkey, Brazil, Belgium, brilliant for the championship. No Spaniard on the podium. I'm not saying I've got an anti-Spanish
no
bias in that, but it's just good for the championship.
It certainly is, yeah, and it just goes to show, obviously, we talked about the development platform. It was the Asia Talent Cup originally for Dennis Onju before he went to Red Bull Rookie, so he had a little look behind there. And yeah, Diogo Moreira, a very different route to this level.
Yeah, he came through the Spanish system, didn't he, Moreira? He has just taken 3 tenths out of Onju in that first sector alone.
Yeah, when I seen the look back from Dennis Onju at turn 7, it sort of struck me as he's made a mistake or something's just feeling a little bit off for him. So we wanted to have a look and see what the gap is to Diogo.
Michael, how many times do we see Öncü do that in the Moto3?
That's true, yeah. He was terrible for it at one stage.
Ooh, Senna Aegis had been eating up the ground there, and I think he just got sucked in a bit, didn't he? Down towards turn 12, because Canet has been late on the brakes, and Aegis just losing out now. Surely the bigger Aegis. Oh, with that twitch might help him though, might encourage Aegis here.
Yeah, see if Senna, he's got a fresh motor in this week. It was a fully mileage one that he won on at Silverstone, and yeah, it looks like it's got a few more legs on it.
Yeah, and he's got perhaps a little bit more turning to. Senna Aegis up to 4th place. Excellent return for the Aussie from 13th on the grid. You know, the ride by his teammate has been impressive up to 7th, but this from Aegis from 13th is equally as good.
Yeah, he was frustrated. I think I said 3rd row. He qualified about 5th row. He felt he should have been 3rd row, was about right for him. Oh, that's close between the teammates.
There was a comment from Joe Roberts the other day, I just don't want my teammate to beat me. He was making his feelings felt there, wasn't he? With 2 laps remaining, Roberts back in front of Ramirez and into 8th.
Do they get on, Joe Roberts?
Yeah, yeah, they get on all right, yeah. But who's the first person you want to meet?
Exactly, yeah. It's the rider with the same equipment, you've got to get your nose in front of him every weekend.
So, Moreira picked up another 10.42 on Öncü in that first sector. Öncü has 2 10s in the last sector. So, you've got to favour Öncü if he leads, or he's close in second on the last lap. It's 1.5 to go. You've got to use every single bit of rubber on your tyres now. Moreira trying to tighten and turn tighter through 10 and 11.
Impressive 3 leaders all staying in the 50s here at the end of the race. So they kept their tyres under them despite running a solid pace, good rhythm, very consistent from all 3 runners. I just don't think Barry's got a gun in this fight. It is going to be a duel between these 2.
And again, Moreira eats up the ground on Öncü in the twistier sections, the turning sections of this racetrack. But then you get to this fast left corner at the end of the back straight, and Öncü will have an extra 10th, but it is neck and neck here. Across the line, the gap was 0.7. It was down to 0.2 coming out of turn 15. And in 1 lap's time, what's the gap going to be? A twitch from Moreira as we come across the line. 1 lap to go in the Grand Prix of Aragon. Öncü versus Moreira. Who's going to win their first Grand Prix in Moto2?
Diogo Moreira, a new lap record on the penultimate lap. On a day when we're saying tyres aren't going to go the distance.
That would have put him 5th on the grid, Michael.
That's impressive. You did say it. He looked like he was keeping his powder dry. Look at him turning up the hill.
Oh, wow, from Diogo Moreira. Almost around the outside. He'll cut to the inside now. The Brazilian takes charge so much stronger in this part of the race. From pole, he sat there tight throughout, and now Öncü has to figure it out. But Öncü, we have watched him since he's come through from the Age Talent Cup days. He is a scrapper and will not give this one up without a fight.
You know, both of them like a fight, but Dennis Öncü loves it. He lives for it, and yeah, he'll get creative here on this last lap. The bust-up section for sure at turn 12 is his first opportunity.
I think he's just got to stay with him. He's not got to get ahead of himself and try and conjure up something in the last sector. Moreira in turn has to put out as much of a gap here as he can.
Yeah, Diogo looks like he's got grip as he runs down the hill towards 12. It's going to be important if he gets the jump out of 15. We know how good Dennis is around the last corner, but for me, Diogo's just looking like he's stretching out a little bit of a margin here in this final set of corners.
Right, left, and then just 2 long lefts to go, and actually Öncü's going to get drive here. He set this one up beautifully. Here we go then, just 2 corners to go. The long, basically a long left-hander, 16 and 17, down to the end of the straight. Öncü is picking up ground. He's closing in all the time on Moreira. Surely no way through from him. He's going to try and round around the outside and fire it to the inside. They're going to be neck and neck across the line here. Here we go. Öncü is coming. He's closing. Is he going to be able to do it? Around the outside, elbow to elbow. It's a dead heat across the line. And I think Öncü has got that by the finest of margins. That was simply incredible.
Wow, wow. Dennis Öncü's rode like that all weekend, wide, keeping it on the side of the tyre, and it pulled him off the victory by 0.03 of a second at the line.
Did I just see that? Did I just see him ride around the outside when Moreira's trying to push him high up onto the curb? And as he just nicked it, by the
He
width
loves it.
of a tyre.
Oh, so impressive.
Wow.
Old poor Fuera for Dennis Onchu. Moreira, I've got to say, full credit. What a last 2 laps he rode there. And it just wasn't to be. He went a little bit defensive, but Onchu round the outside.
Look at this, and Moreira all the time just trying to apply the throttle, but Onchu has the run on him. This is where their elbows come together. Onchu is slightly ahead here, but as they touch, look at Moreira then come back at him. They're going to have to go to the video referee for this one. We will have, I'm sure, result. Our timing screens say that Dennis Onchu is the winner of the Aragon Grand Prix. Woo! We are breathless after that one. When we come back, hopefully, we'll be able to confirm that Dennis Onchu is the winner.
2 weeks on from the craziness of the British Grand Prix, we're here again in Spain. Welcome to Motorland Aragon for round 8 of the World Championship. While the main race is about to start, let's cross over to TNT Sports, ready for the national anthems.
Drop off our own cliff now as we listen to the national anthem.
Here it is then, the national anthem of Spain and Aragon.
Luz de Aragón corre al viento, campana de soledad, pueblo del tamaño de hombres y mujeres, Aragón vivirás, tierra abierta, pueblo grande.
We thought we'd just let the plane go by because that was quite loud. Listening to Be Vocal there, doing both of those anthems, one Spanish, of course, and one from Aragon, and we are now set for a race ahead of us. Let's get the thoughts of the Ducati boss then. Nat has been talking to Davide Tardozzi.
Davide, let's start with Pecco if we can, because he had a really disappointing sprint yesterday. We know that front-end feeling is not quite there yet. Have you been able to give him anything for today's race?
Yeah, we are hardly trying since the beginning of the championship to try to give him back the right feeling on the front. It seems yesterday was really a very, very difficult race for him, but this morning it seems that we found something, and we'll see what it's going to be for this race. But we really always hope and have the finger crossed to let him have the right feeling and have a good race.
Do you think you're closer then to solving his issue?
I think that something this morning it happened in a positive way, and I really guess that this will be good for the race.
And for Mark, is it just about staying focused, staying concentrating and not making any mistakes today?
Yeah, but with the long race it seems that it could be more competitors, more opponents, because I guess that like they show Acosta yesterday and Aprilia, they are really tough in the second part of the race, so we'll see, because it will be not so easy to win for Mark. Also Fermin and Alex, they've been very fast yesterday, and they will be again today.
Thanks, Davide, looking forward to it.
I think that was Davide Tardozzi playing down Mark's chances of winning then.
He should work on TV, shouldn't he?
Creating a bit of jeopardy.
Quite good, that, wasn't it? Interesting what you were saying about Pecco, though, that Pecco looked stronger this morning. So, do you know what's really funny? Sometimes, Susie, you're a small, weight balance change for all of a sudden creating a load of feeling. There's one thing we know about Pecco Bagnaia, he's not a slow motorcycle rider, and he's not giving up, so It's funny that Davide Tozzi also mentioned fingers crossed, so there's a lot of fingers being crossed on this grid.
Yeah, there really is. It's interesting though about Pecco, because I would completely go with you, but he did have another moment this morning, in warm-up.
Yeah, he did have a little moment, but up until that point, he looked really strong. And he was faster through the left-handers where he's been struggling a little bit, where he's been losing to Mark about 3/10, 4/10. He was much closer.
How much of this is about the start?
I'm going to say probably about 80% of it. So, yeah, it's really important you get a good jump, and you have to be aggressive on those opening laps.
Yeah, it's some 2 laps, isn't it? And there is a lot of jeopardy built in there with the KTMs behind. What can they do with their fingers crossed? The Ducati have got their fingers crossed. We've got our fingers crossed, and the plane's about to... There it is. OK, let's go to Michael, because he has got the latest on the tyres. It's all yours.
I've barely got my eardrum, Susie. Yeah, the tyres looks fairly clear. Everyone wants the medium front. Perhaps Pedro Acosta may go for the hard front. Because we're here 3 months earlier, Michelin have changed the range a little bit, but the hard front tyres a little bit stiffer in construction to what they had when they were here in Aragon last year. The rear, they actually brought a slightly softer compound for the soft option rear tyre, with the view that it could be a tyre to go over 23 laps for race distance. The problem is the asphalt's up to 50 degrees, 49, 50 again today. And we saw it in the race yesterday. The riders who chose the medium rear tyre, it actually performed better in these track temperatures. So it looks like everyone's going to go medium rear, pretty much medium front. You will have to manage it a little bit. I think Frankie Morbidelli, having 11 laps worth of data from yesterday, now he knows what he can do. The big benefit of the medium rear is it doesn't push the front too much, so on a low grip track it probably will give the front tyre an easier time. So overall, no big surprises today in terms of tyres, but they will play a huge part in the outcome of this race.
Thank you, Michael. Well, you're looking at turn 1 from the front row where I'm standing. It's so short and it's so quick that the riders will only be able to get to second gear before they bang on the brakes. So this start, as Neil said there, it's reactional, and it is all about getting off the line first. So in terms of the front row of the grid, then we've got Frankie Morbidelli, who was fighting for the podium yesterday. Alex Marquez, who got a brilliant start yesterday, and he did make the whole shot. Was that because his brother Marc Marquez got some rear wheel spin? Yeah, not quite sure about that, but that start that he did get like a scalded cat still wasn't enough to keep this man at bay. You've got to think that Ducati have dialed back now that bit of power, so the launch will be easier for him. So will he get the whole shot? Is it all about him? Well, yes, it is really. He's had 6 wins around here. Last year, it was the scene where he was able to return to winning race after 143 days. Pole position, lap record, sprint win yesterday. So only he can stop himself. But if he does make a mistake like he did in Austin and Jerez, there is a whole raft of players behind him who want a piece of the action. So the Aragon Grand Prix then. Can Marc Marquez make this a magnificent 7?
MotoGP revs back into Spain for round 8 of the 2025 World Championship. We're here in Motorland Aragon, one of the fastest circuits in Spain, and always provides an entertaining race. Let's take a look at how they line up on the grid then. It's Marc Marquez on pole position for the 71st time in MotoGP, the 99th time in his career. Alongside him is Alex Marquez and Franco Morbidelli. Then it's Pecco Bagnaia, Pedro Costa and Brad Binder. Fermin Aldeguer, Mavi Vinales and Fabio Quartararo. Fabio Di Gianantonio, Juan Mir and Johan Zarco. Ralph Fernandez, Jack Miller and Alex Rins. Miguel Oliveira, Enea Bashin, Augusto Fernandez, Lorenzo Salvadori, Marco Bezzecchi and Somkat Chatra is at the back. Ayagura was supposed to be racing, but he has ruled himself out with injury from the previous week's events. Alongside me in the commentary box, Megan Birch. Hello.
Was that from his high side?
At Silverstone, yeah.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm surprised I'm surprised. Just...
He's even attempted this weekend.
Yeah. It's a bit like how Martin did.
Yeah.
It's like, they always seem to give it a go, but no.
Well, I
Recover.
missed the end of the closest Moto2 finish in history. Of course, in the 250cc's, we've had identical times before, but in the modern Moto2 era, 0.003 of a second at the line. Ooh, gets better. Moto3 race, which I was calling the end of, 50 thousandths of a second at the line. The races today have gone right down to side by side.
Well, that gives promising news.
Exactly. Alex or Mark?
Alex.
Well, is it? I don't know.
I think it's time to pass the baton to the other Marquez for being the King of Aragon.
Yeah, that's the situation, isn't it? Mark's won here 6 times before as well. Go on.
Also, what's going on here with Acosta? Why are you on hard front tyres? I mean, I get this track kind of does, if a firmer tyre is best, but why are you the only one?
Yeah, considering, as it says here, look, 51 degrees is the track temperature. Air temperature is at 26. And, again, Acosta, hard front, medium rear. Everyone else has gone for medium. Which
They're just copying Bezzecchi yesterday.
I thought that was going to be the situation anyway, that we're just going medium. I didn't expect that we're going to have this situation where we're now going to possibly see Acosta.
This will be interesting. What happens if it's Acosta? What happens if the hards were actually the perfect tyre? Which I doubt, but still, you never know.
He's top KTM. His teammate Brad Binder's alongside him on the front row of the grid down towards turn 1. Can you just scoot that way a little bit, the camera angles?
Oh, I'll be sitting down soon.
All ready to go then? We've matched again.
Oh, for the love of.
Round 8 of the MotoGP World Championship. Red flag at the front. Now watch Marc Marquez. His right height device has not been working the way it's supposed to. Alex has had the better start over the past 2. Revs are up. We're ready for a start. All 5 lights are on here in Aragon. And pull the throttle back as we go racing. Mark has a much cleaner start today. In fact, he's light years ahead. Pecco Bagnaia is going to take 3rd position. Look at Fabio Di Gianantonio on the inside. He has been beaten out by Pedro Costa. Meantime, further back. And look at that on the inside. Even Brad Binder's having a go. And Morbidelli, and he's got through. Di Gianantonio's dropped back massively on that start.
Digi and Vinales are really going it together on it, and there was just a massive change up on my screen coming around this corner.
Aldeguer's on the inside line of 2. He's got ahead of Quartararo, and he's got ahead as well of Morbidelli. Aldeguer's moved up into 6th position. Morbidelli's dropped 4 places. Bagnaia's under attack as well. Still trying to get through though, Megs.
Biggest loser on the track right now is Ralph Fernandez, who dropped 5, and oh, Oliveira.
There's 2 riders. Yeah.
Has just passed. Okay, that's confusing. He passed Bezzecchi, but Ralph Fernandez at the same time passed both Bezzecchi and Bastianini.
The track getting a little bit, I don't want to say weird, but it's weird how much it's actually working together. Right, there we go.
The only 2 who have not moved, well, 3 who have not moved is Chantra, Marquez and Marquez.
Yeah, everybody. So look at Fabi up 2. Quartararo now back down to Miguel Oliveira's losing places on that lap time as well.
Just lost 2, and that was someone's just
well, Mia's moved up.
Moving.
Yeah, Oliveira's dropped down. Quartararo's moved up. Interesting start from the front there as well. Is the KTM Financial Crash Server Garage 43 hours. Not just yet. They've got money to help, but it's not over just yet. We've opened up the grid position as well, so see how far people move up. Look at Pedro Costa. Got a great run on the outside of Bagnaia. Down towards turn number 1. KTM's financial difficulties are the least of their worries right now. They might be on for a podium. Hard front tyre is working, and he's through to 3rd. Oh, Come on!
Oh my goodness!
Oh, he's got a bit too deep though. Bagnaya's going to swing it back.
Also, Oliveira just lost 3 places.
Oh dear, as Aldeguer under pressure for Morbidelli as well, coming over for 6th position.
Let's see about the sector times. And okay, Bagnaia is a little bit quicker than Acosta. He's actually, I think, the quickest on track currently.
Well, as things stand, I'm not really surprised about that, to be fair.
Yeah, he has something to beat.
What's going on with our timing tower?
I do not know.
You know what, trying to get it fixed.
Lap 2 of 23 right now. Currently looking at the front of the pack. And we can just see Morbidelli just slightly at the back of that little section of the pack. Then Aldeguer leading the 2nd pack. Followed closely behind by D'Antonio, who is only 4 tenths behind.
Look at Acosta, he's doing on the inside line, he's through. I saw him flash up on the timing monitor.
So did I just say.
Is Bagnaia going to try the outside line down into turn 12? No. Yes,
Can't do
Pietro.
it. He closed the door on him. Also, someone moved further
Yeah,
down.
but what's the gap between Acosta and Alex? 6 tenths of a second, actually. So he hasn't lost as much time as I thought he would do battling with Bagnaia. Acosta might actually be in a position to win this race, you know. He can go a lot longer and a lot harder on the brakes, but... Yeah, that Ducati grunt, though, down to the braking zone. Bagnaia's back on the inside line. We're squiggling out. Bagnaia's got him back for 3rd.
It's not as quick around the corners.
Yeah.
Well,
on the
no,
straights.
it's
quick
on the
the corners.
straights.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's quicker in the corners, that KTM with that front, not on the straights. Rear tyre already for Bagnaia is getting a little bit grained already. It's only lap 3 of the race, though, as we're seeing Morbidelli now with the fast lap of the race, a 1:47.807. So he's now coming back into the swing of things. It looks like MotoGP is turning into Moto3. They're all staying together. I was surprised. I thought Mark might go. He's trying, but Alex staying with him, and this battle behind, which I thought would give the breaking point.
I wonder whether he can.
I don't think he can yet. I don't know if Mark's trying to save his tyres, but usually at this stage, they're both up the road. They're not.
He's fast as Sector 1. Obviously not the fastest in Sector 1. That's actually Acosta, who is literally 2 tenths away from going into the 30s. Like, literally 30. That close.
No, I'm keeping my eyes peeled on this one.
But Bezzecchi further back is currently battling Bastianini, and Bezzecchi's moved up 3 places so far, so he's making a good amount of progress like he did yesterday's sprint.
Shaq, I'm asking if Mark is saving tyres. I think so. What's the pace here? 1:47.998, where we've got Alex doing 1:47.907, 1:48.223. Yeah, Mark is saving tyres. Big time. He's lifting and saving. Mark's saving mode.
Miller gets passed by Mir.
You see the last lap times on your monitors then up here in the commentary box, and you can see what we mean by saving tyres. The lap time deltas are slower than the other.
They tend to do that, I've noticed, by going quick and then going slow, then going quick again in the different sectors, because they can afford to do that as long as they make up the time in the others.
Yeah, it's time and time again. We see this little battle, this I don't want to say pattern, but it is what it is, isn't it? The pattern keeps on shifting. It keeps on moulding to what we expect it to see.
I just realised, I don't think I ever told Mum about the hole in the shirt from when I caught it on the bike.
Last time you were in the commentary box a week ago. No. Whoa, there we go. Up into 3rd goes Acosta. He's gone too deep. Bagnaia's come back. And look at the battle between Morbidelli and Binder. So that's over 5th position. And yeah, Morbidelli's gone ahead. Acosta can't get through on Bagnaia.
You know how I know?
It's still there.
Yeah. We're wearing the same thing as last week.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention that, but I thought you were. So, oh, hang on a minute. Binder's just gone right round the outside of Morbidelli.
Someone just had to take off a visor strip.
I think that was Morbidelli, actually, because that might explain why he lost out so much time to Binder. Binder was able to sail around the outside, coming out of 5, round 6.
Isn't it a very fly circuit as well?
A lot of flies here in Angeles. Yeah, a lot of flies. Yeah, look, you're right. Morbidelli went wide and picked up the visor strip at the same time.
Yeah, just like... He must have had his visor full of flies or something.
And it's like, nope, gone, bye.
Just like, I don't care if I'm going to lose some time.
Do you remember Thailand, how many flies we had there?
Oh my.
My goodness me. Yeah.
Didn't someone run out?
Yeah, Mark was having to wipe it with his arm, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was the first one to meet it. He ran out of visor strips in that Grand Prix.
Oh, Mark's not saving tyres anymore.
1:47.788 that last time round. Now going red sector times across all of the boards. Yep.
Welcome to the 30s.
He's on it. He is on it.
It's surprising that no one's crashed.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Especially, I think, Acosta with that half front tyre. I can't believe he's making that work in these conditions.
I mean, look at him there.
Track temperature's at 51 degrees. That's not mistake. This is quite
It's
a
surprising.
There. He's going for it against turn 1, is he?
He keeps thinking about going round
Whoa! He
had to
outrated
go
himself
wide.
there. And yeah, I thought he was going to run into the back of Bagnaia.
Rins just lost time.
Rins down 2 places.
Yeah, that happened very quickly. He must have gone wide as well. Must have visor strength.
The only good thing that I can say about this for Acosta right now is that he's going to have a front tyre that he can rely on throughout the entirety of the Grand Prix. He doesn't need to save for front braking. And it's a very heavy front brake circuit with, I'm counting 6 already heavy front end braking opportunities.
So further down the line in the race,
he's going to become a key factor again,
yeah, so he's probably just he's playing the field right now to see the defences.
Yeah.
Bezzecchi is now at 4 places.
I just realised the lunch break's on for the touring cars, so I was just checking, but they're doing the pit walk, and then of course they can't play music at Buxton, so it works to our advantage. Because otherwise, the touring cars would have been listening to our commentary of this race. Bezzecchi gets ahead of Bastianini.
Make that 5.
I'm disappointed about Marco Bezzecchi. He's up 5 places now, but at this point yesterday, he was already battling for the podiums. He shot up the order on that Aprilia.
True, but maybe it's just maybe it's taking a bit more time given that it's a longer race. Rins has just lost time again. Best keep an eye on him.
There was something there that came through from Simon. I couldn't quite tell. There was something opposite the Marc Marquez garage that isn't doing well. Mark's struggling out there, actually.
That's not good.
No, he's got still 0.3 of a second at the moment.
He definitely came out with new tyres, not used ones, right?
New. Everyone's on new. No one's on any old tyres.
Because I don't want them to accidentally have put old ones on.
Was that a little bit of a wide moment there from Jack Miller?
Has that ever happened?
Old tyres. Yeah, we've had people start the race on old tyres before.
Yeah, but accidentally.
No, we've had riders start on wets when they want slicks. Oh, Miller's been passed. I thought it was going to happen by Maverick Vinales for 11th position. Maverick, who I think he's either a Top Gun Maverick to go back to Yamaha, which I don't think would ever happen because they had a very messy divorce.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think Yamaha have come off worse than the divorce.
I'd agree. I'd say that Maverick could be looking to go back to Aprilia. If Jorge leaves, I think
could make it better.
Yeah, because I don't think Maverick reminds me a lot of Fernando Alonso. He moves the teams at the wrong times.
Yeah.
He's gone to KTM and it hasn't worked out with the financial difficulties, the bike not getting many upgrades. Even if he's on a factory bike, it doesn't make sense.
It's like that movie where the guy, all his ex-girlfriends after dating him get married.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it's called.
The movie of Joshua Birch's Love Life?
Very funny. Oh no. I think he upset a witch and she voodooed him.
Which did I? Back to the action, shall we? That's 6 of 20. Oh, lack of. That's 6 of 23. Marc Marquez leads with Alex in second. Yeah, I think Maverick would go back to Aprilia.
Yeah.
I've got that feeling that he would go back to Aprilia. With Martin leaving, anyway. Or leaving.
Do you know what's the best team to move to?
Ducati?
The R46.
Do you know, yeah, I agree there. They're getting the factory bikes.
They feel like a family team as well. It feels like they're supportive. I feel like they have a therapist somewhere.
It's Valentino Rossi. Well, if they've got a therapist...
He is the therapist.
No. Can they give it to Valet, please? Valet got so paranoid 10 years ago in that battle with... that was 10 years ago, and we still talk about it to this day. The kicking of Marc Marquez Malaysia was 10 years ago.
Out of the way.
Valet got so paranoid that year. Wow, it was unbelievable.
Well, I think the therapy now is just... He needs therapy for, like, his children. Just like, no, don't go there.
Valet's racing at Le Mans next weekend. In fact, Valet's out on the track right now in Le Mans doing the test day.
Oh.
So this isn't... Usually the test day is like a month before, but they couldn't close the roads in time. So we've got literally... Today is the Le Mans test day, and then practice starts on Wednesday. And it's live on JB Motorsports, the whole lot. 24 hours non-stop.
Ooh, I could make you brownies.
They'll be gone inside an hour.
I'll give you one every hour. Because, remember, I can cut it into 24s.
Yeah, that's true. A treat every hour. That sounds quite fun, actually.
Yeah, and I can, like, number them in white chocolate. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, that's about you. Okay, there we go.
Nah, I'm doing that.
Shako says, Tadotsi say they tried something new this morning. It seems to be working. Or Davide, if it's working for Bagnaia as well, it is. Mark loving the conditions already. Still a 147.275. Another fast step of the race for Marc Marquez. He's pulled out 0.8 of a second to Alex right now. But the King of Aragon is won here 6 times before. At circuits where he has been dominant, he's crashed this year.
So he's going to crash soon.
Yeah.
Let's see for any weaknesses. I mean, turn 1's obviously a weakness that he suffers from.
Crash to Coda. I'm waiting for the Saxon ring, actually. Is that the weekend of the British Grand Prix? I think it is.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. I remember what I was going to say earlier, but I forgot it then, but now I know. Did you see Acosta start?
I didn't. Have we had a replay of the start yet?
No.
No, I thought not. That's unusual.
Acosta didn't get a great start, but he got a better start than others. He had to take a second to kind of like
lift
with
up.
his especially with the front wheel.
The front, that hard front is slipping.
Yeah.
I was watching Mark start because of that ride height issue he keeps having, and then my eyes thought, okay, flick to Alex, and then Mark just shot off into the distance. That, as you say, as Shakram says, 6 victories in Saxon Ring. Yeah, also for Mark, 6 wins here, 6 wins in Saxon Ring. God knows how many wins in Kota. I think it's 7 or 8, something like that. I think it is actually 666.
Oh.
Yeah, no wonder he keeps failing at them.
Yeah. Stuck in it forever.
This is more of a circuit for Mark he enjoys. In Aragon he clicks with as a Spanish circuit.
See.
I'd love for Formula 1 to come here for an event weekend. It is such a good event. Alex Rins is struggling, says Tal. Saxon Ring is 11 victories or something insane tally. Yeah, 11 victories in total for Saxon Ring across all categories, I believe. But there was a year where Mark just was undefeated. Every year we go there, it was like, Mark will win, Mark will win.
It's like, I gave you 3 guesses.
One thing I always found quite hilarious is that he could never quite do it at the Red Bull Ring, because we went through a couple of years, didn't we? Where was it like 4 years running? It was Dovizioso and Lorenzo just got him at the line. Like, we'll have this amazing last lap then. Bye.
I feel like they made a bet to see who could beat him first.
I'm surprised Lorenzo did it on a Ducati, to be fair. That was very rarely a good bike for him.
Determination.
Mugello, Red Bull Ring seemed to work, and I was worried about Mark coming into the factory Ducati this year. I think it helped he had a year on the 23 bike last year, and then stepping to the 24 to the 25, it hasn't been that much of an evolution. So he's just clicked with it immediately, because Ducati's was a hard bike to ride for years, and now it seems like a pussycat.
Yeah.
But nobody else can ride it but Marc Marquez.
Alex's apprentice. It's like the Sith.
Yeah. What was he won? A sprint and a Grand Prix this year. Bagnaia has won a Grand Prix. But we've had 5 different winners. Zarco, Marc Marquez, Bagnaia, Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez. They're our race winners this year.
Zarco's crashed.
Oh, that's a curse for the commentator. Yellow flag's out in the 3rd sector. I wonder if that's down on the inside at turn 12.
It's
just behind there.
It's about there that he's crashed.
Yeah, it's just before. I reckon he's gone down at turn 12. I reckon the front's buckled on entry. That's just speculation.
Turn 12!
It's turn 12, yeah. For it to go down that much, it indicates that something's buckled on entry.
Let's have a replay.
Or, there's 2 possibilities. One, the front's buckled on entry into turn 12 on the left-hand side, or he's running into the gravel.
Yeah.
We'll have a replay shortly, but the yellow flag's out.
I do think Aragon's too long, though.
It is.
It's too long by 3 laps.
Yeah, it's a long race. It's the same distance as Silverstone. So if Silverstone's only 20, why are we doing 23?
Yeah.
For MotoGP. There he is. Zarco's up and walking away. He's slid at the back, so that indicates he's
dropped it.
Yeah.
Either that or he didn't let go and just decided to starfish his way across.
I reckon that's a possibility. Starfish? Yeah, that's a new one on me. I was wondering what you were doing there.
Yeah.
It's the starfish approach.
I give up approach.
Mark's leading this race on lap 10 with 14 laps to go. You're right, it is a long Grand Prix, this, isn't it? We're 20 minutes in already, and right now we'll be going, yeah, I don't know about it. It's going to be 46 minutes.
Usually about 13 by now.
Yeah. It's a long circuit. Then again, Formula One have tested here before, I think 2009. Either 8 or 9, it was the hybrid we ran here. I miss it so much. Just bring F1 here. Don't go to Madrid. Either stay at Barcelona or bring it here for an event. This
Why do they want to go to Madrid?
Don't know. You wait until you see the 456 chicane for it. Literally, it's the tightest chicane known to man, and if you cut it, you block the track.
Oh, I so want so much.
We're going to have multiple red flags next year in that corner. I can tell you now. What
month will it be?
Either June or I think it's July, actually. It's a bit later on in the season.
Okie dokie.
I'll have a look.
We still have not had a replay of Zarko's crash.
We haven't had a replay at the start. I reckon it's on with the replay.
Why can't we have replays? That's why it feels so long. Because we haven't had any replays.
Let's have a look. Madrid.
Like, I'd even take a replay of just a bike going really slowly.
22 laps. Sorry, 22 turns. It'll be a 57-lap Grand Prix and July. Summer Grand Prix for Spain. Oh, that'd be toasty in Madrid. MotoGP broadcasting is horrendous. Yeah, we've had no replays so far, and we've had Mark's box open for about 5 minutes.
Yeah. I don't know why we need to see him.
Anyway, it's Marc Marquez and the circuit he does well out. If he drops it, we need to know.
I feel like whoever's in control of the cameras has separation anxiety from his view.
Just stick the onboard on in the top corner. No one will know it's there.
Just like, I need to see Mark.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Right now, Mark is on 233 points in the championship. He will lead it by 32 to Alex Marquez, who'll breach it on 201 laps. So, we are approaching half distance. It'll be lap 12 and 23, 12 down, 12 to go, because you count the lap we're on. Marc Marquez leads, and so much for Pedro Costa on that hard tyre.
Seems to have backed away.
Both KTMs on the factory bike just sort of staying 4th and 5th. In the highest, we've seen them all season long. Just struggling for traction.
I wonder if the riders are feeling like this is a long race.
It does seem like it. It really does.
We needed more action-packed.
Just like to point out,
crash.
If things were supposed to be, me and you, I would have been in the Throxton commentary box. You would have been in this commentary box broadcasting it again.
No.
Dealing with the lag issues. Going, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Binder's
Binder!
out. He's dropped it just in front of us.
Ah, here we go. I cursed him.
Brad Binder, the South African, crashes out.
There goes a KTM.
When they needed it most, when they needed the points, Binder has binned it.
I did say I wanted to crash. And since we don't have replays, it's being on screen.
Yeah. Just drop the front. So simple.
Oh my.
And it's turn 3 again. The right-hander. I'm glad we saw that, actually.
Another.
Well, I'm glad we saw it, because otherwise we wouldn't have had a replay. If a replay comes now, I'll be angry. Although, did we have a replay? I swear
5 seconds time.
Yeah. Look at that, new record. Look at Marini had a 1:47.795 set in 2022. Mark's blown it away. You ready for this? 1:46.879. 9/10 of a second faster than that time set in 2022.
I really hope it doesn't get deleted.
Shouldn't do. Oh! I thought Mark had gone down there for a second. The camera broke.
Oh,
I thought it's Mark. So is Mark upside down or something? But no, he's fine. We're riding with him now. Mr. Consistent. Actually, 150, 147. That's the first lap on lap 11. He's broken into the 146s. So this is Mark's go time. He's pulled out 2 seconds to Alex already.
It'd be hilarious if he did crash right after that.
It would be, yeah.
So it's like I only came here to set the record.
So there we go. It's go time. Mark has taken off at half distance in this race. And now, let battle commence. Aldeguer's having a go on Morbidelli. He can't find a way through on the inside either. Well,
someone dropped it.
It's Quartararo.
Oh, we're not even going to get a replay of it.
Second retirement in a row. down at turn 1. The front must have buckled. Oh, your heart breaks.
They're starting to drop like flies.
The tyres starting to give up. Fabi, you can't cross the track. Fabi, you can't cross the track. Let's have a look.
Replay, seriously, this we got a replay for.
He dropped the front on entry and just sort of belly flopped onto the track. Yeah.
This we get a replay for, but the others no.
I'm glad that the marshal stopped him there because you're not allowed to cross the circuit.
Yeah.
If he did that, he would have got a race ban for the next event.
Especially since Salvadori probably would have
he
won
was
him over.
coming through, yeah. So, out goes Binder, out goes Quadrara, Zarco was out too. We still haven't seen a replay for that. Yellow flag start in sector 1 though.
And we know that replay button works. So we just add one.
That is true. So we've got our replays back.
We want a start, we want a Zarco, and we want a Binder. Well, we don't really need the Binder one, but it's nice.
I'd like it from the helicopter angle that we clearly had.
Yeah.
Yellow flags have been brought in.
Who's in control of this?
Dornan.
Get better cameras.
He has just a worse look besides one Mia. Mia's crashed a lot this weekend. Like, a lot. I'm surprised Mia hasn't crashed now. We're watching it now on our monitors.
I think Jack Miller might have put his curse onto him. Because Miller hasn't crashed at all.
No. Miller's had an okay weekend actually so far.
Yeah. Back to play.
Bashing up. Now, if I was Mia, there's been a running gag saying how many. Sorry, I was just checking the.
They were laughing, so that scared the hell out of me.
Just checking the commentary from the other side. With me, 11 times Mia has crashed this season. 12 now actually. He crashed this morning.
What round is it?
8.
When you crash more than you actually have rounds, it's a concern.
Yeah, but it's race 14 of the season. Because of sprint races. But yeah, one me on that Honda.
Honda.
He's a world champion, let's not forget. From our COVID year, 2020. As we continue to race on here on lap 14 of 23. Mark leading, and we've got his box again. Well, the helicopter's not going to be following any other battle.
Maybe that's why we haven't got replays.
I think the Spanish director is a bit obsessed with the Spanish rider.
Biased.
And Dorna is a Spanish company, by the way, and the TV director is actually Spanish. Mia's on the inside, and he gets ahead of Di Antonio down at turns 13 and 14.
The door?
Yes. No, yes.
This next corner I won't be able to.
No, because Di Antonio's going to have that grunt of the Ducati to try and pull around the outside. Vinales going to have the toe, reel him in, 3 wide. Vinales backs out a bit, Digi goes through. So Digi back, you're right, could not close the door.
I like to call it the secondary close. Because you've always got to worry about the second corner.
Had that several times before, haven't we? Oh, that's Mia under pressure. Oh, I thought he was going to get wiped out by Vinales. And Vinales did not look like he could stop into that first corner. Megan getting a bit more ruthless.
You can get past him.
2 weeks' time, it's the MotoGP Grand Prix at Mugello. And I'm not here.
Do not remind me. Also, book that.
Mia's on the inside line, and he's through on Digi. Yes, oh, and Vinales is going to go for him as well.
You can do it.
Down into turn number 8 and 9, and he's through.
Oh, Digi gets cut back.
That's an outside manoeuvre, and he's got the traction. Fabulous move from Digi. That was spectacular around the outside.
Who else can go off?
Well, hopefully in 2 weeks' time I'll have a commentary box as well.
Hopefully.
If not, ITV have kindly said I can borrow their shed. That'll be fun. Yeah, go borrow your shed for 40 minutes. Yeah, cheers. It is Mugello. Yeah, it's a big one. Yeah, so I won't be here on the Saturday.
It's mine for shovel.
Yeah. You'll be taking the MotoGP 3.
Do not remind me of these things, please. You know it stresses me out in advance and then makes
Le Mans next weekend.
No.
And Canada.
Stop stressing me out.
Wait until Megan sees the...
Okay, I will leave.
Lap 16 and 23, 8 to go. We're 2/3. By the way, if the red flag comes out now, race is over.
Someone crash and make the red flag come out. Breaking air fence.
That would trigger the red flag procedure.
Do we have any air fences here?
Yeah, come on.
Break one.
Up the inside. Bastianini makes the move on Jack Attack. Miller.
Who's used to breaking air fences? Rins.
Alex.
Rins.
Rins has done a couple. Rins tends to break his legs a lot more as well.
Apparently, if your name's Alex, you break fences.
Who is openly pinning for someone to crash? Magnara's first podium since Areth. Has it really been that long? It's been, yeah.
I just like chaos.
That was the day that Mark went wide. Alex won. I was so loud at the commentary box. I came out of the commentary box and one of the fellow journalists said, "Did you enjoy that?" I said, "Yeah, it was a great MotoGP." And just Richard John Neal sat there on his phone outside the box.
Laughing?
Giggling. He was off to Formula 4.
Someone else crashed.
He's a very trusting man, is Richard John Neal. He left his iPad on when I was doing the commentary on the MotoGP sprint race.
He has faith in the world.
Just left his iPad open on the desk. I was supposed to offer him when I left the commentary.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, don't want to waste your battery. You've got to do Formula 4. You've got to do the F4 race soon. It was quite weird because
probably rushed down.
We were next to ITV's commentary box. Don't know what the boxes are like at Alton Park. We might be a bit more mobile, but I believe there is a couple there. Lap 17 of 23.
Oh, was that a crash? No, it's just an overtake by Rins.
Passing
to me.
Miller.
Yeah.
So it's status quo for the top two. Miller's in 14th though, so the only three drivers to stay exactly where they are. Oh, four actually. Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez, Jack Miller, and Miguel Oliveira. They've stayed still. And now Maverick Vinales, who repasses Fabio Di Giannini over 8th.
Woohoo! How long can that last, sir?
Not long, I don't think.
30 seconds at most.
I'm keeping my eye on Acosta, who's 2 seconds back now, but he's starting to close that gap on Bagnaia. I think that hard front was a good gamble, but I don't think it's paid off the way he was thinking. He was expecting more pace early on in the race, and it just hasn't happened. He's playing for time, and it's running out. Bad weekend for Zarco, so very bad weekend for Johan. From the highs of the French Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago to the lows of Aragon.
Of being hit in the face with flies and playing with gravel.
I'm quite sad I'm going to miss Mugello not being in the commentary box. It's one of my favourite races of the year. Something always goes mental there. I have to go to Alton
I
Park.
know!
A, it's Steve's last race. B, it's the halfway stage of the touring car season. C, got to do a couple, haven't I? I can't wait. Buzzing to be trackside.
Please book it tonight.
Well, everything's already. Everything's basically already sorted. What I was waiting for was the media stuff. Myself, Tom Cans, and LA Wilshaw will be joining us in the booth. Yeah, nice to have LA from Road to F1, an F1 accredited journalist as well. Don't forget. I think she's doing the Spa weekend as well, and she's going to send us some stuff from Spa.
Ah.
If she can get there. If not, she's joining me in London.
Mm.
Yeah, let's not forget that mess as well.
Do not remind me.
In July.
What day in July?
Last weekend in July.
Good, because check what day the 9th is.
Definitely not then.
Yeah, because I can't be anywhere on the 9th.
We know.
Or around about that.
This race is exciting. As Aldeguer is trying to have a go here on Franco Morbidelli.
Can someone crash again, please?
I agree with what you're saying there, Megan. The fact is that the track's a bit too long. There's too many opportunities on one lap to overtake the thing. You have to wait another lap to get it. Aldeguer is trying to go around the inside line down to turn 12, but Morbidelli's got it covered pitch perfect. You're not going to get traction through there. Oh, switchback. Go on, Aldeguer. Yes! He's got it. Into the 13.
He always does really tight switchbacks as well.
But is Morbidelli going to do the switchback into 15? Yes, he is. Out again.
He's going to do the same.
On the outside. Go on, keep your foot in it. Side by side. They're touching. Handle to handle. Down into the breakers over 16 and 17. Morbidelli's on the inside line. Aldeguer lifts off. Tries to get the undercut. Can't get it, but how spectacular.
He is always making everyone hold their breaths.
He was third yesterday in the sprint. He's moving on for P5. His partner watching on, just having a heart palpitation. I think we are.
She's going to think he wants to give her a heart attack.
Oh my goodness me. Inside of turn 2. Into 3. There's that line that we keep talking about. I reckon Binder went wide and got on that line I was talking about yesterday. Do you remember in the qualifying session?
Well, we still don't know because they still haven't shown any replays. Isn't it against the rules that they're not allowed to show a replay at the start? Like, they
won't broadcast. They're going to what they like.
It should be.
Usually it's lap 3 they have to show it by, so they must have missed it and let it go. Aldeguer's lifted off now. He's just going to save his tyres a bit more before going into a punch zone. Stunning racing. Stunning.
I still want to know what happened with Zarco.
I think we all want to know what happened with Zarco. Morbidelli closing in. 5 to go then here. Lap 19 of 23.
I think because this circuit is like a minute 46 to get around, they shouldn't put it as 23 laps because think about it, they never usually put the longer circuits with more laps.
It's usually about 20.
Yeah. But for some reason here, they've just decided, oh, let's just put 23. A random number, by the way.
Hello, is that Bezecchi? That's Bezecchi. He's got through on Digi. He's throwing up the inside. I can't tell where on the track he is. I think he's coming down the back stretch. Yes, he is. So he's going to defend that inside line. Yeah, Bezecchi has moved up to 9. That's more like it for the Aprilia.
Yeah. It is definitely more like it. And I don't know what you're trying to say. Right, hold on.
I was blowing my nose. That's all I was trying to say. Gap closing between Bagnaia and Alex.
Bezecchi really has moved up quite a lot. I mean, hopefully he can get better than the 8th, so he still has about 2 positions more left to go. But he's moved up 11 places. I mean, almost everyone is on the same tyres as him, but for some reason they seem to fit with him best.
Cautiously.
Wildly.
Accelerate. Here we go now. Glad you picked up that. Right, this is it again from the offboard angle. Oh, stunning switchback from Bezecchi. That would have caught Digi by surprise. Caught me by surprise.
Something tells me that Aldeguer's been having lessons.
There would have been a swear word underneath the volume there from Digi.
Yeah.
Something beginning with an F, I would imagine.
And then a sake.
Yeah. Or an M, that could be another thing as well.
Right, so... Oh, movement!
Vinales is crashed! There he is, his big one there! Oh,
he is on the track. Please leave the track. Please
He's
leave.
not on the track. He's I think that is down at the turn 12 to 13. He's
Is it another way off?
Yeah, he's in the runoff area.
So it's a different form of track.
I reckon that bike has whacked into oh yeah, he's dropped on entry down to turn 12 chicane. He's gone. But has that bike hit the tyre wall?
He had a lot of momentum.
Damaged the tyre wall.
I think it did.
Drone camera turns on entry. Front end dips away from him. No, good.
It's just avoided it. He was just going to go down a very big slide.
Also, it's the ulterior angle. You don't realise how long the gap is actually between turn 12 and 15 on the normal layout. Literally, you can go flat out all the way from exit at turn 10 all the way down to turn 16 and 17. But we had the chicane in from MotoGP. But in reality, you can go flat out down there. Your engine will be cooked, but that's why. It's very rare we have that.
This looks like a bottle opener.
I always imagine it looks like a bread knife with a weird handle.
Yeah. Weirdly, I think it would be a very good handle.
Yeah, or a trowel. I'd say it looks like a trowel to me. Just for people who want to know what the layout looks like. This is what, This is what Dorna gives us as our stat sheet, and there's our little track map that I doodle with.
Or...
So there's our stats that we have.
Borg, if you do that.
Yeah, super. Yeah, but that's one of the stat sheets they give us. So it gives us Moto2, MotoGP, Moto3 information of winners, race distances and stats. That's what we call up in
Vinales has rejoined the race.
Oh, great. Then we also got these. These are the race stats. Is it going to focus? Oh, well, there you go. It gives us race stats on each rider. That's racing. So we're not completely useless up in the publish box. We do have notes.
Just when we don't get enough replays, yeah.
We have to use them more. Like Marc Marquez is going to be on for win number 66 in his MotoGP career, and he's 92nd overall.
At least his wins go from 666 to 667 in those three circuits.
And it's 66.
He's ordering the clones.
I reckon his clone of Alex is in second position right now, holding off Pecco Bagnaia. Why is it always these three? It's been a while since it's been these three, but why is it always these three when it is these three? You know what I mean? It's
Taiwan and the mining.
It's the same order as well. I would not be surprised if the last race of the season in Valencia is Marc Alex Bagnaia. If Marc hasn't wrapped up the title. Marc's going to wrap up the title.
Let it be.
I think we've all accepted Marc's world champion this year.
Yeah.
We're just looking for the cracking racing.
We're just looking for who's third. Well, we know who's second already, but we just want to know who's third position.
I think this championship's been locked in since round one, to be fair.
Yeah.
It would take something bizarre happening to change it.
It'd be hilarious if at round one they all finished in the same positions as their championship. I desperately want that to happen.
No, look, JK says, while Aragon is a long circuit, it's still nowhere close to Kota, Silverstone and Sepang. They're the other long circuits on the calendar. I wish F1 raced here. I really do. It's such a beautiful place. As Aldeguer is going for the move of Morbidelli on the inside line to turn 12, he gives him absolutely no room this time to even think about a switch back, and Aldeguer goes through.
Really worries me that one day Aldeguer's going to kick someone.
Franco's coming back at him. No. Well done, Furman. The Marquez Grand Prix, what happened to Fabio? Oh, he's trying. He's trying. He's got the exit speed. Morbidelli. Oh, he kicked him. Wow! Was that accidental? I hope it was.
Hey, look, he elbowed him in the shoulder. He's actually moved that shoulder downwards.
Morbidelli, let's have a replay. So Morbidelli cuts on the inside, touches Aldeguer, and as they come up, they run into each other again. And Aldeguer elbows the side of Di Giannantonio. In reaction, Di Giannantonio kicks him.
Yeah.
Elbows and kicking, it's dodgems.
Did I just predict that they'd kick each other?
You did, yeah. That's what's happened. So this is getting tense between these two. Marc Marquez now is on his last tour of Aragon.
This is what happens when Aldeguer doesn't know what personal space is in overtaking.
Well, we might get out. We haven't had a fight in NASCAR yet this year. We might get a fight in MotoGP first off. Look, we've had to open up that battle because that's what everyone wants to see as well.
The fact that this wouldn't even be the first fist fight in MotoGP during a race.
Oh no, Aldeguer's gone too wide. He nearly dropped it. Coming out of turn 6.
Can you blame him?
That's that battle done then. There'll be a war of words afterwards. He hasn't won in 3 events. But Marc Marquez is on course to win again in MotoGP and do the double here in Aragon. The king very much in his counting house. Points upon points upon points. He is unstoppable.
This one wasn't even close.
As soon as he decided to go at half distance, it was over. It looked close to begin with, though.
Besecki's going to finish in the exact same position he did in the sprint yesterday.
8 and 8 from both moving up 12 places. 66 on the board for 93. Marc Marquez, once again, is the king of Aragon, and he wins in his home country for the first time this year.
Interesting that he was going to do both hands, but when he took one hand off, he had to steady himself.
Yeah, he nearly fell over, didn't he?
Yeah. He was
Can
just
I have one of those, please?
Yes.
There's a red flag there.
So he had to hold on to the back, just like, do you know what? I'm just going to do a one-hander. I don't feel like crashing out again.
Yeah, crashed after the finish. That's stylish. Alex is second. Bagnaia finishes third. Acosta, a superb fall. The two celebrate together. Morbidelli 5th, Aldeguer 6th, Mia 7th, An impressive 8th for Bezzecchi, up 12 places again, as you said, Megan, same place as the sprint yesterday. Di Gianantonio is 9th, and Ralph Fernandez 10th. First rider to lead all sessions of a Grand Prix weekend since Marc Marquez in the 2015 German Grand Prix.
Since himself 10 years ago.
It is, for the first time in 10 years, a Grand Slam. Marc Marquez has just done a Grand Slam. FP1, practice, FP2, qualifying, Tissot sprint, warm-up, race, fastest lap, lead every lap. Apologies for that. For the first time ever, the streaming PC crashed on us. Hopefully we're back now. Hello, everyone.
I have never seen that before.
I've never seen it before either.
Check your phone. See if...
Well, this will tell us in a second. Apologies if everybody's here. Can you all see me? Hello? Yes, all good? Yes, we're back. Hello.
Okay, good.
Thanks to the live view of the race show. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm glad that happened after the checkered flag.
Yeah.
That's never happened before. Literally, the 2 monitors here in the comments box just went black.
Yeah.
I've never known that happen before.
I don't know what went on there because neither of us were even touching it.
No, it just went black. All that came up was something like your maximum break point has flashed up. So maybe there was a problem with OBS or something.
Maybe you need to clear the storage.
I have just noticed it says 1.3 gigabytes left on the computer, so I reckon that's an issue as well.
Maybe we should get off it.
We're fine for the end. We're back online. Hello, everybody. Right. Well, Marc Marquez is on the back of a push bike, and he's going to the Marc Marquez stand, Megan, to celebrate. What did you make of that race then, as all hell breaks loose in the comment box?
I think I'd rather hell break loose on a track, not in here. But I thought it was a very good race. It needed more replays.
Yeah.
Let's face it. But I thought it was a good race.
Alex is going with it. The brothers of Mark and Alex together. Oh, isn't that such a special sight?
What are they doing?
They're doing a jolly jig.
You can tell they're brothers.
Rhyming up the screen. Well, there's just so much love between these two. It's the first time we've ever seen brothers battling for a world championship, and it's going to be so, so special. Christmas dinner might be a little bit interesting this year.
One of them's going to be like, pass the
They're
salt.
DJing!
Oh my god.
The Marquez stand has got their own DJ.
That's not...
I presume you want to see this bit then. And then
Yeah.
disappear. And they've already got little
It's a good
champagne
song.
bottles.
It's a good song. So, I've got to say, I think at Christmas dinner it'll be like, pass the salt. And then it'll just be like,
On screen,
why?
then they'd ever so slightly.
Just like, why? You're the one who won the championship. I know. And this is just something else you're giving me.
Don't be salty. 112,000 people. And I still don't have one of those red flags. That's so annoying.
If we just got you that for Christmas, you'd be happy.
Oh, Mark's talking.
What's going to happen here? Oh, he's got the microphone.
Mark's been singing. Mark has had the microphone and they've done the karaoke.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Alex is there too with the blue squad. They're not going to go back to their motorcycles and restart them.
I love how just a family name has one like little stadium bit. Then again,
podcast time for Luca for one year. Best result since the 2023 Indian Grand Prix. Wow, that's been a long time. 7th place. We only raced in India once.
Was it good?
You were there.
Was that?
I can't remember now.
2023. Was it early in the year?
It was an early morning.
Was it early in the year though?
No, late in the year. We had a red flag.
I might have been really tired because of like I
It
would have
was
just
a
started
long
tuning.
time ago.
Yeah, I have no clue whether I was there or not. Vaguely.
I know I was there.
Yeah, you could not be.
It's very rare I don't do a MotoGP Grand Prix.
Right, I shall leave you.
In fact,
do you want me to leave you?
We can, yeah. Can they restart the bikes then?
Well, Mark has.
Yeah, oh, there we go. That's good. Right, we'll let you go. See you.
Oh!
There you go. Hands up.
He's got his groove back. Put your hands on there. Yeah, there you go. You don't want to go over a curb without having your hands on the bike.
Right, we'll see you in Magellan.
Bye-bye.
Well, let's head down to Tinty.
Well, the only thing that's good enough for Pecco Bagnaia is winning, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. And Marquez was given rider of the race. All right. Does that complete the set?
No, he didn't get the fastest lap in the sprint race.
Pedant alongside me.
Right, I'm gonna dare Nats News, Natalie Quo, to say you must be disappointed. Almost the perfect weekend. Natalie, if you're listening, please ask him that question in the TV set. It's been a disaster, really.
A lower crowd this year, actually. 112,000 for the weekend, but on Sunday it was more spread out over the weekend. 50,000 on race day. I think we had 60 or 70,000 last year.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is I think because we had record crowds at Jerez. I think that seems to be the Spanish event that people want to go to.
It is,
and this is normally later on in the year, so it's closer to Jerez. I think that's probably why the numbers are a bit down.
Yeah, probably less lead-up time as well. Normally in August, end of August, beginning of September, isn't it? There we are, stamping on the rear brake as he came back into Parc Fermé.
Comes a run.
His 99th pole position in Grand Prix racing came yesterday. That is his 92nd win. His 66th in MotoGP.
I think there could be some more in the locker as well.
We're only at round 8 of 22, still 14 more rounds to go. Next up, of course, we're in Mugello. It is the one he'll be wanting to win for Ducati.
Do you know what, though, in all this, in everything we've said, he's only 32 points in the lead. It's not done. We're not going, well, already it's completely done. One bad weekend, bear in mind there's 37 points up for grabs per weekend.
Yeah.
Can change it.
That means now, just having a look, in terms of his victories for Marc Marquez, closing in on Valentino Rossi. It was 89, wasn't it? In Premier class.
Was it?
Yeah. Agostini 68, so he's 66 now in MotoGP.
Okay. And I'm assuming that goes second.
Yeah.
In the Premier class victories.
Yeah, behind Valentino Rossi, of course.
The argument could be there's a lot more races this time.
Absolutely, that's always the argument.
Yeah,
Which is... But then the other argument is, and I know other people saying it, yeah, but Agostini will win by a lap, and I mean, he was on the only factory bike at times. You know, there's swings and roundabouts. They are the best of their eras. I think that's all you can say in those arguments. Marco Rigamonti down there. Let's hear from Pecco Bagnaia. Let's see what he has to say. After third place today.
Pecco, you described yesterday as the toughest day of your career, but Davide said you made a change in warm-up and it looked like you were back to your best out there. Is there a feeling of genuine relief to be back on the podium?
Yes, and in this way that for us today is like it's not just a third place, but it's recovering a lot of confidence, and was something that I was needing. This morning we had something that we were not thinking about it, and it was a small change that gave it to me a bit more of confidence, and a small step of confidence gave to me a bit more speed. So happy about it. I tried everything to catch back Alex, but we were increasing pace lap by lap, and I just did the best lap in the second laps to go. So 2 laps to go. So very happy. I want to say thanks to my team that we were struggling together, and today we are on the podium. Thanks also by them. So happy, and thanks to everybody.
Great to see you back on the podium. Well done.
Grazie.
First positivity we've heard, isn't it, from Pecco in a few weeks, that.
months. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. Since his
winner, Cosa,
exactly.
First podium since the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez. Had to work hard for it early on. In the end, just 9/10 of a second behind Alex Marquez. Sportsmanship as always between the MotoGP riders. He salutes the crowd. Bagnaia back on the podium trail. That's his 5th podium of the season. There's Domicia, his wife, alongside Davide Tarozzi. They all look relieved.
That's exactly the look, isn't it? So finally, the breakthrough.
Well, Alex Marquez said second was the best we could hope for this weekend. It's done the job then. So he has to say to Jack Appleyard.
Well, Alex, another brilliant weekend. Second yesterday, second today, but far from easy. Pecco pushed you all of the way. Just how tough was that to manage?
Yeah. I was expecting him already there. I mean, on the warm-up, he was already quite fast, and I say today he will try for sure. When you have a bad sprint race, you have that inside. He's the world champion of MotoGP, so for sure he tried it and he tried his best. I was there trying to manage the situation a little bit. I was not feeling 100% with this medium rear tire, so I say, okay, I need to keep the pace, I need to not make mistakes, to not, if they don't overtake me when they're really close, they will not be able to do it. So it was like this, so really happy for that. And yeah, we managed to extract the maximum in this weekend. That was P2 in sprint and P2 today, so yeah, really happy for that.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you so much.
Done the job, done exactly what was asked of him this weekend, fulfilled his expectations. Not able quite to take it to his brother today, but we sort of expected that was going to be the case.
Yeah, and my gut feeling is that next round at Mugello is not a track Mark's been fantastic at. He's not bad at it, he's never been bad at any track, has he? But it's not one you'd put on his, you wouldn't put it in the top, let's say, 50% of the tracks for him, would you?
No. Absolutely not. It's always a fantastic event, though. Even better when he wins at home, as he has done here for Marc Marquez. King of Aragon, once again.
Mark, all week you've spoken about focus and concentration. Well, you certainly had that today. What a way to bounce back. Victory here in Aragon. And what were the celebrations like in front of your own fans and your grandstand?
Yeah, of course, it was an amazing weekend. All the practice, leading, full focus, just full concentrate. As I expect, the others get closer and closer every session, and in the race, the pace of Alex and Pecco were super fast, but yeah, it was consistent, just controlling the race distance, and yeah, the celebration together with my brother was amazing, and the best way to come back with full Ducatis in the top.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, you can never say it's a foregone conclusion. That's as close as it gets this weekend. We didn't lie about it. It was down to Mark to make a mistake, and he didn't do it.
No, not a single mistake. He even got the start right today. He just had it under control all weekend. It's his track, Ducati's track as well, locking out the podium today and yesterday. It is a low grip nature. It's got a long back straight. It's got everything that Mark loves because it keeps going left. It almost was a foregone conclusion, and he was just too good this weekend. But yeah, full credit. He's got the full points haul. Pretty much a perfect weekend.
Yeah, it really was, apart from that one stat, which is just ridiculous. Great consistency from Alex as well. I think he came in knowing that, no, but even if you pushed 100%, you still wouldn't be able to beat Mark, and that has also come true. Maybe the delight comes from Pecco Bagnaia.
Yeah, certainly a massive turnaround overnight. The confidence, you could hear in his voice how much it meant to him, because he's been in the doldrums, languishing yesterday. His toughest day of his career, as he said, not just this season. And it's really promising to see him back on form again. We don't like to see a world champion struggling and floundering, and he's got some feeling back today. Whatever the small change was, the fact that they got the test tomorrow, that timing is perfect for him, and we want to see him in there challenging Mark, challenging Alex each week, and not just a foregone conclusion.
Amazing how a small change to the bike can give such a big amount of confidence, and it's great to see him smiling. The story continues about Rosa, Mark and Alex's mum. This started with our interview at Silverstone when they were talking about who mum supported, and Alex said it was him. So there's Mark now giving his mum the T-shirt from the factory Ducati. Is she going to put it on? She's playing along, as always. It's great. Great bit of fun. Michele Mazzini from Grassini there as well, and Alex. It's just going to roll on, this story. Isn't it? Quite glad we started it going, really.
Yeah, 1 and 2 in the world. What a proud mother she will be today. And it's a lovely story, isn't it? The fact that Mark's always in all the headlines. Alex has been in the shadow, and he's turning things around. Alex is a thorn in Mark's side as a independent Ducati. I'd love to see what Alex would do on a full factory bike. I know the GP24 is arguably as good or maybe even better than the 25, but I just love the growth this year. Neil talked about it in commentary. No one's seen Alex put in this season where he is a genuine title contender. Mark makes a few more mistakes, and then Alex is there to pick up the pieces. But yeah, when you're second best in the world and you're battling against maybe one of the best motorcycle riders of all time, got to say Alex is doing a fantastic job.
It really is. The racing, though, really was the battle for fifth. The good, fun stuff that everybody was shouting at the TV for. The 2S, Frankie and Furman, had a right go at each other towards the end, particularly lap 20 and 22. I think this was 19. It was brilliant to watch.
It was. We know Furman's not scared to let off the brake. He'll stick it up the inside. But this season, Frankie's been ultra aggressive. This direction change, we've seen it ended in disaster last season. That move into the switch back to 12 to 13. But watch this again. It's good. Frankie just sticks it down the inside. Furman doesn't want to give it up. Tries to lean on him. A little bit of a touch there with the elbow. And again, that's as close as you want it on a MotoGP bike. You can see the buffeting of Frankie's leathers. That is from the aero effect and the wind kicking off Furman's machine. Frankie gets it down the inside. But yeah, both riders on top of their game today. They were scrapping it out for every inch of the track. Yeah, we wanted a battle like that for victory, but even though it was in 5th place, it was made some great television, great entertainment. Neither wanting to give best, and in the end, Aldeguer not as strong as he was over the 11-lap sprint. This is it again, running out of 12, up over the little crest, sorry, 11. As you drop downhill, it's so difficult to be precise there. Furman could do it every time, using a lot of rear brake to stop it, doesn't go wide at all, and gets the spot away from Frankie in the end. It was a great duel that just kept running and running, but obviously no love lost between these two. I would say there might be some words afterwards. These ones here on the back straight were just a little too close for comfort, but yeah, Frankie giving as good as he gets. There we go. And they kick up with the dust as they go slightly offline there, but yeah, this was so close. You can see Furman just leaning on his front tyre, then the contact here, but yeah, both boys loving it.
Absolutely, and the elbow came out just to protect the space, really stop metal on metal, which is the last thing that you want as a rider. Look at the scene here, everybody coming in to celebrate the Marquez brothers. Of course, they absolutely adore them around here, demigods. Well, certainly Marquez, and Alex is getting towards that status as well. I'm not sure either of us are particular fans of the manipulated celebrations, but we'll take it anyway, because what a story this is. Let's go to the podium, enjoy this, Gav.
Yeah, thanks, Susie. Yeah, they're all getting ready underneath it as we're about to see the trophies handed out here under the scorching sunshine. That mustn't be underestimated here today, how much that's played a part. Temperatures in the high 20s, into the 30s even. Track temperatures above 50 degrees as well, as Pecco Bagnaio's survived that pressure cooker moments that they've been over the last few weeks and sticks it back on the box, just in behind Alex Marquez, who continues, as Michael quite rightly said, to be a genuine title challenger. Still within a race weekend's worth of points of his brother Mark at round 8 of 22. As Mark steps up onto the box. Another sprint main race double for him, his 4th of the year. Johnny Walker here this weekend, and over the trophy to Ducati, who end Aprilia's run of wins of 1. They start another streak of wins actually at 22. It's been broken by Honda and Aprilia, and now Ducati back on top once more, and it's an all Ducati podium with Pecco Bagnaia rediscovering some kind of form and confidence, crucially, as he said in his interview. Alex Marquez takes second for the 4th time this year in a main race. Sits second in the championship, 32 behind his brother. but for the 7th time in MotoGP, another magnificent performance from Marc Marquez at Motorland Aragon. He extends his lead in the World Championship and heading to a Ducati home race in Italy next up. He signs off from a home Grand Prix with yet another win.
A fantastic race here in Aragon. It's champagne time, and when we return in 2 weeks' time, we'll be at the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello. Join us then from us all here. Thank you very much for your company. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. And you're back with us live here on JB Motorsports. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the conclusion of the Aragon test. Got about 23 minutes to go, and it's Marc Marquez from Fermin Aldeguer, Maverick Vinales, Pedro Costa, Marco Bezzecchi in the top 5, Franco Morbidelli, Fabio Quartararo, Fabio Di Giannantonio, Pecco Bagnaia, and Brad Binder in the top 10. Followed then by Miguel Oliveira, Johan Zarco, Juan Mir, Raul Fernandez, Jack Miller, Enea Bassini, Alex Rins, Lorenzo Salvadori, Manuel Gonzalez, Somcat Chancha, Paulo Espargaro. But Alex Marquez not taking part in this afternoon session. He's done his media debriefs for the day. I want to say thank you to all of you who are watching. 442 live. 28,672 of you have been watching this test. Mega thanks. We're not done yet, though. We've still got 20 minutes left, and we're going to listen to the MotoGP team who have been down trackside with all the latest news.
Hello and welcome here to Motorland Aragon. Do not adjust your YouTube stream or however you're watching this because it is a Monday. I am aware of that. Elliot York alongside myself, Kiko Giles. But we've got something extra special for you. We are, of course, at the Motorland Aragon post-round test. The third of the season is done. But the work just never really stops, does it, El? We've been here all morning already, half of the way through the day. Marc Marquez in dominant fashion. We knew that was coming. But overall, lots and lots of stuff to get our teeth into. We've got interviews coming up, but what a start to the morning from Marc.
Yeah, as expected, really. Marc Marquez, Motorland Masterclass all weekend, the perfect weekend, as we know. And yeah, it's kick-started this test in fine fashion. Ducati have been testing the new front area that we saw at the pre-season test. They've not had it on all season in terms of the GP25. So Marc had one of his bikes starting on that. Pecco didn't have any, but then Pecco has since gone on to that new aero package. So has Fabio Di Giannantonio. They've only got one new aero package to implement this season because of the rules. So it's interesting to see Ducati getting to work on that. Pecco didn't start straight away, probably testing some new front end stuff. But yeah, Marc straight away down to business in pretty much lap record territory. So yeah, he's not hanging around.
1:45.7 is the time to beat. At the time we started this, El's going to keep his phone on just in case we get something pretty spectacular incoming while we're on air. Fabio Quartararo just coming down pit lane. Yamaha trying a whole host of stuff, including 2 variants of the swing arm, although not Fabio. He's only got 2 of the same ones. Follow us because there's a little bit of a breaking news story here today, and that is that obviously Trackhouse Aprilia here did not have Ayagura, courtesy of the Japanese rider's injury last time out at Silverstone. However, they do have someone very talented and special on the bike. So we'll get down there in a minute. Riders just leaving to go out to do their practice start session. So we'll carry on walking down in a short moment's time. Championship leader Marc Marquez, he's on his way out. Fine form he's in. Fantastic stuff from Marc in 20 25 so far, but particularly this weekend, topping every single session. Let's keep on moving then. Let's get down towards Trackhouse, shall we? Because what we've got for you is someone who I'm sure you'll have heard of, but it was a bit of a baptism of fire. Manuel Gonzalez is testing for Trackhouse this weekend. Now that is, this week, sorry, particularly today. Motorland Aragon, of course, bad luck really in qualifying. He had to come through the pack in the Moto2 race, but exciting young talent, and he's been rewarded.
Very exciting, obviously leading the Moto2 World Championship, and news was murmuring over the weekend as to who might be replacing Igora in the Monday test here in Aragon. A few names were flung about, Diogo Moreira, potentially Andrei Iannone as well, but it was eventually confirmed that it would be Manu Gonzalez. And let me tell you, like, this morning he was absolutely superb. Was within 2 seconds of Pecco Bagnaia, who initially topped the timings before Marc Marquez and others went a little bit faster, but super impressive for Manu Gonzalez. Go straight out of the box, 9 laps in, come back, beaming smile on his face, of course. And to be within 2 seconds of Pecco, he's 2.8 off now, I think, of Marc Marquez, and he's super fast. But Manu Gonzalez said that the only turn, I was listening to one of his debriefs quite cheekily, actually, just stood outside the box as Franco Morbidelli heads out for his practice starts. Was just stood outside the box along with a few of the journalists and cameramen and women. And he said the only turn he was really struggling with still, once after his first run, was turn 12, the tricky left-hander. We saw a few crashes there, didn't we, over this weekend? A tricky downhill section here at Motorland. But Gonzalez has been super impressive, got to say. You know when someone has a little bit about them, when they can go straight out there on circuit and get to within 2 seconds, within 3 seconds of the fastest guys who obviously know these bikes like the back of the hand.
I think the impressive thing for Manuel Gonzalez is actually just how quickly he's adapted, because it's not easy. How many times have we seen riders come up to MotoGP and then struggle? But this test day seems like it's gone really, really well for Manuel so far. Let's just head... collision in pit lane. Let's head over down towards Trackhouse racing, because that's where we're getting to. Davide Brivio will be the guy to speak to about the sensational start, really. Raul Fernandez picks up this weekend. He might be picking up a little bit more, because he has been one of the seats, they've got the contract, has been questioned a lot within the paddock. He won't be wanting to see Manuel Gonzalez getting on this quite as quick and quite as fast.
No, he won't be. But I think I'm intrigued to chat to Davide Brivio, who we're going to speak to in a moment's time. Manu Gonzalez just doing his first practice start there. I'm intrigued to see what that was like as well. But yeah, Gonzalez, the riders won't want to see him going quickly. It's just the competitive nature. That's the nature of the beast. But he is going quickly. Now, we know that from Davide has said that it doesn't mean anything for the future. Let's see what how that plays out, of course, in the future. But yeah, it's been a really, really impressive start for Manu, and we've got the right man to speak to about that.
Tell you what, we really have. Davide Brivio, good to see you, Davide. The first thing I want to say is, Manuel Gonzalez, I don't think anybody saw him being quite so quick, quite so early on. It's been quite remarkable.
Yeah, to be honest, from this point of view, he surprised us, because he get, I would say, get into the speed very quickly. Already, I mean, first run, 49, and so we didn't expect that. And already on the first run, he was, okay, understanding a few things about the bike. So, yeah, good. I think he's enjoying.
Certainly look, he enjoyed it when he came back into the box, as most rookies do. Is it good for the team to get fresh comments and fresh ideas? Obviously, it's the first time he's ever rode a MotoGP bike, but how helpful is it to Trackhouse and to Aprilia to get someone from Moto2's comments straight away on the bike? Is it helpful at all?
I honestly, it's not what we're looking for. I mean, of course, he has not experience on a MotoGP. He gives comment, but it's more his feeling. I mean, you can use this comment in terms of bike development or test some item. It's just fuel. Try to help him to understand the MotoGP. So some of the comments are expected. Some of the comments depend on rookies, and so it's, but you don't use that to develop the bike or to make some changes or stuff like that.
We saw him have a crash, Davide. Is he all okay? Is he fine?
Yeah, he's okay. He crashed on a turn 2, kind of a classic here in Aragon. The first turn in the right after a few left. And yeah, but he's okay. And just as like we are repairing the bike and going back in the afternoon.
And just before we do go, I have to ask, what's the latest with Ayagura? Are we expecting to see him at Mugello? And if not, who will be on the bike?
Yeah, definitely the target is to have him in Mugello. We're not thinking about replacement because we convinced he can do. Now he's at home, he's back in Barcelona, and he has to work at home with physiotherapy and treatment to get ready. He is also willing to get back. We can't wait to get him back, and so we're really waiting for him.
I know you said that Manuel Gonzalez, it doesn't look like it's going to be anything for the future, but you've harnessed a lot of young riders over the years under your wing. Is he noted down just in case an opportunity does come?
Well, but as I said, we had the bike free this testing, and we felt it's nice to give an opportunity to Moto2 rider. At the moment, there is nothing. We have riders under contract for 2026. We don't have an opportunity for him next year. But it's nice to make a present, which, I mean, we're here and we already organized. We don't have to come in purpose. And I think we might be followed by some other team maybe in the future, because it's something that I think it's interesting, it's nice to do, and can create also excitement within the sport and interest within the sport. So I think it's nice. Then, of course, if one day we will need a rider, I don't know when, of course, maybe you can take into consideration. You already have some information, because normally you don't have that, but that's not the case now. It's just something nice, and honestly, we feel also proud to do this, to give an opportunity to a young rider to enjoy. We wanted to do for few of them, you know, because that's few of them over there, outside there, that deserve that. And but okay, you cannot have a group test. So let's start with this, and who knows? Maybe in the future is some common activity that will be developed.
I just want to ask, of course, about Raul Fernandez on the other side of the box. What's he been testing? Obviously struggled a little bit this year to find a bit of form, but what's Raul been testing in Aragon to help him further on into the season?
Yeah, no, we have a few things to test for him. In Jerez introduced one new chassis, and now we basically tested the copy, the second one. So he has now 2 bikes same. Then we have some aero package testing, looking at the next update, and then some settings, some different things on setting. We're gonna test some different exhaust later on. So that's the main things. And so for sure it's something very useful at this point, especially after what we consider a positive weekend of Raul here. So giving him confidence for the rest of the season.
Davide, thank you for talking to us. The one thing it has done is generated a lot of stories this weekend, so thank you very much. Raquel, if you just come, Raquel, our wonderful camera lady, look, there it is, the number 18 on the Trackhouse Aprilia. Will it be the last time we see it? Who knows in the future? So we are going to... Oh, go on, Davide.
Yeah, no, as a Trackhouse, we honestly very proud to have started something like this. And then, let's see, we wait for the other teams to do the same.
Trailblazing and already. Thank you so much, Davide.
Thank you, Davide.
We wish you all the very best for the rest of the test day. And of course, when Ayagura comes back, hopefully at Mugello. Now, we have got an appointment booked with Davide Todozzi, another Davide further up. But before we go, Al, let's just talk about Manuel Gonzalez. Mega fast, mega impressive. He's had a crash already. He's got that one out the way. But in the 48, I mean, I don't think anyone saw that one coming.
It's exactly what I said earlier, Kiko. It's just been very impressive, and speaking to a few guys here in pit lane and in the media centre, everyone was impressed. And I know the mechanics were watching from the box as well when he came back in and was offering some good feedback as well. Really impressive stuff, and that's all that Manu's got to do, really. We know that I spoke to the team beforehand and I asked, what's the plan? Is it just purely hop on the bike, see how he gets on and just enjoy yourself? And they were like, yeah, that's exactly it. No, obviously, zero pressure whatsoever. As Davide's explained to us already, it's just about giving an opportunity to someone who deserves it from Moto2, lead the championship, hop on the bike, enjoy yourself, and make a name for yourself at the end of the day as well. And that's exactly what he's doing. So Gonzalez is doing what he needs to do to put himself in the shop window. He has done that already in Moto2, but hopping onto a GP bike is a completely different kettle of fish, as we know. And to be within 3 seconds of pretty much the all-time lap record set by Marc Marquez is a very, very good job. So, yeah, Gonzalez has impressed everyone here today, I think.
What do you think about the opportunity that teams are giving to young riders coming up? I mean, it's not anything long-term, but we have seen it before. Ducati gave Pecco that chance a long time ago. I think 2017, actually, at the Valencia test. Could have even been the year before. But we have seen it before. Don't see it too much, though. Should be encouraged.
Absolutely should be encouraged, yeah. It gives us something to talk about, doesn't it?
On a test day, that ain't always easy.
Well, exactly. No, it's great to see. Look, we wish all the best in recovery. I hope to see him back in Mugello, because he's been a real standout rider this year in his rookie season. But it gets everyone excited seeing Manu Gonzalez on a MotoGP bike for the first time. Then it gathers momentum in terms of questions about the future. We know what's happening at Aprilia, so let's see what happens in terms of that. But it is great to see new riders coming into MotoGP, even if it is for one day, and being able to show what they're capable of, because Moto2 is a really tough class to get out of, to win the championship. Super competitive, we've seen already this season. Obviously, everyone in that class is chomping at the bit to try and win that championship, win races and get into MotoGP. That's their dream. So to see dreams come true, I think the bottom line is, I think as Davide mentioned as well, that's what we love to see, and Manu's realising his dream today, which is great.
And just on Davide Brivio as well, let's not forget he's worked with the likes of Noriyuki Haga when he was a young rider in 2000s over in World Superbike. He has worked with Maverick Vinales and Aleix Espargaro, and he has led the Suzuki project from 2015 onwards. Before that, he brought Valentino Rossi to Yamaha when he was a young rider. He'll know how to manage someone like Manuel Gonzalez and inspire him that, actually, yeah, you are quite fast, and if you do it like this and we work it like this, can be an exciting prospect.
Yeah, probably no one better to have as your team manager for the day, let's say, than Davide Brivio if you're coming into MotoGP for the first time. As you've just pointed out, super experienced working with riders, unearthing talent into MotoGP. And no team in this paddock would have put pressure on Manu Gonzalez, that's absolutely for sure, especially not Trackhouse. And as Brivio says, the team are proud that they can be able to do this for Manu Gonzalez. And it's great to see. And it's great to see Manu realising his dream and putting in some decent lap times. And that also should encourage more teams and more factories to do the same. We don't want to see riders get injured, of course. That's the reason why Gonzalez is testing in the first place. But injuries do happen, unfortunately, in this sport. And it's great to see teams giving them the chance to the riders to do that.
I think as well, what we can also digest from it is that Manuel Gonzalez is a very, very special rider. Not many riders have been able to make it work from World Supersport 300 and ETC before that, through Supersport, through Moto2, and now make it onto a big bike. So when he does get that opportunity, which I'm sure he will eventually in MotoGP, he is going to be very, very special indeed. We're just waiting for Ducati, because we do want to catch a quick word with Davide Tardozzi. He is on his way, I can confirm to you. Let's talk about Marc while we're here. Spectacular, sublime. There are not enough words to describe him at Aragon today and this weekend.
I mean, today aside, yeah, the weekend was special, wasn't it? We expected him to be dominant this weekend, and that's exactly how it played out. Last year it was different circumstances, but he's come back this weekend a year on the factory Ducati and just wipes the floor with everyone. Sometimes sport isn't about great battles and rivalries on track. Sometimes it's about watching someone at the peak of their powers do something that's just unbelievable, and that's exactly what Marc did this weekend. But back to business this morning, really. Obviously, the business of the World Championship is what a Grand Prix is all about, but we've seen all three of the GP25 riders testing that updated front fairing today, so we're intrigued to see what Davide has to say about that. And it was interesting to see that Marc was the one who headed out on it straight away, not Pecco, but we know that Pecco has been struggling with that front end, found a step yesterday. We're going to ask Davide about that as well, because that was the big story from the weekend.
And we know Pecco as well, back on the pace yesterday. I think that was one of the most beneficial Grand Prix we've had. As you can see, Davide Tardozzi has come out from the rabbit hole of Ducati. Davide, great to see you. It's lovely to be talking to someone in the quiet here at Aragon. It's been loud over the last 10 minutes. How's the test going so far? Very, very strong stuff from Mark this morning.
Yeah, not bad. We are focused with both riders to the new aerodynamic. So far things are going well. Then we'll see what it will be the result and the decision tonight. But anyway, this is the only matter that we investigate this morning, and we are happy so far.
Tell us more about that updated aero. I think it's the same one that we saw at the pre-season test, obviously a busier test in Sepang in Thailand. What have the riders said about it this morning, Pecco, and we saw Didier on it as well, Pecco, Mark and Didier. What have the guys said about it now it's been tested in Aragon as well?
Yeah, so far Pecco is quite happy, and I guess that I forecast that his decision is to approve it, while Mark still has some question mark. But you know, when you are so happy like Mark with his bike, everything is work well, it's always difficult to change. So we can understand Mark that still has some question mark.
We saw over down at KTM a front fairing that looks very, very like a Ducati front fairing. Davide, have you got any thoughts on that? Have you seen it?
Yeah, we are looking to save budget. Maybe we will have a common store, and apart the joke, I think KTM is following his own way, and if they are taking inspiration from Ducati, we are happy for that. But anyway, we are doing our job, and let's do the same to the others.
And just quickly on Pecco, Davide, the transformation from Saturday to Sunday was night and day. Has that continued?
It was small things. Pecco has to cross a line to be back the same rider of last year, and he did it. And this is something that belongs to champions, to people that believe in themselves, you know. And Pecco shows something very, very important yesterday, and he's doing this morning too.
Over to you.
What's the plan for this afternoon? Is it to keep running that aero? You said Mark's not made up his mind about it yet. Is there anything else that the factory boys and Didier as well on the GP25 they're going to test?
We still have some parts to test, but not very important. In the end, we don't want to investigate more frames or whatever important, because in this moment it seems that the bike is working good, so we don't want to create confusion. This is the moment of stability, and that's why we don't want to do more than that.
Davide, just before you go, something of a topic that's brewing in another paddock at the moment. We are expecting that Nicolo Bulega does stay over in World Superbike for another year on the Ducati Panigale V4R when that comes out, the new model, of course. But there are some rumours floating about that perhaps that's with a clause that he can also test the MotoGP machinery, thinking in the 2027 regulations. Have you got any thoughts on that? Is it true? Would you welcome it?
We have some thought about. I think that you will have news in a while, because there is Misano coming, and I think that it will be the moment for some announcement that belongs to the Superbike team. But Nicolo is a Ducati rider, is a Ducati Aruba rider, but in the end is someone that we are looking for the future, and we trust him, and maybe we will have some more collaboration in the future.
Davide, all the best. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Davide.
So, from the horse's mouth then, not an absolute no, but dancing around the old announcements there. I think Davide Tardozzi, he's done this job for a long, long time now. I think what we can digest from that is Ducati, it was a very happy one-sided team, and now it seems everything's got a little bit better following Sunday and this morning.
Yeah, we're going to find out more, obviously, in Mugello where Pecco is. It was great to see Pecco back at the front, looking to his old self, but that's not where he wants to be. He doesn't want to be finishing P3. He wants to be where Marc Marquez is, at the top of the championship and in P1. But that change that they made on the front end has helped Pecco massively to be more competitive. Okay, we've only tested it at one track, so I'm really intrigued to get to Mugello, because it's a track that Pecco has won at before. He said it himself, he goes well there, immediately went well there on the MotoGP bike as a rookie. So Mugello is, I think, where we're going to see more and how competitive Pecco has now become again. Good news for Pecco also that he likes that aero package. Davide saying there that Pecco's pretty much made up his mind. As I said before, Pecco didn't head out on it straight away. He headed out in the first sort of hour or so on his normal bike. Mark headed out on that aero package straight away. Pecco has done less mileage on it, I would say, from what I've seen and the timing sheets would suggest. And immediately he's like, yeah, that feels pretty good. Now, as Davide mentioned, obviously Mark he's been feeling perfect this weekend. He's been feeling pretty perfect.
This weekend?
Well, he's been pretty perfect all year long. So understandably, Pecco's like, yeah, that's made a bit of a difference. I like it. Mark is a bit unsure. Intrigued to see what Fabio Di Gianantonio says, because he's been testing it as well. We're obviously going to interview most of the riders at the end of day today. So look out for that on MotoGP.com. But yeah, good news and better news for Pecco fans and the sport in general, because we want to see the best riders, the fastest riders at the front of the pack, and Pecco is obviously one of those.
And now, at the end of the test day, thanks to the guys there for providing us with the updates as well, look at Maverick Vinales. The king of testing is number one again by 6 thousandths of a second. A 1:45.694. Just how? How does he always do this? Time and time again. Unbelievable. But we must admit that, look at the track temperature at the moment. Let's go to the full battle screen and you'll see what we mean here. Look to the top and you can see even I can't see it. I haven't got the actual timing page open. I've only got yours open that you see at home. Track temperature 53 degrees, air temperature 35 degrees, no wind speed at all. But there's a look at the full timing screen with everybody who's been in the pit lane. Now let's just see, shall we, if the combined session has anything different. Yes, it does. So we'll go through the first session, the one we're on now, and then we'll go through the whole day of running orders. So in the afternoon session, it's Maverick Vinales top for Marco Bezzecchi in second, Marc Marquez third, Ferdinand Arguez fourth, Pedro Costa in fifth, sixth place goes to Franco Morbidelli, seventh Fabio Quartararo, eighth Fabio Di Gianantonio, 9th is Pecco Bagnaia and Ralph Fernandez in 10th. Brad Binder's 11th with Miguel Oliveira in 12th. Johan Zarco is 13th. Juan Mir 14th. Anea Bashini goes 15th. Jack Miller in 16th place. Alex Rins 17th. Lorenzo Salvadori 18th. Manuel Gonzalez 19th. Sonkat Chancha 20th. Paul Espargaro 21st. And Alex Marquez in 22nd place. In the combined sessions, the whole day of testing, it goes like this. Maverick Vinales top for Marco Bezzecchi in second, Marc Marquez third, Ferdinand Arguez fourth, Pedro Costa in fifth, Franco Morbidelli in sixth, seventh for Fabio Quartararo, Alex Marquez 8th, Pecco Bagnaia 9th, and Juan Mir in 10th. Fabio Di Gianantonio is 11th with Ralph Fernandez in 12th, Brad Binder 13th, Jack Miller 14th, Miguel Oliveira 15th, Anea Bashini 16th, Johan Zarco 17th, Alex Rins 18th, Paul Espargaro 19th, Lorenzo Salvadori in 20th, Manuel Gonzalez 21st, and Sonkat Chancha is in 22nd position. So that is the best of the results we've had. Fantastic session. Riders done for the day here in Motorland Aragon. And that is the conclusion of our coverage here on JB Motorsports for this test day. I want to say thank you to all 30,000 of you who have tuned in across the 8 hours today to watch this coverage. You are the die-hard MotoGP fans, and I love each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Reminder that we've got coming up this week on the main JB Motorsports channel, our coverage of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. All the practice, qualifying and racing action will be on, as well as the Formula 1 Grand Prix from Canada. And across on JB Motorsports 2, we'll also have the World Superbikes from Misano as well. So you can join us for all of that action. It is a fantastic day. So, action done, testing done, and Motorland Aragon comes to a close. What a fantastic day of testing, and what a fantastic weekend we've had. We'll see you in a few weeks' time when we head to Mugello for the Italian Grand Prix. Thanks for your company today. My goodness me, go and have a cup of coffee. See you later. Bye-bye.